scope. Killing spree. Double kill. Double kill. Double kill. Double kill.
Ball drop. Enemy has the ball.
Reversal.
Team took the hill. Team scored.
Perfect.
Enemy team took the hill.
Perfect. Killing spree. Perfect. Killing spree. Double kill.
All drops.
Snipe.
All drops.
Snipe. No scope. Perfect. Snipe. No scope. Killing spree. Double kill. No scope. Double kill. Double kill. Double kill. No scope. No scope. Killing spree. Snipe. 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 Killing spree. Double kill. No scope. Snipe. No scope. Perfect. Double kill.
Enemy flag returned.
killer.
All drops. Enemy has the ball. Enemy has the ball. All drops.
Double kill.
Ball drops.
Double kill.
Ball drops.
Double kill. Killing. Double kill.
Enemy has the ball. Ball drops. Enemy has the ball.
Double kill.
Enemy has the ball. Enemy has the ball. Ball.
Triple kill.
Drop.
Defeat. Double kill. Scoring. Double kill. Full kill. Reversal killing spree. Defeat. Snipe. Double kill. No scope. Killing spree. Double kill. Snipe.
Flag returned.
Double kill. Double kill. No scope. No scope. Double kill. Double kill. Perfect. Double kill. Double kill. Double kill. Double kill. Double kill.
Return.
Double kill. Double kill. Triple kill. Defeat.
Enemy team perfect.
Perfect. Double kill. Double kill. Double kill. Double kill. Killing spree. Double kill. Double kill. Double kill. Double kill. Double kill. Double kill. kill. Perfect. 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 Snipe. No scope. Killing spree. Double kill. No scope. Double kill. Double kill. Double kill. No scope. No scope. Killing spree. Snipe. 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 Killing spree. Double kill. No scope. Snipe. No scope. Perfect. Double. Double kill. No scope. No scope. No scope. Double kill. Spectacular. Double kill. Double kill. Double kill. Killing. Double kill. Double kill. Triple kill. Double kill. Double kill. Full kill. Double kill.
Captured your flag.
No scope. No scope. Double kill. Double kill.
Enemy has the ball. Enemy has the
No scope. Double kill.
ball dropped. Enemy has the ball. Ball dropped.
No scope. Defeat. Double kill. Double kill. Perfect. Double kill. 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 Triple kill.
Captured your flag.
Defeat.
Enemy team took the
Perfect.
enemy about to
Hello everyone and welcome back to day 2 of Straight Rippin's coverage of the Atlanta DreamHack Qualifier. I'm Sherzy, joined by Wonderboy. Yesterday we had some good games, no real upsets, but this time we're starting to see the cream rise to the top. Harry, it's a pleasure to have you back. Looking forward to this one.
Yeah, I mean, listen, it's flown by, hasn't it? I mean, we're already down to crunch time. Our first 2 series that we're going to see today, both win in semi-finals and both a win and secure travel coverage type of match. We see our semis here, Shopify Luminon, coming a little bit later on, but semi 2 is what we're watching first. And I'm going to try and not make a crude joke about it being a semi, but let me tell you, Majin versus Kraken Seas, this is a very close match coming up here, Richie. I'm looking forward to it, and I'm very proud to be part of the Straight Rippin stream here today. It's going to be a good day of action, I feel. It's going to be so many surprises in store. I can't wait.
And much like yesterday, it has to go on record. Although Harry and I are Europeans, we have had no choice over what game we're going to see. Nope. It's just by pure happenstance, I promise, that Majin is on our screens once more. But Harry, talking about these boys, you had the privilege of coaching 3 out of 4 of this roster. What is it you think that they can provide to this team to take down Kraken Seas? Because this one's going to be tight.
Yeah, you can see the roster here. I mean, 2 out of the 4 placed top 4 at the last World Championships. Feels crazy to say that. Wootum and SLG, formerly of Nemesis, formerly briefly of Into the Breach. And yeah, they are 2 really, really strong players you need to look out for. Wootum is going to be on a bit of a ping disadvantage here, as 5 out of the 8 players in the lobby will be from North America. The one player that we saw just there on the far left, Collect, alongside these 4, Druck, Falcated, Soul Snipe, Suppressed, Kraken Seas, the number 3 seed. After what was a fairly successful DreamHack Birmingham for them, Druck placing top 4 there, and Soul Snipe alongside him on his team, and then Suppressed and Falcated, obviously runners up, the silver medalist in DreamHack Birmingham just a couple of weeks ago. This is a very strong team here, Richie. I feel like if there weren't connections in play, this would be a very, very close series on LAN.
The expectation is going to be that the higher seeded team would win. Kraken Seas is going to be that squad, coming off the back of pretty decent results over in Birmingham, even if they were on some different teams. But these 4 players know each other very well. And for Majin playing with Collect, what do you think about that pickup, Harry?
It's really interesting. Very interesting indeed. We always saw Collect as one of those players that was maybe at times out of sync with the rest of his team. You have to kind of put him on a leash. If you let him go and do crazy Collect styles of play, he's often a first death. So we're underway, Richie. Game 1. If you're watching on the Straight Rippin channels or you're watching our watch party, thank you so much for supporting Straight Rippin, and let's get this series underway.
We are Wootum down to no shields immediately. But something we were talking about a little bit briefly is the type of player that Wootum is, and he's a bit of a zoomer, likes to keep it moving, keep it shooting, and with Halo Infinite, it just complements his skills so well, Harry.
Yeah, it does. It does. There's a couple of different roles in different maps that suit him perhaps more favorably than others. Think about maps like Solitude, you think about maps like Aquarius, where you can just pitch up a tent almost with a little bit of height and a long-range rifle. Vacancy King of the Hill Game 1, though, Richie, is not really one of those maps. There are lanes, but they're somewhat short. Obviously, the top middle lane is pretty wide open, but it's not often you'll be crossing across this lane outside of this P1 hill. Seems like a decent break for Majin. They have numbers momentarily, and that is a big win there from Wootum, but several trades going across. Let's see if Majin can push the pace here a little bit. They have numbers advantage. Can they finish off the damage?
Mighty's continues to put down that long-range damage. The press will chill. It's going to be a trade out in the end for Druck. He turns his attentions over towards Wootum, but actually agreed with 2 members, managed to tuck himself away from the line of sight of 1 to get the 2nd kill. But all the meanwhile, Kraken Seas have been taking full advantage of that speed and that tempo change, because they have top middle control, and the hill only tickets away from being theirs, and they do secure that first hill.
You could see immediately Majin coming off of that respawn, thinking about no reason to pour any more resources than you had to try and break that hill. It was gone. And unfortunately for them, they weren't able to secure and hunker down in transition. They've surrendered what seems to be the stronger side here on P2 towards Kraken Seas. Falcated is going to be the player you need to find here. Have they kept any eyes on him? It looks like Mighty's is going to be caught off guard. A nice 5 from Wooten will make things a little bit more simple. And Foul cannot turn onto Case. So the American alongside the Europeans settling in nicely here. And now, one of the things we saw yesterday, Richie, Margin, very, very inefficient when they're in control. They need someone to say, hey, let's milk some time here. And, well, Collect, pretty much last alive, has managed to get 2. That will help his teammates out, coming to break this hill if they're fast enough.
Efficiency definitely called into question yesterday. There were times where they had all the advantages, but they're struggling against teams that you expected that wouldn't really happen. Here's Druk heading towards bottom middle, face to face with Woodham. He backs away here. This is good control from Kraken Seas. Initially, they did lose the rotation. Imagine opted to give it up. 4 dead, though, as you say, for the Europeans and 1/4 Americans. Still a lot of work here to do for Imagine.
Yeah, they got shock as well during that 4 dead. I think it's Falcated with shock rifle. That is going to be very interesting to see if he can put that weapon into use. And it looks like they might just threaten to go for this. Collector's doing everything he can. Nice jiggles onto bottom middle. Kraken have not secured and locked down this hill just yet. But the question is, where is the flank coming from? Good eyes there from Collect. Good anticipation. There is Falcated with that shock rifle. They have so much time on this hill already, Kraken Seas. Falcated could just pick his shots.
Takes his time, does Falcated. Might not be done just yet. Shock rifle out of ammunition. Face to face with the Frenchman in SLG. Collect's going to take this fight, though. And Falcated settles for the trade. And a good trade at that. His reign of terror finally comes to an end.
Oh, he's going
but
for
it's
this.
Kraken C still inside the hill. Woodham is going to send the resources in. Nade will get the damage done. The
We're in.
DMR gets the last in. But the Bandit
Oh my god.
going to work here. Triple kill for the Finn. And with half the progress made here, Imagine looking to make a little bit of a stand all of a sudden.
Wooten 1v3 on the break. That is unreal. I think the shroud screen actually was to Kraken Seas' detriment. Now SLG in a 1v3. Oh, all of Wooten's hard work for absolutely naught here. Kraken will finish off this hill. If anything, and if there is a silver lining here, it will be that Margin will have the map control for New. But if SLG spawns out, they could be in a 4v3 here on New Hill as well. This is bad to worse here for Margin if they can't survive.
Enemy team took the hill.
Soul Snipe had top middle positioned. As we move over here towards the hotel, it is Margin inside the hill, but they're not feeling too comfortable. They have got numbers advantage. It's Kraken Seas who are down by 2 for the moment. Druk pops in, gets a player who was already weak. It's a pretty decent kill. And that means that Druk can step inside the hill, but you can tell he's not comfortable either. Damage is coming. Push is coming as well, but Imagine for the moment, they just don't seem to be able to match the pace of Kraken Seas.
No, and this is a hill, Richie, that you can easily play clock on. We've seen Shopify in weeks past on the lead up to Birmingham just play so much time, so much clock on this hill. And with a 2-0 advantage going into this P3 hill, the next hill will rotate around towards the big door side, this side that Collect and Soul Sniper are fighting on. So I wouldn't be surprised to see Margin on this break here. They just went 4 down for just a second. Try and rotate around that side. You need to win this hill and you need to win in transition onto the next hill to even give yourself a chance of that P5 hill.
SLG then. Woodham's going to fall. SLG will re-engage. You can tell he wants to keep his shields healthy enough. And Collect's got that shock rifle, but he does go down. That's the win condition already taken from the hands, stripped from the hands. Kraken Seas do lock in that 3rd hill, and we head towards the double doors. They could be about to go from bad to worse here for Kraken Seas. Or for Imagine, excuse me, is suppressed with the shock rifle now. Combining with his teammate Falcated, doing damage, staying alive. This is a very difficult watch if you're an Imagine fan.
Yeah, elsewhere, of course, we've got lower bracket action. That is the former SSG roster taking on Legion Gaming. We saw both of those teams in play yesterday, didn't we, Richie? They were both looking very, very strong. For now, we'll turn our attentions back to this game 1 in this winners semi. It is Kraken Seas playing clock all day long for Margin. It's just about getting reps on the server now. It's just about settling into the ping. You might, if you can be quick about it, get a chance for another break, but it's really going to be all about perfect transitions here. I mean, it's very, very unlikely you can bring this back to 3-3 with just 1 minute left on the clock.
It was Kesha who sang tick-tock in the clock, but the party don't stop. But I'm telling you something, Margin's party's going to stop very abruptly. They do not get their act together, and as I say that, they go for dead Harry.
Yeah, and that should really be game. As I said, only 1 minute left on this map. I mean, sure, you get a chance to get back to the hill because of how small vacancy King of the Hill is. Sometimes spawns can favor you as well, but I just don't see Margin getting clean wipes. They might be able to squeak out a hill before this game is over, but the numbers advantage that Kraken Seas know they have, even with a player like Wootum still alive on the map, I don't think it's going to be enough for Margin to even secure a hill. So while we can just have a chance to catch our breath as these final 40 seconds tick down, going to be about looking forward to game 2, Richie. The next map in this series could be pivotal as Street Slayer is waiting for us in about 25 seconds time. 4 dead again.
See Kraken Seas like the big dogs just patrolling, watching over their garden. Imagine, I think even they know this one's just too far gone at this stage. With Street Slayer on the horizon, have you seen enough from Imagine to feel like that different map mode combination might just bear different fruit?
I mean, the benefit they have is that it is a different flavor of game type, right? I mean, it's the Slayer. You don't really need to worry too much about getting your rotations right, controlling spawns. I mean, obviously you want to do that as well, but I mean, there's so many things you have to keep an eye on in King of the Hill. Kraken Seas, they storm into a lead. In vacancy King of the Hill, they were commanding. They were really, really good. We didn't get a chance to highlight how good they were in their transitions. I mean, just think back to that P2 hill. It took a miracle play from Wooten, 1v3 with a triple kill, just to even make it close. So they still were able to break. They still kept their P's and Q's about them, and as a result, they are the more comfortable team going into Street Slayer, Richie.
There has to be a level of frustration for Woodham in times like that. You get yourself a triple kill, you're trying to give your team every chance of maybe capitalizing and turning the game on its head, but a triple kill ended up being almost for nothing because the hill was whisked away anyway. And that's just almost a compliment to Kraken Seas and how they're playing, the pace that they're able to push. These 4 players, we've always known how quick they can play, and they're showing it here on our screens. Imagine just have not had an answer for the pace, the power on the server right now.
I mean, at this point, I know Kraken Seas just need to step in the hill, but after that triple, that should have been something that turned the tide. Needed the rest of Margin to kind of wake up at that point and realize that they were in a game. Kraken Seas just completely dominant. I don't think Margin will be very happy with their performance. As I was saying before, Street Slayer Game 2, that is a different flavor of map, and that is a different pace of game, so we'll see if it suits them. And while we wait for it, Richie, let's take a little peek, shall we, down to the lower brackets. Penguin Bound, Eco Stella taking on Legion Gaming.
Any chance we do have to peek in at some Beps gameplay, it will be welcomed. Like you said briefly before, we had an opportunity to look at Legion Gaming yesterday as well, up against the Aussies and Max Passion, and they were performing pretty admirably as well, it must be said. Work to be done here for Beps, not having it all their own way in this oddball. They have 1 round to the good, and that's in the bank, it's safe, but Legion Gaming looking the more likely at the moment of securing round 2.
Yeah, fun little meta game happening, I mean, before the series even starts. Legion Gaming 6th seed, Beps 7th seed. And what that means in layman's terms, in plain English, is that the side selection belonged to Legion Gaming. Now, typically, obviously it's map rotation dependent. You would want to choose Eagle. But Legion Gaming have chosen Cobra. I mean, I love to see it. Why not catch Beps off guard? And so far so good in round 2. They do trail that after losing that round 1, Richie, but so far so good here in round 2.
It actually follows a trend as well. Yesterday we were having the conversation and questioning why Legion Gaming continued to pick the Cobra spawn. And they've done so again, so
Ball out of bounds.
our theory,
Ball
loosely,
incoming.
it might have been, but it was Legion Gaming practicing from that side more often than not in scrims, and maybe that is why they wanted to stay comfortable. They have the starting strats, they have setups that they like, and maybe feeling just a little bit more comfortable from that Cobra side.
Oh, for sure. It was something that we used to do actually in year 3 on that quadrant squad with Snipe Drone and Glory. When we won the first couple of cups, I mean, we started to choose Cobra because it's like, well, we've been playing Cobra for 3 years now, so why not? It's
If it's not
definitely
broken, don't
not.
fix it.
It's not unplayable at all. Stella, though, last alive, he's about to send Beps 4 down, and with 15 seconds left, unless Bound can pull off a miracle, this game, or this round, should be over, and we should be heading to around 3 here, Richie. It's a close one, this one. I'm looking forward to this. This is a bit of a slugfest.
It's neck and neck, and we did speak about opportunities for teams like Legion Gaming to make a name for themselves. If you take a scalp of a team of the caliber of Beps, all of a sudden conversations and tunes start to change around your team, and round 2 will go their way. So a very impressive performance, it must be said, from Legion Gaming, as we very quickly turn our attention back to our featured game, Imagine versus Kraken Seas. And if you did miss game number 1, a pretty dominant display from Kraken Seas. Imagine what it all to do in this Slayer, and currently down by just the 1 kill, but that's not going to tell the bigger picture of the series. Still a lot of gameplay to go. Falcate with the fadeaway 5 does get traded out in the end, but it's honors even almost for the moment. Only 2 kills between them. It's pressed over towards this Tiger's position.
Yeah, just need to reset there. No reason to run into damage that you know you can't trade off here. Imagine need to continue going forward as well. They cannot think about getting pinched in the back. They have to make sure they continue all in the same rotation. Mighty's last alive. At this point, if I'm Mighty's, I'm saying, leave me, guys. There's no way I get out of this situation. Wutum does come and help, and actually, that allows Mighty's out of PD. Now, all of a sudden, Suppressed is trapped in there. Is the cavalry coming from Cafe? I mean, Druck's already trying to cut that rotation. He goes down, and it's our first lead change we see. Margin with the higher side of the map now. Camo in 5. It's looking good for the Europeans.
Crouch Green picked up. You'd imagine that's going to get placed right on top of the camouflage to make the pickup just a little bit smoother for Imagine. And can they then turn that into a little bit of a run, grow this lead? 3 kills the advantage for now. Wutum walks up the street, up the driveway, gets himself another kill. Let's collect with that camouflage. 3 kill and the stock rifle as well. This could be good news for Imagine.
And boy, do they need it. Perhaps not the player you would want with camo. Collect a very, very quick player, almost like an entry fragger if you've seen other esports. Not really putting it to great use. Able to take down the red gun player, but nothing doing. Yeah, maybe a bit of a curse to the commentator. Suppressed is about to tie the game for his team with the help of Soul Snipe. Oh no, they're on splits now, Margin. That is a tough one from Collect. And really good work from Kraken Seas. There is another lead change. This one is swinging like a pendulum.
If Imagine are going to look back at this in the VOD, you're wondering where you did go wrong. You did nothing wrong. It was all Wonder Boy, but all of a sudden, speaking about things going wrong to things going right, Mighty's with a triple kill. Currently with a pretty decent game so far as well. 8-4-4. The Dutchman's having a pretty good influence on this game.
And after a tough game 1, I mean, he really struggled to settle into this series. They need a big game from Mighty's. He's probably going to go down here. No reason to feed into this type of death if you're Margin. Just shake the hand and just get your numbers back. That's what they've done. See if Mighty spawns out here. No, okay, they're all trapped in back C. You have to be decisive here. You've got another camo in 45 seconds. You don't want to leave Suppressed uncontested, grabbing that red gun. And Soul Snipe's decided to up the pace. I'm not sure what the play call is there from Kraken, but the damage is there. And did Suppressed wait for the red gun? If he has, I mean, this could be game defining here, Richie. Camo in 30. You've got Margin potentially on split spawns. And if Suppressed has red gun, this could be almost curtains for Margin. It was so close. It was 29-30, something like that, right? It was a really close game. But Kraken Seas with that collapse have completely pulled away.
Well, just pulled the rug right from under Imagine. And it was Suppressed with that stalker rifle. Camouflage has just popped up, and Soul Snipe awaits. Here it comes. Fresh out the oven. Just about slams it into his chest. The option now, and this is can he survive? The answer is no. Mighty's is there to shut him down, and the issue is 8 kills, the deficit. Druk still has that stock rifle and still putting it to good use. This is going from bad to worse again for the Europeans.
Well, Beps are on the back foot there as well. 15 seconds left, and Legion Gaming are about to take game number 1 in that series. We'll perhaps watch the resumption of that game, as it looks like Uzi is just gonna... I mean, he's not even contested. That's game 1 going to Legion Gaming. Good job by the number 6 seed down there in the lower bracket. But 4 kills to go here. Suppressed and the boys, I mean, it was so close. Around the 30 kill mark. And then they just pulled into a lead by a great collapse onto C. I think Margin were expecting them to slow the game down. Oftentimes when you're kind of turtled in C, you expect a team to do that. But Kraken C's followed Soul Snipe's lead. And they extend their lead in the series.
Very close, neck and neck in the start and in the mid game, but towards the end, like Harry says, stepped on the gas. Imagine didn't have an answer, didn't have a response. 50-36 the final score, and a dominant 3-0 on King of the Hill vacancy if you're just joining us. And now all of a sudden we look towards Live Fire Oddball and what could be a very defining game for Imagine as they really try to secure travel coverages for Atlanta. All to do now in this series, and for Kraken C's, it's been smooth sailing. If you allow me to make a C pun.
Oh, I've been doing it all day. Don't worry.
You have. You said turning of the tide, and I appreciate it. I let it go. I let it go.
Weather the storm. That's the big question.
Very good.
73% accuracy, by the way, from Suppressed. Donnie, the Megalodon, is back.
Oh, another one. Another one. I was wondering how 76 was going to be tied to the C. But you've managed to make it work.
Oh, this is great. Look at this 2-box, by the way. Both games kicking off at the same time.
Who doesn't want to watch 2 games of Halo? Why watch 1 when you can watch 2?
Oh,
One is good, double. More must be better.
I'm seeing double, Richie. 4 Halo screens at the moment. It's crazy. But yeah, we'll stay on board with Margin Kraken C's, I think. Margin, barring a reverse sweep, will have to try and secure travel coverage via the lower brackets. And this would be Kraken C's storming into a top 3 minimum placement in the Atlanta qualifier. They would secure travel coverage. And we'll keep an eye on the lower bracket. Beps with a perfect start. Bound camo shot down there.
Oh,
he's putting it to work, but
I don't know which one to watch. It's a sniper rifle and a shot rifle on my screen.
I'm cross-eyed right now. And Suppressed is going off as well. This is brilliant.
There's shots, headshots being hit. Just whammy after whammy. That's what this is. It's an Anchorman type cast with Suppressed continuing to peel some wigs.
Oh, someone please update the teleprompter. I don't know what to say.
I think our lines are just whammy. Just continue to say whammy as the highlights roll in. Valkade's got the sniper rifle above us. Down below, it's Penguin on our screens. There's an interesting story developing down in the lower bracket with Beps.
It's 12-1 in that game, by the way. That's a Slayer.
And in our top, it's 15-0, but that's an oddball. In our game 3, Kraken C's versus Imagine. So, as things develop, Mighty's down to no shields over towards the house. And now he can catch his breath. Shields are back and he can venture outside. Look to hit this big door, get one on to Suppress. So, maybe just stabilizing now for Imagine. But all the meanwhile, Soul Snipe back tower continuing to rack up ball time.
Yeah, Imagine might want to think about turning around looking for Suppressed on the spawn here. You're never going to break this tower setup while Soul Snipe has ball there. They forced a play, but I mean, if they turned around, fought Suppressed, and forced the play at the same time, you'd probably escape with the ball and rotation. As a result, you're back into a 50-50, and Kraken C's are absolutely comfortable there. Mighty's, well, he gets a triple, and all 4 down for Kraken C, so a first hold of this game 3 for Margin. Let's see how drilled they are, and if they can handle the pace of Kraken C's. We saw how they turned up the dial. They put the pedal to the metal, Richie, in that game 2. And Suppress is looking to do the exact same thing here.
Press was the first point of contact. Fresh spawner for his team.
Oh, too easy.
Valkade has, with the help of Suppress, broken that setup wide open. Imagine just couldn't, the hole just wasn't good enough over towards house. And
the ball.
Collect can't get a kill either, so they're gonna have to try and regroup, gather themselves, and go again.
Yeah, the problem for Kraken Seas is that they weren't able to extend over towards tower side quick enough. That allowed Margin to spawn there and potentially fight for the camo. But I mean, Kraken Seas look so comfortable in this series. It's men against boys. It really is. Suppressed has camo. He's just playing like he's shooting bots still in the warm-up. He's looking towards that winners final later on. And it is a shame for the Europeans. But now you have camo snipe to play with. If you're suppressed, let's just sit back and enjoy. 2 camos, by the way. 2 camo POVs. This is great.
Elite synergy. No 2 games of Halo are the same, but all of a sudden, whoa! Suppressed.
Oh! If I react, you don't know what I'm reacting to, Richie, because there's so much Halo on the screen at the moment. It's great.
If you just say, oh, something good could be happening on either screen, and you just assume that you missed it. But looks like smooth sailing for Beps in the Slayer over in the lower bracket, so barring a miracle, it looks as though Legion will find themselves all tied up in the series and more work to do. Falcated his top tower, puts a new magazine into his bandit. But this round number 1 looks as though it's going to go the way of Kraken Seas, because Imagine just have not been able to get a foothold in this game.
Yeah, it's been an excellent game plan from Kraken Seas. They played the rotation game, they played the setup game, they played the resets really well as well. 16 points, Imagine, will be held to. Over there in the lower bracket, we can take a look at the score. I mean, it's been pretty much trades since that incredible 13-1 start by Beps. As they still hold, what is that? I mean, it's an 11-point lead now. It's basically been trades all the way up to this point. And that's what Beps do. They take their advantages. These players, formerly of Cloud9, formerly of Space Station Gaming, they get their advantage with just one cycle of power weapons and camos, and then they'll just trade their way to victory. Doesn't matter the map, doesn't matter the game mode. They know how to win, and it looks to me as if they are just, well, moments away from securing that, barring a calamitous implosion. 5 kills to go.
If there is a map mode combination where there could be a complete swing in fortunes, it would be this one.
True.
Fortunately, its Beps are in no mood of throwing this one away, continuing to put Legion Gaming to the sword. Stellar doesn't even need this camouflage right now as he heads in towards blue, clears it out, getting information for his team. Domin looks as though he will not be long for this world. He gets taken care of, and Beps, after a little bit of a blip in game 1, they tie up the series.
I mean, hey, Stella was on pace for a 20 bomb in a Slayer, and in game 1, I think he peaked at 44 kills, maybe a little bit more. At least that was at the end of round 2. So yeah, he is in some scary form here on Championship Sunday, as is Suppressed, as are Kraken Seas. You've got Ball being held on the camo spot at this moment in time. Margin are getting picked off one by one. They look like a pickup team. And I think, for Margin, you need a break like instantly just to get some morale and get your feet back under you, because you're getting picked off one by one.
These breaks and pushes have not been successful. Maybe it's just because this team have not been together the longest. Playing with a sub. Obviously, Collect's been a little bit of a newer addition as well. For Kraken Seas, a lot of these players very comfortable playing with each other. They know exactly what to expect when it comes to breaks, when it comes to holding setups, and that we've seen just a golfing class so far here, Harry, it must be said.
Enemy has the ball.
Yeah, they just can't get even a whiff of a break. If they're going down a certain side, we're seeing Kraken Seas rotate the other way. Wooten's doing his best to push the pace, but again, being caught in a 1v2, the link-ups from Kraken Seas are just absolutely perfect. Soul Snipe turning on the style points. All Collect can hope for is perhaps a burn. In fact, he gets away with that camo. So that's somewhat surprising. Just remember that if you're a Kraken Seas fan. Collect will be the one to watch here, as Margin, they might have been given a lifeline there somehow from Collect. Needs to get to work though.
Enemy has the ball. Ball. Enemy has
It's a
the
pick
ball.
on Falcated top
Enemy
tower, but
halfway
that's
to
going to
victory.
reveal his
Ball
position now.
dropped.
They know exactly where the camouflage is, and Soul Snipe tries to close the distance on the camo player. ends up face to face with another member of Imagine instead. So trades are happening all the meanwhile. Suppress gets one, but answered back with the Dutchman and Mighties again. Trades happening left and right, but it's Kraken Seas with the numbers advantage for now. And again, yet another trade, but that's only really going to benefit Kraken Seas right now.
Well, I think Imagine are happy with that. I mean, you had SLG in a 1v2. Somehow isolates a 1v1 on the new ball. If you take a trade, you at least delay and give your teammates a chance to get into the fight. It's the best SLG I think could have hoped for there. And now, I mean, 1 point to 54. Let's see what Margin can do on their holds. They have to be as close to perfect as you can imagine in Halo Infinite. If I'm Margin, I'd try and play the rotation game here. Get Mighties out in front with this S7. Get the ball behind him. Get Kraken Seas chasing predictably the ball. Because right now they're getting pinched. They're getting absolutely pinched at tower. And despite all these shots, they're 3 down and collecting a 1v3.
We had a brief opportunity to watch Imagine hold the ball in-house. It was not successful. It was pretty relevant. In terms of difficulty, pretty easy for Kraken Seas to open up the map and break that setup. And again, we've seen the same situation play out on the opposite side of the map. Imagine just do not have, whether it be the strategy or the firepower right now, to back up the plays they're trying to make. They're looking for miracle shots to be hit, and even when they are, Kraken Seas are just relentless right now.
You just need a different mode. If one thing isn't working, you need to be able to play a different style in Oddball. Mighties, they're in a 1v3. Collect is last alive, not for the first time in this game. He needs to make sure he lives, because now Wooten's last alive. You're staggering your own spawn team, Margin. Kraken are just absolutely loving life right now. Need to be able to switch things up, is what I was saying. Play the rotation game. Have a different mode you can present. If holding the ball and your holds aren't feeling confident, make the other team try and just chase you around. But yeah, I mean, it's tough, man. It's really, really tough to have the wherewithal in the heat of the moment. Wooten, again, last alive. 1v4, now 1v3. I think this game's over. We'll see Margin again in the lower bracket later on. They'll have a couple of games to win to secure travel coverage to Atlanta. As for Kraken Seas, they are just 8 points away from securing their travel coverage and a top 3 placement to DreamHack Atlanta. Wow.
Relatively clean series so far for Kraken Seas. If there is going to be a miracle, it's going to have to happen right now for Imagine. If they're going to stay in this series and push us to a minimum of game 4. I've got 30 seconds on the board, but again, so much work to do. Kraken Seas only needing 8 seconds. And the game clock's not going to be a big friend of yours either if the ball ends up in neutral territory for too much longer. SLG needs to win this fight. He doesn't. Suppressed ends up on top. Collect plays the ball. That's about as best as he could hope for in that situation. Being surrounded by Kraken Seas, losing the fight. Druk gets the win and the sniper rifle.
I mean, that's okay from Collect. You played the ball, but I mean, that's a byproduct of rotating to B. That's essentially what you're playing for. It's always going to happen because Kraken are hunting you down. Druk gets the point-blank no-scope and sends his team to a top 3 minimum placement. Secures the travel coverage. Congratulations, Kraken Seas. We'll see you in Atlanta.
Great performance. As we switch on over to Beps against Legion Gaming, it was featured a little bit lower on your screens. We have been very impressed by Legion Gaming in this tournament thus far. Giving it a real good go against Beps here. Not to be understated, playing against world champions on the other side. Got
I really like
Stellar.
I like the complexion of this Legion Gaming team. I mean, Uzi, they'll run it down. You got the experience of Common, who knows how to hit his shots and also knows how to kind of reel them in when it's needed. Big phase of the game here, Richie. This is the 2nd, maybe 3rd set of OS and Rockets coming up after the initial. If you win both of these, you're in a really healthy spot to break the deadlock here. Let's see who wins.
Found overshield in his chest, and Legion Gaming have gone 4 dead at the worst possible time, but all by design for Beps. They get the kills exactly when they need them. Bound's going to try and clear a little bit of space for his team. Not aware of that player position towards long haul. Uzi waits just for him to get a little bit further away, so it's not a guaranteed kill. Uzi's going to be a little bit of a thorn in the side of Beps now.
Yeah, keep an eye on that in the kill feed. Uzi actually was trying to plasma pistol Bound's overshield off. He was playing it very patient. There you see it in the kill feed. Penguin takes him down, so all eyes on Bound here now. Has a rocket still to play with. This could be a capture opportunity if he plays his cards right. Gotta hit this rocket though.
We'll get a touch on the flag just to keep it alive, but the rocket will fall. That's going to be a blunder
Big
for
blunder.
Beps. As Common can venture forward now. Uzi's gotten yet another kill. Damage done onto the player over towards green. Eco somehow, some way gets that kill onto Uzi just to spare the blushes of Beps for a moment. Common's in big trouble in the base, and he's going to be cleared out. So, Rocket is down, but has it been capitalized on anybody? Bad news if you're a Legion Gaming fan. Stellar's got the sniper rifle. Can Zuzi respond?
Yeah, we saw it just briefly there, Richie. I think Gators picked up the rocket and managed to trade himself off. So we're all 8 players alive, 2 snipes in play. Stellar on this side with snipe. I think, was it Zuzi on the other side? Let's see who can put this weapon into greater effect. Bound with no fear, just flying out of sword.
That's not usually the way you're supposed to play that one.
No, you don't do that, Richie.
Maybe it's more on Legion Gaming just not having the capabilities to punish him for doing so. He has
He's
eventually
dropping
gone
24,
down.
Richie. He's got 24 kills.
He doesn't give a damn right now. Playing with complete freedom. Hitting shots at will. Zuzi's over towards green. A plasma grenade will go down just to deny the territory for now. Stellar's position top tower. He's going to be a tough character to get off the top of this tower. He does eventually fall down, trying to stay alive. But an opportunity now for Legion Gaming.
Yeah, let's look deep into the future here, Richie. We got 15 seconds till the next Rockets and OS. Even if Legion Gaming capture this flag, you're probably not going to be in position to play for the power weapons just appearing. So be careful. Keep your numbers up here. Do what you can. Because it looks like Rockets will go to Beps and it could be a counter cap here.
Flag has not gone in. Common is opted to try and play for the Rockets
Ooh,
instead.
he
Will
is.
get one. He stays alive as well, and that's going to be very important here. Can he get his shields back? The answer is yes. Eco's in big trouble. Eco goes down. Common keeps the flag alive. Somehow, some way. Great plays from Legion Gaming, and they slam in that opening flag.
Dude, that is so icy from Common. Oh my god. That is so icy, dude. How do you live that? And then 5 Bound?
He's not finished.
Oh my god, we'll see it again here. I mean, just had to kill Eco and did so well enough. Now Stella's running the flag back, but I mean, this is kind of dangerous for Beps. There'll be split spawning. Even if you kill Uzi, you have to turn around pretty fast, which is what Stella's doing. Oh, Bound's coming with the wingman. That's pretty clutch, and that will be a tied cap, I think.
Heartbreak for Legion. All that work completely undone in a matter of moments. But that's the quality of player. Quality of opposition you're playing against in Beps. You cannot rest on your victories because the war is still raging on here. And Penguin puts one in the dust. Common elsewhere gets a kill, sending one off the map, but Lucy's going to try and get behind enemy lines. But this game's on a knife's edge right now, Harry.
See it here in the picture-in-picture. How does Common survive point blank with the rocket? That had to be absolutely perfect. But since that point, Beps have seemed to just wake up to the rallying call of Bound. You got the former MVP here pitching a tent on S2. And you have, well, I mean, those 2 players you see on the screen are the spawners. Stella taken down. And every lane seems to be locked by a snipe as off-screen. Beps put in the game-leading capture. 2 minutes 30 left. 30 seconds. We got another rocket launcher coming up, Richie. We'll see if it's as impactful as the last one was.
Uzi's positioned over towards Sword. Things will slow down just a touch whilst we wait for this rocket launcher, but the skirmish over towards green being delayed for a moment. Rocket's not for another 10 seconds or so, but Common's not interested in putting the brakes on. He soars right towards Bound, and in the form Bound is in with 33, I repeat, 33, if you're Irish, it's 33 kills for Bound.
He's having a game. He's having an absolute game. Penguin secures the OS. He is lost a live mind. But, well, there's the rockets. just asking myself the question. The problem with just neutralizing the OS player is, as my phone falls on the floor, I don't know if you heard that.
A little thud.
Very important that you take map. You can maybe let Penguin live there. I mean, you've got 1 minute 30 left. We need to put the afterburners on. Try and get into the enemy's base. Beps, thanks to Penguin's sacrifice, are able to secure and clean their own side. And do they know about Uzi here? Oh, you've got to check for rats, Stella. Come on. Oh, he's stuck him! He's stuck him!
How big might that kill be in the complexion of this series? Because Legion Gaming had any intention of moving forward in the next minute or so. Trade. Stellar had no right to get it. Penguin now it puts the brakes, puts it into reverse, and turns his attention towards Common, who's trying to push the pace, trying to gain map control for his team. And it's
Dangerous.
Beps down by 2. They've got to be very careful here, Harry.
It's very dangerous. They do have high spawns, it looks like. Eco spawning Mauler, but I mean, everyone else will be spawning around Bound here. It's so tricky when you have Bound shooting as he is from S2 to make advancements on the flag. Let's see where these kills go, Richie. Any kills for Legion, and we're looking at a flag run.
Here comes the pain, here comes the boom. Ooh. Uzi somehow, some way stays alive. The Uzi and Zuzi brothers combine once more, and the flag's being pulled. 4 dead for Beps, and Uzi pushes his flag down long haul.
No way. No way. Uzi's trying to stay alive. Excuse me, that's Zuzi. Okay, survive. You have to turtle up. Push this into sudden death. You got new snipes coming up in 10 seconds, but Legion Gaming, you cannot die here because Beps, they'll try and run this flag. This will be a sudden death here, Richie.
What a bloody game we have. Legion Gaming isolated over towards the Mauler. Eco, try as he might to put down more damage. Somehow, Legion Gaming survive, and we are going to overtime here.
No shot, bro. No shot. Uzi Zuzi spawning Mauler, the twins, to win the 2v2, to get the re to force OT. Okay, every power weapon back up on the map now.
Oh!
Let's go.
Stellar rips the face off of Zuzi. He gets shut down. Rocket. I think that was a Ryanair pilot who went flying by.
That's a firework.
That one will be used up more than a flare. Here it is, Eco with the sniper.
I think he was trying to influence spawns, Richie. That's what it was. It doesn't work. Don't try it in matchmaking.
Don't worry. I'll block low spawns, guys. Don't ask how. Eco will fall. The sniper rifle just about fall off as well. You can see Susie was looking for it, but the form again. Bound is in. He's not doing much of the missing. You have to punish Beps when you get the opportunities, but what a commendable performance this is from Legion Gaming that pushes into overtime. That last ditch flag capture. That one putting down so much damage but will fall, but the flag is now on the move. Legion Gaming have some defensive work to do here.
It's all on Zuzi. Needs to hit this shot.
Oh!
He hits it.
No scope.
Okay, we're still alive here. Legion Gaming need to get up to Zuzi ASAP here because the flag is not in their favor. Stella's just running it home. They're 4 down. Need a touch and a re here. Probably just going for the re. I mean, that makes sense. Put 2 men on it. You don't want to try and let Beps get a touch. They sacrifice. They don't go for the 100% run. They decide to just secure the re. That is genius. Especially as Eco spawns so close. Bound, by the way, almost dropping 40 kills. This is a fight in a flipping phone booth, Richie. What a game.
Legion Gaming prioritizing survival in the game. You can't question it. It was the right decision. So much damage being put down. This game is end to end. Uzi laying siege to the enemy base once more. Penguin continues to jiggle peek, and Uzi's back down, forced down low. That's good work from Penguin. Zuzi will clear out Bound from his own tower. So this game, if it was on a knife's edge with 3 minutes, let me tell you, that next capture wins. Don't forget they are the overtime rules. Our weapons still yet to pop up for just a little while, so these two are going to duke it out for just a little few more moments. Let me tell you.
The numbers, right as the Rockets and OS coming up, are not in Beps' favor. Stella goes down in his own cuts. Oh, this could be curtains for Beps. Penguin's got the OS, but no doubt Legion Gaming have rocks. And this is good from Penguin. Go play the territory. Maybe see if you can fight some spawners. Even better yet, kill a player on Rockets. Was that the Rocket player? Dude, no one's picked up
Rockets
Penguin.
are down somewhere. Penguin's behind enemy lines, but still a little bit of overshield to play with as well, and opting to run it down this low side with the snipe. So Legion Gaming will be forced to spawn high towards Mauler. Uzi trying to get the read. Penguin's there again just to be a thorn in the side. Picks up the snipe rifle, hits the body, gets the kill. The work Penguin's putting in right now. Zuzi is there. The flag will get sent home. It's crazy the impact that you can have on the map and still not get rewarded for the flag capture. Now, map is split. And it's Beps who have most control, and Legion starting to turtle up here, and a couple of shots going down, a couple of kills going the way of Beps, and only losing the eco in the process. This next phase of play is so important for Legion Gaming survival. Zuzi hits a lovely body shot onto Penguin.
Yeah, Zuzi versus Stella. Zuzi's twin comes in and says, don't worry, let's both have snipes. It's gonna be a legacy game for the twins here if they go on to win this series. Look how evenly distributed the kills are across Legion Gaming. Common obviously has had his clutch plays throughout the game. Is probably the one you'd like to see turn on the jets here with just 1 minute left. Oh man, I've got no idea which way this one will go. Eco's wasting no time. In fact, now he's going to react to a call out. Common was trying to just make that bit of hesitation happen. And as a result, Richie, instead of Eco running down long haul, you now make it a bit mixy. It's more of a 50-50. And in 2026, live on the Straight Ripping channel, we got 30 seconds for some pro Halo players to survive on pit, capture the flag. I wouldn't want to be anywhere else. Here we go.
Flag on the move then. These next few decisions, these next round of slay is so important. Common's gone down, but two members of Beps already in the respawn screen. Stellar tries to stop the flag down long haul, but Little Gators is there for the relay. Time is dwindling down. Common trying to provide cover fire. Here comes Stellar. Common gets one, but he has got to survive. But the Beps push comes through, and they break the whole flag down. And still time for a counter cap here, as Penguin's got hands on the flag.
Rockets OS have been up, Richie. Where are the rocks? That's the big question. Oh, Zuzi has them. Has OS gone the other way? This is insane. I think
carnage.
This should be going to a complete reset here. In fact, no, Eco got the torch. They're 4 dead, Legion Gaming. Beps have done it.
It's carnage, it's chaos, and Beps looks as though they've done just enough to squeak through here, barring a miracle push. But 3 go down for Legion Gaming, and Beps not only survive, they take control in the end game and go 2-1 up in the series. Incredible.
This route from Stella, by the way, textbook. If you want to know how to stop a flag on pitch CTF in 2026, if you spawn S1, you go up that pit, you go up runway, and you try and cut that route. Legion Gaming did not have the wherewithal after almost 15 minutes of gameplay to pick up that route. It was even more than that. I think it's about 17 minutes. In the sudden death of sudden death OT, Stella stops the flag, the cavalry comes through, and Legion Gaming go 4 down. It is heartbreaking for Legion Gaming. And it's the type of loss, Richie, that is a gut punch. That kill, by the way, was bounced. 51st kill of the game, and he ends on 52. SS Jesus. No one picking it up.
It's why we love Halo.
When you're running flag, you would usually have someone at the top of these stairs to just cut that route, make them wrap back through cuts. But Legion Gaming, they were gassed by this point. 3 seconds left in OT. They've been playing for so long, the concentration dips. No one picked up that route, and Stella took full advantage.
We always speak about the margins, the slim margins it takes to win a game, and you would think when you get that low spawn, you just want to try and fight. You want to try and stop the flag from making any progress, and ultimately you get cut down. And when that rocket came across from Zuzi, I thought it was like an Avenger level threat coming out to save them. He went down soaring, fighting, landing on his own sword in the end. But it's got to be said, Legion Gaming, what a performance. That 8 Beps and put them into some really tough territories, dragged them into some deep waters in that game 3. And this series not done just yet. Still quite a lot of Halo left to play.
I mean, let me tell you, Richie, as I said before, that's the type of game loss that will make you check out of a series. This is the elimination round 6. And you had several moments. You could have won that game and been going into this one on a high. But instead, you now had to put in all that effort to go toe-to-toe and not come out with anything to show for it. We go again, Livefire, King of the Hill. I just think maybe that's the wind completely blown out of Legion Gaming. And just the final thought on that last game, Bound, as he started that recovery, Richie, was on 47 kills. He got 5 in a row in transition and won the game for his team.
There is absolutely no surprise or no questions as to who was the most influential player on the map in that last game, and it was Bound. And Stellar looking to be ever influential with the sniper rifle on live fire here. And Little Gators has got the camouflage, and Stellar's looking for him on the hunt. Bound is chasing him down as well. You can tell he's not comfortable with his surroundings. Gators, though, has managed to pop up over towards the sandbags as well. Puts Penguin down to no shields, but barely time to catch your breath, and you find yourself on live fire. And you spoke about how maybe the wind has left the sails in Legion Gaming. Do they have a second wind? What is the response here?
How does Penguin get a trade there? Last alive on B, no one from Legion Gaming able to take him out. Okay, now we're looking at Legion Gaming with control of the hill. There was 2 down for Beps for just a moment. They'll get another 2 kills as well. This should be a Legion Gaming cap. I mean, Beps, are they cheeky? Do they go for this? They really should be fighting for new spawns over at Tower. But Bound is still spawning A. I think they'll try and go for this.
Still fighting for it. Tooth and nail. Bound slides in, trying to delay the progress, but unfortunately he does fall. And does that now sacrifice the spawns? Gators has already made his way towards back tower. Gets a kill, but loses his shields in the progress. Trying to throw down a couple of denial grenades just to keep himself alive. Looking to clear out Penguin top tower. This is a pretty good opening for Legion Gaming. After a pretty poor ending in that capture the flag game, they have found their feet. They have managed to regain. Looking to put in a second hill now in quick succession.
That's what we wanted to see from Legion Gaming. You don't want to see a team, after losing a heartbreaker, forget that they're still alive in the series. They know they're in this one. And that'll be for sure the voice of Common in the back saying that. Guys, we had them right there. If we lock in, this series is ours. And as Stella gets sent into, as you would say, the drink, Legion Gaming have a successful break. Just Penguin last alive. New camos available. Eco Smith spawning on it. So that'll be a problem here for Legion Gaming. Probably want to try and force a trade, which is what they do. And with Stella over here at B, he and Bound seem to be split. They need to link up pretty quick.
For the most part, I enjoy what I'm seeing from Legion Gaming. Playing against Beps here. Really putting them to the test. Gators top middle, down to no shields. Bound is also looking a little bit worse for wear after that fight. Looking a little bit raggedy. Looks to re-engage top middle. Just what is the response from Legion Gaming? Maybe even a larger story. What's the response from Beps here, Harry?
Well, you can't let Stella go off with Snipe. That's the big win condition right now. He just picked up the new one, didn't take any damage on the way through, so he's going to play with full confidence with this S7. And that will cut off very important lines of sight for Legion Gaming. They don't want to cross from nest to bridge while this man has this weapon. The silver lining for them, I guess, is that Beps aren't really putting in too much objective efficiency. Now they're starting to capture this hill. And Stella in prime position for anyone trying to be a little bit lazy on their pushes and not shoulder peek. Well, that's the snipe out of ammo, and Stella into, well, the death screen. Is there a break here to come from Legion Gaming?
Legion Gaming have lost a couple of members in taking down Stellar, though. Although the snipe shot's not picking, the chaos that was created was enough from Stellar. Now we're all tied up in this hill. A pretty routine hold from Beps, it must be said. Legion Gaming didn't have a response to break the setup, and now turn their attention towards this third hill, in towards house. More importantly, jail will be the location. Stage is set now. What will be the response from Legion Gaming? Bound gets a pretty easy kill onto a player down to no shields. Gets a double now. Looking for a triple, does get it shut down. And in the nick of time if you're Common.
Okay, we're seeing Legion Gaming obviously lose this push. That's fine. No reason for them to overextend and make things staggered. Who was that just died? Was it Zuzi? Okay, you need to make sure you're syncing up with your team. Because these staggered deaths on King of the Hill, I mean, this is how you lose a game. Common's being shot in the back. There's probably one last break for Legion Gaming here, but you need to find a first kill. Oh, he doesn't even trade. Common, that's a heartbreaker.
I want to get some insight from you, Harry, because obviously you've stood behind some players in these big game moments on a game like King of the Hill when you need your team to just take a beat for a second, give up a second or two at a time, even give up a hill sometimes.
Love this. Love this.
Say
From
that sellers.
They're stepping out here, Richie. They're stepping out of the hill. Kill some neutral clock. Legion Gaming with 0 progress. No reason for Beps to capture this hill. We actually have our winners semi-final between Legion Gaming and Shopify kicking off. But to be honest with you, Richie, I'm not really too sure which series we should be watching. This Legion Gaming Beps series has been so clean and so tight. We'll keep an eye on it in the background.
I'm almost... It doesn't matter which game of Halo we choose to watch or follow from here on out. We're going to be spoiled either way. If you're enjoying the broadcast and the footage that you're seeing on your screens, please do show some love to Straight Rippin' making this all possible. Putting this whole broadcast together and giving Harry and I the opportunity to jump on and shout over Halo. Something that we haven't done in quite some time, and we're thankful for the opportunity. Trippy's gotten a kill. Elsewhere, I just don't know where to look right now, Harry.
Oh. Cross-eyed, even more than I usually am.
Take a break.
I think you were saying before, Richie, about I think you were singing my praises about me being like a calming voice, something like that. You want to
yeah, I was looking to dig deep into the psyche when you see your players throwing bodies towards a hill and it's getting a little bit chaotic. How do you try and calm them down? Because we've seen Legion Gaming perhaps maybe not having that calming influence, not having that voice. Say, listen, lads, let this hill go and we'll get the next one. What is it you say to the team? How do you try and just flip the mindset?
Yeah, Slayers is the big one, but the next one is definitely King of the Hill in terms of impactful deaths. You don't want to be wasting your life. We actually came up with new terminology. We always used to say, okay, handshake. Handshake my death. Like, it means just accept that the death is gone and just go new. Like, survive the next wave, get all 4 on the map and make a good break. It's just that little trigger of a new phrase that allows you to say, okay, I know what's happening now. Like, I don't need to go and feel pressure to go and trade that kill. But take a look at our second picture-in-picture. The lower side, Legion Gaming successfully breaking, and they will tie the game up 2-2, Richie. Oh, it's a barn burner.
I'll tell you something. Rebellion and Luminon going toe-to-toe as well as Luminon capture their first hill. This is the kind of Halo you'd like to watch. Just doesn't matter where you look, you're seeing some of the best players in the world going toe-to-toe. It's Penguin, who's just fallen. And it's Royal 2 on the other side who's just fallen. I just don't know where to look. I cannot keep my attention. This is like TikTok for me. I can't stop scrolling right now.
So much dopamine. And I think it speaks, I mean, so much strength into this Beps Legion Gaming series. The fact we have them in a picture-in-picture with our winners semi-final between Shopify and Luminon. They are in very good company and are well worth the screen time they're getting here, because it is tight and it's been an insane series. Currently tied up on live fire, King of the Hill. Beps just one game away from taking that series and advancing in the elimination brackets. Elsewhere, Shopify versus Luminon, who, by the way, just went 4 down momentarily. This is for travel coverage. Not that Shopify need it. I think the org is pretty rich at this point.
Worth noting as well, for Beps and Legion Gaming, the stakes are very much the same. Trying to stay alive in this competition so you have an opportunity to secure travel coverage in a series or 2 down the line. These are the stakes that have been set here.
Double kill.
Rossi's got a double kill over to our left. I look down to the right, and I've got Eco on my screen with a sniper rifle. Both teams competing for my attention. Cycle's got shock rifle, Eco's got sniper rifle. No matter where you look, again, people are dying at the hands of a scoped weapon. It's 3-2 for Beps though.
Bit of a conundrum here for Beps. I mean, neutral clock, you got 1 minute 25 left. I think he'd probably try and burn the 1 minute 25. It's kind of hard though on the B hill. It's somewhat of a mixy hill. It's not guaranteed by any means. Royal 2 hitting triples while I'm theory crafting over there. What do you do here? This is one of the...
I've missed a triple kill, Harry, because I've been watching Beps.
You just have to make sure that you survive and you make sure whatever call you make, if it's cap the hill or play clock, you 100% commit to it.
Legion Gaming got Stellar down to just a sliver of health here, and Zuzi's got the camouflage, so they prioritize getting the power up. He's just trying to stay alive, and he does. Eco's not able to trade that one out. 3 dead for Beps, and Uzi inside of the hill trying to clear out that last remaining player, and Stellar making himself a really difficult kill right now, phasing in and out of existence.
Cycle.
Triple kill for Cycle. Maybe that's the play here, Harry.
Yeah,
you watch Shopify, and I'll watch Beps. That's the best way we can do things here.
Shopify look primed and ready to play clock on this 3rd hill. There's no progress from Legion Gaming, so permission to watch Legion Gaming and Beps. Excuse me, I said Legion Gaming there. I meant Luminon Gaming. LG, I'll just call it LG. Works for both teams.
I think it might be Beps and Legion Gaming the more at stake here. Shopify Rebellion seem to be in the ascendancy and showing no signs of letting it go as they lock in their 3rd hill in just a matter of seconds. For Stellar and his remaining compadres, still a lot of work to do. Legion Gaming down by 3 members now, and this should be the green hill going the way of Beps.
Oh, last break. Last break. Beps won't cap this. They've got 20 seconds left, Legion Gaming, to make a good break. It is now or never. They need to get a first kill, which they've done on Penguin, and then they need to get in. 10 seconds. It's plenty of time, but you need to get a bit of a wiggle on. Common with a 2nd kill. They've done it. I think they've done it, Richie. Stellar lost alive. He's dead. We're going OT.
A beautiful bait and switch from Legion Gaming. Jiggle peeking on that door.
Beps might get in. They might have time. Do they go for this or do they go new? I don't know.
Penguins throwing nukes. They're emptying their pockets. Every nade is being thrown here. Still only 3 seconds left on the clock. Legion Gaming cannot leave this hill. Time is dwindling down. They're trying to get close to the next. We've gone overtime. What a series we have on our hands.
Okay, Legion Gaming, you forced the OT. Take your breath now. Time to handshake the game. You got Stellar top tower with Snipe. He is as clutch as they come. You need to make sure you don't do anything silly here. You all commit. You've been on the same page to this point. Make sure you continue that. Maybe don't wait for this camouflage, though. It could be a bit of a red herring. You don't want to take that poison kill. If you wait for it, that's a headshot, by the way.
I almost feel like the guy from Mortal Kombat.
Richie, there's too much time surrendered over to Beps, but Beps got 3 dead.
Stellar's hitting the world, but it doesn't matter. Uzi's got feet inside the hill. They've got control of tower here.
Good call. Good call. Go full screen.
Incredible things we're seeing on our screens. Legion Gaming just refusing to die. Stellar's going to soar forward towards the hill. He is going to be cut down. And it's Little Gators with the camouflage getting information for his team. Eco should be taken care of. He's not. It's traded out in the end. That's a good trade for Beps.
It is a good trade. Whoever was on Legion Gaming there, I really like the call to rotate around to OS. You give your teammates the squad spawn that's a little bit closer, has easier access to the hill. Penguin gets a kill he perhaps shouldn't. And we're
like a trade all day long.
In the picture-in-picture, the Luminon get their first hill on the board. But look at the progress for Legion Gaming. Beps, they know their hold here needs to be good. And they need to put Legion Gaming to the sword. This is as close as it comes here on Live Fire King of the Hill.
We've seen Legion Gaming get a little bit flustered in the end game when it came to the capture of the flag. They cannot see the same situation play out here. Little Gators has escaped the attention of Beps for now down bottom middle. Common's going to re-engage. Settles for a trade in the end. It's a 2v2 on the map. Little Gators comes out on top with a 5-shot onto Penguin. Eco's forced to back down. And it's Legion Gaming inside of the hill here.
Yes, Beps need to go. Beps need to go. I mean, there's 5 seconds left, and Legion Gaming are forcing a game 5. They're coming from net side. They need to go fast.
A lot of distance to be covered here. Legion Gaming have pushed us the distance and have dragged Beps into some deep, deep water.
What on earth is happening in the House of Commons? I mean, the elimination bracket, we're going game 5. And this win from Gators, the 5 onto Penguin. That, I think, wins the game.
So impressive. And it's great to see Legion Gaming, Harry, bounce back. You were worried, you were concerned that maybe the wind would have left their sails after that heartbreaking loss on Capture the Flag.
Hang on.
But there's no time to even catch your breath. We're switching over to Shopify Rebellion against Luminon Gaming.
And Big Game Trip says, so what, we're 3-0 down in Hills? We don't care. We'll come back in this game. And the momentum swinging like pendulums across the DreamHack Atlanta Open Qualifier in the elimination bracket in this upper semi-final. This is for the right to play Kraken Seas in the winners final just to come. Oh, what a day of Halo. What a time to be alive.
Enemy team took
And
the
still
hill.
not done just yet. Precision inside of the hill then. A lot of progress already made. Slay's going their way as well. Frosty tries to level the playing field. Snakebite goes down. Shroud Scream will not provide the cover he would have hoped.
1 minute.
Luminon Gaming still threatening on this hill. Double kill for Royal 2, sitting atop his perch. Putting down big damage.
A big call to make here, by the way, from Shopify. It takes about 40 seconds to cap a hill from no progress. 45 seconds left on the hill. I think they're going to play Slayer here. Need to make sure you're good in transition. Stick on this side of the map that Royal 2's on, so even if you go to sudden death and surrender this hill to Luminon, you have the new spawns. I think that's exactly what they're doing here. Royal 2, he's going for it. That could be a bit of a misstep if Luminon think about capitalizing. Cycle also offering himself up. Oh, this is very messy here. We're down to a P7. This next hill wins the game. What the hell?
Royal 2 down to no shields, and perhaps decision making can be called into question from Shopify Rebellion. They didn't really decide to stick or twist, Harry, it must be said.
Took the hill.
No, they didn't. I think the grand play from them was to secure the spawns from this side, but Royal 2 said, nah, I'm going to catch him sleeping. I think the rest of the team got the memo. Precision gives them the back smack. I can't do the T2 woo because I think, it won't sound good on people's streams, but just imagine T-Squared saying
Insert
stupid.
soundboard right now. We'll get it in post.
Yeah, we'll edit that.
Luminon Gaming continue to threaten here. Double kill for Precision. He's gonna fall though at the hands of Royal 2. Himself a very difficult kill. Back base here. Still alive. Snakebite forced to reload, and it's actually gonna be Snakebite taken down by his longtime duo in Royal 2. A little bit of magic from the Canadian.
Yeah, and his Shopify team are way more comfortable with their map positioning right now. Talek will do what he can, but I mean, it's 2v1. And yeah, as expected, he will never come out on top in that engagement. So last break territory here for Luminon Gaming. When you see progress and the announcers say enemy about to score, it means they're about 10 seconds away. Oh, 3 download for Shopify, Richie.
Setup has been broken. Spawns seem to be flipped as well for Luminon.
Okay.
There's now an opportunity for them to turn the screw here. Trippy sitting on this ledge. Benches over towards top middle. Royal 2 forced to back away. Oh, that's going to be a bit of a misplace. Oversteps the mark just a touch, and that means that Luminon turtle up and try and play defense. Precision's down to no shields. Last shot is there, continuing to put down that damage. Last shot not clearing his corners, doesn't know what's behind him. This is a big engagement here. And it's a 2v2 on the map, make it a 3v2 or 2v1. Trippy gets one, but down to no shields, and Shopify Rebellion can step inside the hill.
Oh, Royal 2's not sticking it. He could have won the game just then. Trippy keeps things alive. Neither team, neither player willing to take the 100% fight. This is insane.
Somehow, some way, it's worked out for Luminon Gaming as Talek gets inside of the hill.
Oh, they got side spawns. What? How on earth does Frosty and Cycle double up on this side? Oh, they've split, have they? No, Frosty still alive here. But look at the progress. This team fight is it, Richie. Here we go.
This one's for all the marbles in game 1. Snakebite re-engages, takes out Frosty, but last shot gets a double kill elsewhere. And
Get in, get in.
the issue is Fico inside of the hill, and it's Luminon Gaming who secure game 1, and it's got to be said, correct me if I'm wrong, it was at least 2-0, but it might have even been 3-0 at one point in this game.
I think it was. From 0-3 down, the comeback from Luminon Gaming. Goodness gracious me. What on earth happened there? Shopify Rebellion. Did the concentration just slip? Were you maybe too greedy with how you were playing neutral clock? I mean, I don't even want to suggest that, because when you're in the position of the team that's up 3-0 and you decide to play clock, that's it. You don't question it in the moment. You 100% commit and you don't doubt it. But look at this, 3-3 and even. Both teams had plenty of opportunities to win this hill. Luminon even came back on this P7. The 7th and final hill. Shopify were halfway there, Richie. But F it, I almost swore we're going game 5. We've been casting for like 2 hours straight and I love it.
I wouldn't change a bloody thing. And I've got good company as well. Little Gators, he's got good company in the sign of a sniper rifle. He settles for a trade onto Stellar, but this is a big one. Elimination bracket. You lose this game 5, this shootout, and you go home. You might already be home, but no longer is the qualification, or at least the stipends that you might be hoping for. Come Atlanta. And again, a massive thank you, Straight Rippin', for making this whole thing possible for us, and for shout out the watch party guys as well, keeping it lit. No doubt enjoying the halo that they're seeing on their screens as well. Penguin and Stellar combined to get a couple of kills. This map has the potential to get a little bit snowbally at times, and Legion Gaming have got to be cautious here, throwing bodies at Beps, and they're being picked off right now, a 1-kill advantage.
They 4-deaded Penguin bound Eco Smith to start the game. The game score was around 8-3 in favor of Legion Gaming, then a 6-kill run from Beps. Legion Gaming also caught kind of chasing shadows, giving up the map territory that you want to be, which by the way is at Sniper Tower here on Slayer. If you can get there and you can live, oh, it's so difficult to retake. As we see in the winner's semi, it's a good start to Street Slayer in game 2 for the team in green. But this game 5 is so close. And Legion Gaming just about winning the game as things stand by 2 kills. Get back to Snipe Tower now. Make sure you live. Cycle low for Shopify. In the other game, as the camouflage.
Spoiler for choice here on Championship Sunday. High quality Halo being played all across the brackets. Some of the best. Locking horns. Our winner semi-final, Shopify Rebellion up against Luminon Gaming. Boys who were in the green, who are seeing the better of the early engagements. 8-7, the 1 map advantage so far. Beps and Legion Gaming going toe-to-toe all the way down to a game 5. Couldn't be settled after 4.
Hey,
22-17, a 5-kill advantage here for Legion Gaming, Harry.
That's not good for Beps. They just went 3 down. They don't know where Penguin is, but Legion Gaming got the rockets, so that should be their lead. If they can use their numbers to retake Sniper Tower and get the new S7, this game 5 could be over.
Note that positioning from Zuzi as well, just staying on that top catwalk but not revealing himself too much, getting the jiggle peek, and then it's a guessing game as to where he's gone, but he's managed to stay in the same position and gets a kill. 3 kills now, the difference between the 2 teams. Common soars forward but gets cut down. Zuzi's in big trouble now. They've hit the respawn screen as well. It's going to be traded out. Is it? Yes, it is. Eco makes it a difficult kill in the end, but it's Penguin with sniper rifle, and here's a win condition for Beps to get themselves right back into things.
Yeah, that kind of death though from Uzi is exactly what I was talking about. Got to handshake it there. Your teammate has done not nearly enough damage for you to try and capitalize. You don't want to cycle and make things messy.
Double kill.
Datus though makes amends, gets the double. Oh, I have no idea which way this game is going, Richie. Genuinely no idea. Emotions are riding high. You've got such high level Halo being played. Bound, oh, he's trying his best. He's got his demo vest on, but can't survive. And Little Gators has snipe, and Beps at 3 down.
Sniper rifle now. 3 bullets to play with. Stellar's forced to back down towards the table as well, and Eco's top pyramid, but he backs away, and Legion Gaming have got Beps in the back foot, but only for a second as 3 members go down, and Uzi now turns tail, trying to turn and burn and get himself out of trouble. Penguin's gonna lay pursuit, and the backstab is there from Bound as well. Traded out 2 for 2 in the end, but it's all tied up. Stellar's not done just yet. 2 players put in the meat grinder. SSG is just looking to take over.
Yeah, handshake it. No reason to try and come and get Stellar. And, ooh, this could be a bit of a misplay, but Stellar double backs and Penguin's there. The bait and switches. Each team are playing a game of 2s at this point in time. New Rockets in 10. Man, I can't give enough praise to Legion Gaming. They are giving the former SSG team a very close run for their money. 3 kills in it here in this game 5. Oh, this could be the collapse, though.
It might be just biting off more than you can chew right now. Beps are in the ascendancy. They're closing the gap now. Only 7 required. Eco's got rockets. Sniper rifle should be popped up there and in control as well. All to be done for Legion Game, and this is the part of the map you start to worry, because they're the team that has to venture out and make mistakes. Gator's down to no shields. He gets killed, and Zuzi down to no shields in the cave. That grenade's not going to do enough damage to get the kill onto Eco as well.
Oh, not over, Richie.
Uzi is there. Still time. Still a chance here.
Not over. New snipe in 10. If they win this fight at snipe, which it looks like they're not at this moment in time, they have a chance, but they don't have many deaths to play with here. 3 lives left before this game is over. Gators, he needs help.
Help's not going to come. At least not going to come fast enough. 1 kill is all that's required, and all that work that Legion Gaming has done. This series, it was back and forth. But in the end, Legion Gaming are dumped out in a game 5. The Beps will march on, and their attention now turns straight back over the Shopify Rebellion against Luminon. And these two have been duking it out for weeks now. And we're all tied up in this Slayer in game 2.
Hey folks, how about Legion Gaming? The streets will remember. What a series that was. My heart goes out to them. But we are in a very tense situation here. The collapse coming here soon from LG, led by Trippy with his camo. Big team fight coming, Richie.
Sneaking on in his Trip. Spotting him out. The grenade goes down. He backs away, thinks the better of it. Gonna chase this player. Last shot on the stairs. He will fall. Camouflage not gaining as much value as you would have liked for Luminon. 2 kill advantage, so it's something to hold on to now. Let's say that grenades fly in. Tonic settles for a trade onto Royal 2. So, a 1 kill game now. As we head into the final knock-ins. Rossi positions himself down bottom middle, and Cycle is there on purple stairs. He's not cleared by Trippy.
Trip.
And you gotta check for rats. That's something that Wonder Boy's been telling you time and time again. Fortunately for him, Precision was on hand to get the trade.
Gotta check the snakes as well, because they'll bite you. 11 kills for the General. Fitting into this Luminon team like a glove. Now, it's an interesting phase of the game. I'm not sure about the time on Red Gun. I anticipate it to be coming up soon, which is why Cycle is over there, maybe getting a shout from Best Man. But Luminon have won the territory for it. And importantly, they have the Red Gun as well. I think it's Trippy with the Stalker Rifle. And Precision with a big double. New camo, not for another 30 seconds. So Luminon, they could push the pace here and win the game.
I think it's actually Talik with the Stalker Rifle as well. So much damage being output here. Precision and Luminon, they smell blood. They're on the hunt. Talik puts down a grenade. No damage done this time. He's been chased out by Frosty. He will pop his shields once more. Talik somehow, some way gets another kill when he really shouldn't have. Looks for all the world as though his number was going to be up. Cycle answers back. 2 kills. All Luminon need to double their series advantage now.
Hey, Precision wants to double this side. Here we go. He's going to push tires. I love this. Both teams respecting the camo, knowing it's probably not in play. But where's the double? Oh, the shots. 1 kill to go for LG.
That could have been bad news bears for Precision, but he manages to get the kill. The all-important kill, and it's going to be Luminon who do get that final kill. 2 to the good now, and 1 away from dumping Shopify Rebellion down to the elimination bracket.
what on earth are we feeding these Halo players? It is so close in every single one of our series. Look at the margins we're dealing with. 1 kill on King of the Hill, 3 kills in Slayer. But the team that has won every tournament since the Halo World Championships is on the ropes here. Down 2-0. Thanks to this late gameplay from Talek and really LG as a whole. Perhaps this is the structure they were missing with Descendant on this roster instead of Snakebite. The way they all played B, completely nullifying Cycle in Red Room. They grabbed the red gun from Talek, or for Talek I should say, and he makes the play to win the opposite side of the map. These shots from Precision living up to his name. Oh, beautiful, beautiful Halo played by LG to win that game.
You could be forgiven for being a little bit worried for Precision there, right? Because we initially thought it was going to be a two push there, but it looked as though Precision was actually isolated over towards that tires. So if he loses that fight, Harry, if Cycle doesn't re-chalve that and the player comes from tires, we could be talking about a completely different result at the end of that game. But thankfully, you speak about the small margins in these games. Precision hits those shots and turns the game on its head just to keep Luminon in the ascendancy. And barely any time whatsoever to catch your breath. We are now into game 3.
Hey, I think that's the longest break, Richard, we've had for like the last hour and a half here on the Straight Ripping stream. We're in back-to-back action. Feeling like Tommy T squared on a Dr. Pepper bottle. Just completely all over the screen. Trippy, well, I don't blame you for wasting this snipe. Your team just went plenty down off the rip. Why not just keep it to the 1 clip? Still have some to work with as well. But I will say, this 2-0 scoreline for Luminon Gaming could be a bit deceptive because Shopify Rebellion, I would argue this is their best game type across the board. Livefire, Oddball, they are very crafty. And if they force a game 4, we'll be heading to recharge strongholds. We know how good they are at that. So, gotta keep the concentration here. This camo's been up for a good while. Neither team willing to make the play. Luminon get the kills. And as a result, we got Trippy with camo now.
Great patience being shown by both teams. And in the end, it was Luminon Gaming who end up on top, securing the camouflage. Trippy now has options and decisions to be made. Does not want to die too cheaply here. Snakebite has the ball. Trippy's in big trouble. He's going to fall top middle, and that means Frosty can now push forward. Talek with already damage done to his shields, and Frosty will get another player 1 hit on the Snakebite, and he's got to try and get the rotation going, but he does manage to get the ball into the carry's position. That might be as good as it possibly could have been in the position that Snakebite found himself.
Yeah, importantly, throwing it towards Trippy. Throwing it towards his spawners, even though the rest of Luminon seem to have split over towards B. Trippy won his 1 and then made sure he lived. That means Shopify, they know they can't rotate back with the ball because they know Luminon are probably spawning B and wrapping through A already, so they had to go forward, couldn't find Trippy, and it is all going wrong for Shopify Rebellion in this series so far. We need to see them, under this adversity they're facing, turn on the Jets here and prove why they are the world champions, because Luminon, that honeymoon period, whoa, it's that new manager bounce, isn't it? You bring in Snakebite, and he is just making all the difference.
People are starting to say that maybe Snakebite is the Sam Allardyce Halo. Just, you bring him in to get some stability and keep you up. Look at this. The performance levels that he's been able to output in Luminon Gaming in general. They've really tested Shopify Rebellion these last couple of weeks. Making it to grand finals, resetting brackets, even dumping Rebellion down to the elimination bracket at one point. But every single time, Shopify Rebellion have had a response. But is today to be different? Do Luminon have a little bit more this time around? Have they sharpened their tools? Is there an extra arrow in the quiver that wasn't there last week? Every single week these teams will improve, and Luminon Gaming, they have got a high ceiling. Might be settled for a trade here.
Yeah, folks, if you're just joining us, you would be remiss to think that this is a winner's final. This is just the upper bracket semi-final. So win this in your top 3, and the winner will place a minimum top 3 and face Kraken Seas for the upper bracket advantage in that grand final later on. More importantly, the top 4 from this entire tournament get those travel stipends to Atlanta, Georgia to play in the tournament, the LAN tournament at DreamHack. That's what all this is about. You win this game, you get that travel coverage. Would be huge for a team like Luminon, especially taking down the #1 seed and reigning Halo World Champions.
Enemy has the ball. Ball dropped.
Put down shots on the bridge. Towards green to try and take out Royal 2, but the difficult kill at the best of times is the Canadian. He's pesky as always. Trippy's going to be forced to play this ball. Can he get just enough on it? The answer is yes. Precision goes down. Last shot scoops up a pretty decent double kill, and that means that tower control now for Shopify Rebellion. Luminon, 3 members in the respawn screen. This should mean Shopify Rebellion start to eat away at that lead.
Yeah, they should. I've been kind of critical of Shopify in the past when they're holding this A setup. They don't play for the rotation over to B very often. They decide to just defend their angles. Obviously a designed play call by Best Man and the boys on Shopify, but for me, Shopify are best when they're playing their rotation game. You see Cycle and Last Shot combining here, wrapping around the back. Okay, now it looks like they're thinking about a rotation, but even still, Frosty's just throwing the ball down and deciding to live. I would love to know the play call and the reasons for it, because off the break, Luminon spawning B, 4 down them instantly. And now Luminon have a chance to maybe play the rotation game themselves.
Speak about breaks, that was about as clean as you're ever likely to see. You say, but it would be fascinating just to be a fly on the wall, get a listen in from the comms and see what was the play call there, because whatever it was, didn't work out, didn't play out in their favor. But as I say, that 4 dead for Luminon, so Shopify Rebellion do it right back. This game continues to swing back and forth. 74 seconds for Luminon. Shopify Rebellion now closing in on that very, very quickly. Snakebite's going to be the first pick after Frosty went down, so Luminon have to try and deal with the threat of Royal 2. Gets yet another one. Trippy will finally put an end to him. As Last Shot got the freedom and the space he needs.
Frosty spawned with him. I don't know about Frosty.
Frosty's there. Wants down damage. Trippy's forced to back away. I like this bait and switch. Trippy gets the ball while it's down to no shields. Snakebite tries to close the distance onto Frosty, who is just dipsy doodling his way left and right. And he manages to get yet another kill. That is insane from Frosty.
Shut the front door, Frosty. That is just... That's ridiculous. That is criminal. Absolutely criminal. Snakebite just chasing his old teammate. Couldn't find him anywhere. Shopify 10 seconds away now.
If you're Snakebite and your teammate's saying, Peach, you gonna kill him there? It's like, I don't know what I'm supposed to do here. Everywhere I turn, there's a pillar saving his life.
Shopify fall down for a sec.
It is a little more than a stumble. They've got one
close.
more break in them here. This next round of Slay is going to be so important. Frosty up off the respawn now. First pick goes the way of Luminon Gaming, though. Last Shot answers right back. Shield advantage remains in Luminon Gaming's favor. Precision down to no shields. Kala continues to hold the ball. Royal 2 goes straight past them. And Luminon Gaming secure round 1. And they're 1 round away now from a clean sweep against the reigning world champions.
I mean, hey, listen, Shopify did not have any right to be in that late game round. There is no reason. And the only reason is Frosty and that miraculous life. Often when you win the first round pretty close, you'll see a team like Shopify come back with a bit of anger in this round. So by no means is this game over. But Luminon with 1 foot in that winner's final later on. Snakebite and the boys. Well, I feel they're going to feel the wrath of Shopify in this round. They need to be ready for it.
The wrath is coming your way. Maybe a sniper rifle is exactly what you need. Snakebite begins wasting the ammunition, perhaps feeling like his number is up and the death is going to be only a moment or 2 away, and it was. So sniper rifle will be handed over to Shopify Rebellion, but a little bit less ammunition than perhaps would have been. Frosty with the camouflage, and you would like to see maybe even the sniper rifle get passed over to him if he has a little bit more to play with here. Royal 2 will hand it over. Now Frosty can go to work.
And hey, listen, Richie, I know I'm just a lowly coach that peaks at top 6, but I would love to see Shopify show us something different. We need to show a different look in this round, because Luminon proved time and time again that they could break this A setup from B. Maybe they have something different in terms of spawns and whatnot this round. Obviously, the difference maker at this point in time is Frosty going off with the S7, but hey, who am I to talk? They're up 53-0. Dummy spawns coming in soon for Luminon. No, they're still spawning B. Man, this is kind of brutal, actually. Ignore me. Shopify, you carry on.
Qualifier Rebellion are doing just that. They are showing you something a little bit different. And maybe it's because they've actually sent Royal 2 over the control tower. Keep the spawns locked over towards green. Great job from Shopify Rebellion. The result of that is a 59-second lead, and only now do Luminon Gaming finally get their hands on the ball to eat away at that lead. A lot of work to do here for Luminon Gaming. We have seen it done in the past, but Qualifier Rebellion showing more than just signs of life.
Enemy has the ball.
A tough one there. Tough one from Trippy. Did the exact same thing that Royal 2 did in the previous round. And Luminon here smartly, I think they're going to give up this camo. They know they're in no position to try and play for it. Just play for the time instead.
Double kill.
And Trippy last alive. Oh, did Trippy actually spawn on camo? He did. He has camo here, Trippy. Good trade by Cycle. That could have been very embarrassing for Shopify.
Enemy has the ball.
Cycle spares the blushes of Shopify, and not only that, they now have their hands on the ball. This time, they opt for a tower setup, forcing Luminon to spawn in towards house, so a lot of distance to be made to get there. Frosty forced to play the ball off the back of a Tolic double kill, and Cycle will answer back onto one. Snakebite hits the respawn screen. Frosty continues to make himself a difficult kill. He's got to stop doing this. Tolic will finally put him down with the help of a frag grenade. Now sniper rifle scooped up by Trippy. He chases down the no shields player on the last shot and looking to play aggressive here. 2 players spawn inside house. I'm not sure Trippy got that information though.
No, he can probably assume it quite safely from his teammates' positioning though, so he's going to know this inside and out. I mean, even just with those 2 body shots, it's probably done enough. But I don't think anyone from Shopify's there to clean up. No, who am I kidding? Of course, Precision's there. Royal 2 might have to snipe momentarily, but this lead has been chipped away at by Luminon. The tower hold. Shopify had it momentarily, right, but played it within a matter of seconds. Luminon clearly a bit more comfortable over this side of the map. Wouldn't be surprised, depending on spawns, depending on positioning, if they try and manufacture another tower hold. That self-nade's kind of important, actually. But here comes the ball over to tower. Do they try and keep it here, I wonder?
What a privilege it is to watch these 2 teams duke it out. Trying to come up with strats and counter strats, tactics and play calls. Only separated now by 20 seconds. Qualifier Rebellion roared off to an early lead in this round too. Luminon Gaming secured their first round. It's been a great response from Luminon, roaring back into this one. This one could go either way. Players starting to set up towards camouflage now. It's going to pop up in 3 seconds. Ball in a neutral position. So these 2 teams just fighting it out for the camouflage for now. And it looks as though Shopify Rebellion have been successful in their endeavor.
Wait, you say that, Cycle lost alive. And he's all the way at B. So if Luminon get the spawns on camo, has Cycle done enough to get A spawns? Oh, he has. Oh man, this is so high level. And for some reason, Luminon are at B. Did they spawn there? Frosty now has camo. I'm lost. Dude, I'm lost. I don't know what is happening in this game.
I wasn't wrong. I was just early with my prediction that Shopify Rebellion would come out on top in terms of the camouflage grab. But they've now got the ball complemented. They're heading towards house. We have seen this setup be successful, and we've seen it not be so. Luminon Gaming opting to push 2 players over top middle and a couple players over towards green. So the rotation option is there out towards scoreboard. There is an avenue, but does Fire Rebellion have that information? Do they stick or twist here? Frosty gets a 5 shot, but immediately shut down by long-time former teammate Snakebite. Snakebite's number might be up. As pressure starting to be applied.
Has the ball.
Royal 2 will scoop up that ball. This looks pretty good for Rebellion in the end game here.
15 seconds. 15 seconds. Trippy to try with snipe. Oh, I think we're going round 3. It will take a miracle, a Herculean effort here from Talek to prevent it. Last shot's lost alive though. Hold on.
Snakebite's there to pincer as well, and all of a sudden, Luminon have the ball once more, so this one's not done just yet.
Enemy has the ball.
Couple of pushes and a lot of pressure to have to withstand here. Trippy's got the snipe rifle.
Ball dropped.
Opts now to reload. Catches the information on Royal 2 crossing towards green. Cycled over towards pillars. Not going to reveal himself just yet. And when he does, he unscopes. Timing can be a cruel mistress at times. Talek from nowhere with a huge double kill. And now Royal 2, the last man alive for his team, and he goes down.
way.
Luminon Gaming still in this one.
No way. How do Luminon survive that? That is unreal. Good damage here from Shopify. They can push the pace. Snakebite's rotating the ball away. Oh my goodness gracious. They'll get a play ball here. The new spawners will come in. They'll fight new ball. Hopefully. They spawn elbow. Dude, this is plot armor. This is plot armor for sure. Keep an eye on the neutral clock here, Richie. New camo in 10, but only 50 seconds left. With Shopify currently holding the lead. Oh, Precision last alive.
What is the decision to be? Precision's going to engage in that 1v1. Comes out on top. Camouflage is there to be played for. Shopify Rebellion continue to lie down pressure. Somehow, some way, you speak about plot armor. Precision sticks Frosty and gets the camouflage. What is happening here?
Need a touch, dude. Someone needs to touch this ball. It might reset. My goodness gracious. Okay, 20 seconds left. Yeah, Precision going off. Beast mode with camo. You need to protect this ball carrier here.
Ball dropped. Enemy has the ball.
Oleg needs help over towards scoreboard. The help comes his way. Trippy watching the big door. Will 2 down to no shields. They combine to take care of that threat for now.
They don't have
the
lead.
ball is in a neutral position. Last shot over towards Windows. Going to look to try and escape here. Trippy will close the distance, but Trippy goes down. Last shot gets a double kill. Precision gets one, but now the ball is in the hands and in the territory of Frosty as he watches over it. Precision and Talek both descend on it down to no shields, but Rebellion do just enough to win the round.
Dude, they didn't have lead. And even if Trippy gets that trade, they still had so much work to do. We are going to round 3. Cinema. Shopify, they are clinging on. They are hanging around. They're lingering like a bad smell. Luminon cannot put them down just yet, but they're proving they have all the tools to do so.
Enemy has the ball. Ball
Opening engagements favor Luminon. Ball whisked away towards house. Camouflage is going to pop up at a very opportune moment here for Trippy, and he's here by design. A little bit early to the dance though, but it doesn't seem to matter as he just no scope cycle and will now turn his attention back towards the camouflage. Tries to escape with it. Precision and Snakebite just absolutely melt Frosty, and Royal 2 will fall as well. It is a skirmish for this camouflage. Both teams knowing how important it is. Snakebite falls, but not before burning the camouflage. How big might that just be?
In my opinion, a bit of a misplay from Luminon when you know that camo fight is not going your way. You need to be moving this ball around to B.
Enemy has the ball.
Instead, the ball has stayed here. Shopify, they overwhelm with their numbers. Unlucky timing there from Frosty, but he still has the S7. Again, Shopify showing this tendency not to rotate the ball away when danger shows. They trust in the flanks from Cycle, and this man, last shot, who just finishes his triple,
kill.
puts Luminon all 4 on the death screen.
Oh!
Snipe.
Great prediction shot. Frosty knowing exactly where member of Luminon was going to spawn, and unfortunately for Snakebite, it was his number that was going to pop up over towards green. And again, he goes down to the hands of Frosty, and he's not even really had to reposition. 3 dead once more for Luminon, and our Shopify Rebellion just starting to find that extra gear.
Yeah, this is that trap. This is that trap they're looking for. Get you feeding one by one. Obviously, you want to try and defend against the flanks, but again, Precision caught by himself. He can't link up with Snakebite. Now he has to wait for spawners and has to wonder if Shopify, have they pushed B? Are they chasing me down to finish me off? Something is happening. Something's always happening with Shopify. And camo could be a factor here. Talek rightly spreading the resources. Look how far back Shopify are. They're all stacked in A. Giving up this camo. Snakebite with the first blood. And I think Luminon can get the break here and they can get camo into the chest of Trippy.
Enemy has the ball.
Setup finally broken. Luminon finally pushed Rebellion back. Trippy's gonna lose the camouflage though. How much might that just dash the hopes? Alex gonna try and connect with his teammate to try and take care of this player over towards the scoreboard and just back down. And can he get Royal 2? The answer is no.
Ball dropped.
Royal 2's got the ball again. He tosses it out, just making it even more difficult. Precision will finally get that kill onto Royal 2, but is not in a position to pick up the ball now.
Yeah. I mean, Shopify spawning elbow
Enemy has the ball.
is going to make things difficult for Luminon, but I mean, Shopify are 2 down. Cycle's no shields. Okay, never mind. Doesn't matter. Finally goes down, but good break from Luminon. I thought Royal 2 did enough. Okay. So now we see Luminon move the ball over towards Tower. Elsewhere in the elimination bracket, we do have a game 5 we can inform you of. It's a European team staying alive down there. It is Envor and the boys taking on 4 really. The number 7 seed, I think, off the top of my head. Something like that. No, it can't be. Must be 8 seed, something like that. I don't know. I don't know, Richie. There's something seed. This is a game 5 we're watching picture in picture.
Games don't stop coming and they don't stop coming and they don't stop coming.
Look how close this round is,
for his
Richie.
team.
7 points. Round 3. Unreal.
We are really being spoiled with Halo on our screens today.
Cheese and bread.
We're getting confirmation. LG Black 4th seed for really being the 7th seed. So they're the stakes. Game 5. Never a dull day. Never a dull performance when it comes to Envor. You know you're going to get your money's worth from him.
Lead change.
His teams.
Enemy has the ball.
Big lead change there. First of the round from Luminon at 57 points. The momentum in their favor. Hey, this is kind of mid to late round now, Richie. This is where legends are made. Luminon, if you can put Shopify to bed in the winner's semi, you know that they will be very happy to do that after they've come so close in tournaments previously. Obviously, it's just the upper bracket, but to have that
Enemy has the
theoretical series advantage in the grand finals would be lovely. Shopify, though, they want to deny that. And they've taken the lead back for
Enemy
themselves.
has the ball. Ball dropped.
Camouflage completed the lead from the map as well. So Royal 2 might have thought he might have been grinning like the Cheshire Cat when the camouflage was scooped up. Might have been looking towards the scoreboard, thinking to himself, it's only a matter of time before we push this to a game 4. But now it gets a little bit more tricky. Now a little bit more difficult. That shot desperately tries to stay alive over towards the scoreboard. Royal 2 was there to ensure that remains a reality. 2 down for the moment. As Trippy now waits to rejoin his team. Snakebite fresh off the respawn, and all of a sudden Luminon Gaming starting to get cycled. They have got to catch their tails here because they're starting to spin.
Yeah, at the same time, you've got to kind of push the pace. You hear that noise, that means we're within 15 seconds of Shopify winning round 3. And a similar type of scenario as we saw in the previous round. Luminon came close there, but Snakebite last alive here at B. I think Shopify will let him live. I think they'll try and spawn all of Luminon here. Trippy spawned dummies, but I mean, he will not get close to Frosty, will he? 5 seconds to go.
He's made it to the window. He's been cracked all the way.
We
Ball
killed
has
him.
been put down. He's managed to get the kill.
No
3
way.
dead for Shopify Rebellion. Do they have information of where the last player is? Last shot position towards top middle. Tolly puts him down to no shields, and all of a sudden, this one's not over just yet.
Dude, Trippy spawns dummies, runs in a straight line, sticks Frosty, who has the ball. And I think Shopify is still in such a strong position. Precision and a 1v4. Yeah, this one's done. Shopify survive. Over to our picture-in-picture, folks. This is a game 5. Game 5, baby.
Beer the silver, guys. Silver, one side, red, silver,
It's going to
red.
be Envor's team who are actually down in the game 5. 3
I
kill
killed him, I
advantage
did
for
it, I did it.
Glory and the rest of the Europeans.
Here.
Big series here.
Nice. Spawning blue.
Lose and you are out of the tournament, and your
Jesse,
opportunities and your
I'm trying to
chances
pick-
of
I'm trying to
getting
pick
travel
the pyramid,
coverage
Jesse,
for
I'm trying to pick the
DreamHack
pyramid.
Atlanta completely washed away. Remember, top 4 placement here will guarantee that stipends do go your way. All to play for here in this game. 3 kill advantage now for the Europeans, but it's getting whittled away at now. Ninja top middle, as well as Zove, they combine to get a couple of kills just to put a bit of breathing room between the two teams now.
Hey, who's got the balls? Who's got the balls, Richie? Rockets are up. New sniping 15. If you get one, you probably get the other. Flubso with balls of steel, he's going up there. And look at this flank. Oh my god. The collapse onto blue. Descendant gets 2 though. Oh my goodness, they clean house. That's 4 down. They'll get rockets and they'll get sniped. Oh, this is dangerous. Red cave spawns coming in here for Glory and the boys.
Jesse, I'm watching you. You're good.
It looked as though the play call that was being made and executed was the right one from the Europeans, but somehow all those kills went against them. And that somehow was actually Descendant who managed to get himself a triple kill in the feed. Like you say, all of the power weapons shift over towards Envor and Co. Globes needs to hit the world here if he can't hit a beautiful no-scope. The answer is no. He gets put down. And now it is the North Americans in the ascendancy, and it looks as though the Europeans have just thrown this one away in the end game. But having said that, Envor does just fluff his lines at the first attempt.
Hold this. Jesse, I'm here. Here. Nice.
They've done it.
Nice.
They survive. They win the game 5. Unreal. Well done, Luminon Black. The 4th seed survive the scares. But back to reality here in the upper bracket. Shopify. They want to force a game 5. They want to go to the exact same map number 5. And to get there, Richie, they have to go through recharge strongholds. Let me tell you, man. Let me tell you, as we take a look at our lower bracket, this has been an unreal qualifier. I mean, this has been an hour and a half of straight red zone action. We saw Beps versus Legion Gaming, lower match 3. That went all the way to 5. We obviously got a chance to look in our current series. You see it there. Winners semi 1, Shopify and Luminon, 2 games to 1. Shopify looking to try and reverse sweep. We also saw Margin. They really flattered to deceive in that other semi-final. They fell to Kraken Seas, who turned up with a vengeance. They await one of these 2 teams. Richie, what a day, man. What a day of Halo.
It has been war after war, banger after banger, picture in picture. Game 5 Slayers. Series deciding oddballs. Empyrean capture the flag blowouts. Bound hitting 53 kills at one point. This day has really delivered on almost everything, and we're only 2 or 3 series into the day. To think that there's more to come, it boggles the mind. This Shopify Rebellion Luminon game, it's not done just yet.
It's not. And listen, it's the big 2-6, and we got later to come. Elamite in the clutch. Goofy bringing us comms. Can't wait for that. We also have our co-streamers, if you're watching us through Eli X, Reclaimer, and Stress. I'm not sure where Trunks is today, guys. Where's Trunks? I'm not sure. Is he live right now? Are you watching us, Trunks? I don't know. Jeff, wherever you are, hope you're doing well. We are just moments away from a map number 4. These 2, the best in Halo right now for my money. These 2 teams. I think a lot of people thought coming into this season, Shopify, they'll go perfect the whole season. They won't drop maps.
Double kill.
Hey, they're on the ropes.
And it's a tricky situation to be in, right? If you're Shopify Rebellion and you're coming off the back of a World Championship winning season, as well as winning a couple of chips along the way in that season as well, Harry. And everybody says, well, you're just going to have a clean year. There's going to be no hiccups. It's wide open for the taking for you guys just to win everything that there is to win. And then all of a sudden a team like Luminon pops up who have very talented players. You've got Beps who are also trying to challenge. There are still quite a lot of talent out there that can topple you. And yes, the Optic Gamings have left. SSG no longer here. The names might leave, but players still put together to be a threat to your wins. That's what we're seeing from Luminon here. Last couple of weeks, they've huffed and they've puffed. Are they finally going to blow the Rebellion house down?
But we're underway. Map 4. And you're right. Heavy is the head that wears the crown in the HCS. Shopify. I mean, we've heard of their mentality, right? They don't want to get complacent, even with what's at stake. Perhaps the stakes are lessened, you could argue, this season, but they want to be a dynasty. They want to build and build on their World Championship win. It's being well and truly thoroughly tested here by Luminon, though, as they are threatening to trip cap here early on in map 4. That's 4 down from Shopify. They get a lucky A spawn, but they're probably going to split here soon.
Split comes in, precision is there. Wait for Frosty to rear his head. Pops up top elevator. Precision takes with the battle rifle to make this an easier kill. Gets secured and locked in, and now C is under threat. C is under siege. A also still play 4. Looks as though Luminon are just going to try and soar towards C now. Still looking to contest it. Kills have gone their way, and immediately Trippy, I like this from him, turns his attention back towards tower, recognizing that B spawns are up next.
Yeah, B spawns. We got Cycle over here towards A as well. He's going to stop the bleeding and, in fact, potentially put Shopify's first point of the game on the board. Nice shot onto Snakebite.
Perfect.
That might just open things up as well. But he needs the rest of his team to really get their feet under them here. They've been winded. And they are looking a little shell-shocked. You've got about, what, 30 seconds till the next camo comes up. Kills are starting to pour in. And a reminder, recharge strongholds. This game doesn't start until the 200 point mark, folks. You need to be concentrating at all times. But don't panic when you're on the back foot. Trust me, this game can swing from one way to the next.
Well, Luminon Gaming had a triple cap. Shopify Rebellion had a triple cap for a brief moment, and 60-point lead now down to just about 10. A double kill now for Precision is going to mean that Shopify Rebellion are putting a very tricky spot off the respawn. Frosty runs out and gets picked apart straight away. Precision down bottom middle. Royal 2 takes care of that, and it's going to be AB in control of Luminon Gaming, but Royal 2 with a huge triple kill. Talik now isolated all alone towards the yellow door. Royal 2's going to soar forward and get that kill as well, and he's got more to play for with the camouflage.
Yeah, almost looks, when you look at that Frosty run out from big door, when you look at that in isolation, you're probably thinking, oh, that's a dumb play, but it allows Royal 2 this camo. Just gives Luminon that bit of hesitation to think, oh, where are the rest of the guys coming from? If Frosty's walking out big, surely there's more guys towards glass, or like, where are they? And then C-Plat is the mode of engagement for Shopify. The cavalry comes through, Royal 2 gets camo and now shot as well. The problem is this isn't a game of Slayer, Richie. This is a game of strongholds. And Luminon are rotating, and they're making things very thorny and prickly for Shopify. Royal 2 has to kill Precision quite quickly here, otherwise he's going to lose out rotations on the other end of the map. May just be a bit of normalcy here for Shopify with an AB setup as Talik cleans 2 across the map.
Maybe an opportunity for Shopify Rebellion just to settle things for a second. A triple kill punched in. Royal 2 now with the shock rifle. Fortunately for him, Rebellion are going to lose B here. B and C now firmly in control of Luminon. This opening kill is going to be massive, and Precision's going to be the first one to fall. Snakebite has no idea Royal 2 is right behind him. Somehow, Snakebite just manages to survive. Trying to play his life here behind the tower, and Royal 2 is in hot pursuit. Snakebite gets a trade! That is massive from Snakebite.
Yeah, it is. It puts Shopify just 3 down momentarily. Next camo, 20 seconds. We saw Royal 2 at the last one. Didn't really put it into too much effect. And yet, again, as we said before, don't forget this game type, it does not start until the 200 point mark. So we're seeing Luminon with a good lead right now, but they will not be looking at the score. They are fully locked in on comms and rotations. Royal 2 has answered the call in terms of kills for the rest of his team, but look at this grapple from Trippy. That's a good way to grab camo scot-free.
Beautiful from Luminon. You spoke about how Game 3 Livefire Oddball was one of Shopify Rebellion's strongest, but you didn't like Luminon Gaming's chances on this one here either. Right now, it's all going according to plan. Still very much time for that to change, don't you worry. We've seen games of Strongholds flip on a dime plenty of times in the HCS over the years.
Oh.
Right now, Luminon Gaming doing exactly what they need to remain in the ascendancy.
But hey, that Royal 2 trade on B is big. That means someone from Luminon now has to go over to B and reset that. So Shopify can kind of bait and switch that if they want. They can commit to B, get scoring, which is what they've done, or they can immediately cheat towards A. But instead, Luminon have done that on the other side. They've said, you know what, take B, it's fine. We'll go for one of your home caps. They're going to get a kill feed here, see which way the kills go. Luminon, well, they're approaching that 200-point threshold we spoke about. They're trading caps left and right. Oh, I mean, I'm lost again, Richie. I don't know what's happening.
Double kill.
I'll tell you what's happening. Precision is taking over. An unofficial triple kill from him. Gets a couple of kills and then moves over towards top elevator and somehow gets a trade with the plasma as well. B and C. Spoke about how this isn't really a game of Slayer. We're playing Strongholds, but it's Luminon Gaming who are really just slaying and keeping on the move, staying active and making this game really dicey. You spoke about being thorny, being prickly. That's exactly what we're seeing for Luminon. Rebellion just struggling to keep up with the pace right now.
Yeah, they see it, Luminon. They smell the blood. They're past the 200-point mark. And now Shopify, last shot, they need this cap. I mean, this is just to stop the bleeding. Dude, I think Luminon have done it, have they? It's not over till it's over. But Tolik's putting in work. 10 seconds.
Tolik with a massive double kill. Royal 2 trying to stay alive in tower. He has to settle for a trade.
Dude,
They've
3
got to get
seconds.
inside this hill. Cycle has not got this time to re-engage. He's going to just give it up instead of dropping inside. And Luminon Gaming come out on top with a 3-1 victory.
What did we just witness? The world champs down to the elimination bracket in the semi-finals? Dude, is this a stroke of genius from Luminon Gaming? Snakebite, the new man bringing structure and order to the squad, is all it takes seemingly to take down one of the best teams in the game right now. I mean, what's crazy? Richie, think back to game 1 in that series. Luminon Gaming were 0-3 down in hills.
Yep.
They were 0-3 down in hills, come back and win 4-3. It was a close slayer, 50-47. The Oddball took years off of my life. Shopify survived, they win it. And I'm thinking, oh, okay, yeah, this is all the trademark.
You were calling a game 5 and you were not liking Luminon's chances in game 5.
Everything was screaming Shopify Rebellion reverse sweep. But Luminon say no. And this now is Shopify's, well, it's their destiny here down in the elimination bracket. What the flip just happened, dude?
They really has had it all so far. Incredible results, incredible series we've seen, and this is the first time we've really been able to catch our breath in over 2 hours, Harry. There's been so much Halo, there's been picture in picture, and we've just been rambling this whole time.
Mate,
I wouldn't have it any other way.
I've got grey hairs, I'm pretty sure. I've more grey hairs than I had before. I'm prematurely balding. I'm pretty sure I lost about half of my hair from that last hour and a half of Halo. What an insane play that was from Luminon. The most convincing. I mean, I'm lost for words purely because I know what it is like to face Shopify. Sure, on LAN, online, it's all, you know, we've all heard all of those conversations, but to do what they did and go toe to toe with Shopify and best them, mate, forget about it. Like, it's not even plausible really in my head. So it's only the upper bracket. We'll see if they rematch later on down the line, but that is kind of the gravitas we're talking about when it comes to Shopify Rebellion. That's how good they've been throughout last season, throughout this season. This is the first time we're looking at them through a lens of adversity. We'll see if they can, you know, prove me wrong, but they don't look... I mean, Luminon made them look, I should say, human.
Yeah, I think it's fair to say, I mean, the first 3 games, very close. Maybe Rebellion should have won that game 1 and it was thrown away, but you look at the Strongholds game at the end where we thought it very much had all the ingredients to be a Shopify Rebellion win, looking at it on paper, but that was a dominant display from Luminon game, and it has to be said, 250 to 57 or whatever it was in the end. I think if you're going to make a statement, that's the time to do it, and Luminon Gaming really put Shopify to the sword in that last game.
Yeah, well, we can't forget, of course, Richie, that Shopify don't lose grand finals. So if they are able to steady themselves, get their feet back under them, we're probably going to see what we saw in previous tournaments, which was obviously Shopify storm the elimination bracket, they get hot, they win the grand finals. Oh, I'm hearing in my ear, there's another game 5. Ascending Baseline and Noobs down in the elimination bracket. The winner of that gets the honor of playing Shopify in the elimination bracket. So, yeah, good luck to you both. But Ascending Baseline, that's Ryanoob squad, right? I'm pretty sure. We'll take a look at them now. It's Ryanoob versus the Latam boys. You can take a listen in. Game 5 Vacancy Slayer. Oh, this is as mixy as it gets.
Just a little sneak peek in a window into the final knock-ins of this series. 1 kill is all that separates them. Nothing could separate them after the 4 initial games. So vacancy is required. A big fan of this Latam team. The things they've been able to achieve over the years. Particularly in the last year of Halo Infinite, when they really started to find some form and a real challenge to some of the top North American teams and indeed the Europeans.
Hey, quick moment
here now, Harry.
Yeah, quick moment as well to recognize that Luminon, that's them securing travel coverage as well. We expected them to get that regardless, but after the organization and 3/4 of that team placing top 6 in Birmingham, I think that that'll be a welcome return to form for the organization. Definitely takes a bit of the pressure away from Luminon. Don't need to pay for flights. Makes things a bit easier for them.
Speaking about a little bit easier for you, strike you with this shock rifle, making things a lot less difficult than maybe they could be. Ryanoob loses his face in the battle. Shock rifle connects and finds a home once more. And it looks as though us just getting involved and watching this has been a good omen for the Latam boys as they start to pull away now from Ryanoob and co.
Yeah, 5 kills. It's a big swing in a game 5 Slayer. If there is a player that you never feel secure against, it is Ryanoob. Just make sure you're doing a 360 when you spawn, because you never know if Ryanoob's behind you, just watching you spawn. But listen to the passion from the Latam squad against their countrymate as well, don't forget. Tapping buttons on that Ryanoob squad. Suspector, Super CC, Ryanoob tapping buttons. On the brink of elimination here.
Playing against players with a lot of history, looking to make some of their own. Dumping them out of the competition entirely here. All they need is 12, and importantly, you mentioned the passion. You can hear it in the comms. And for some players that can be confusing, but others it can light you up, and you can tell this team, the communication is as passionate as it is right now. It's only firing each other on.
Okay, it's cut down to 4 now. Now down to just 3. Now down to 2. Okay, noobs. How is your back foot game? Slayers are often won on the back foot. You need to make sure you're hiding and doubling up, which is exactly what they're doing here. Oh, just you feel the momentum switch. You feel it. And now the info's here for Ryanoob squad as well. Oh, ascending baseline. I feel a lead change coming.
You can almost feel the air leave the room here. The situation that Latam boys find themselves in. You can maybe start to feel like this one's slipping away. They were ahead by 6 or 7 at one point. Now, all tied up.
I'm hearing this would have been a reverse sweep as well. Not sure which team went 2-0 up, but apparently it's ascending baseline. So if noobs win this, it will be the reverse sweep complete here in the elimination bracket. Noble has shot Richie. Ooh, I feel it.
He's hit the shot on the Rhino as well. Body shot was all that was required. They have information on that final player. Final two players, excuse me, back tower. Strikey needs help down to no shield. Settles for the trade. That's good enough for now. And now all they require is 3. But 2 members based on the Strikey. He doesn't get the trade. It's squeaky bum time. What's the response going to be?
Cheese and bread. Should I say queso y pan? Lost 1 shot. 2 kills to go. Reverse sweep.
Who is all that's required? Aid sent towards bottom middle. No information to be garnered though. No players down to no shield, so he's going to venture forward, look for more information. Noble hits a big shot on the tapping buttons. His compatriot across the map, and that means Super CC is activated. They know exactly where he's positioned. Is it going to be a 3-man hit on that 1 player Super CC? In big trouble. Tapping buttons answers back. Tapping button response. Suspector gets 1 more. Suspector and Super CC somehow, some way. Incredible. The reverse sweep is stopped at the 50-49 mark.
Is this AI? Is this a fake stream?
How has that just happened? It looked as though 3 players against 1, there can only be 1 outcome. Then you look at the kill feed, and all Strikey can do is watch the kill feed light up as well. And the hopes and dreams completely dashed.
Oh, me.
Halo.
Dude, they saw their name in lights, Richie. They were like, it's cool. There's 3 of us here. Let's just go.
You're almost asking the question, who are we playing next? We're almost there.
Oh, no, dude. They were literally right there.
That's insane.
They were right there. But Ryanoob, Suspector, tapping, Super CC, they ice up. And guess what, Richie? Now they have to do it against Shopify. That's your reward. Well done.
Congratulations for surviving the reverse sweep. Here is the world champions.
Oh, dude, this is an AI scripted event, surely. Like, there's no way this cup could give us any more drama, right? Like, there's no way. We had Beps and Legion go game 5. Luminon Black go game 5. Dude, we saw Luminon. Oh, speaking of the devil, look at this. More action. This is great. This is Beps versus Luminon Black. This is pure red zone, baby. Let's go back to back. I don't care.
Red zone galore. Nothing but Halo on our screens. This time we're going to be watching Luminon Black. Can they get just as far as Beps did? Can they put Beps to the sword here? One thing I know, Piggy is a tricky customer, and any team that he puts together, they will be a problem. So we've already seen Beps not look the strongest. Last thing you want to see is Piggy sitting across from you.
Oh, for sure. He's like the Grim Reaper. You don't want to face him in the lower bracket, for sure. Just while we watch this game, I want to zoom out in the bracket just slightly. I'm just getting it up on my computer screen because, I mean, we're looking at the team's guaranteed travel coverage right now that is in the winners final. That are in the winners final, I should say, to be grammatically correct. Luminon Gaming and Kraken Seas. Okay, that's 2 out of the 4 spots. Let's look at the lower bracket. You can pretty much assume Shopify will grab one of those spots, right? So which team gets the other spot? You've got Margin waiting. They're top 6 as things stand. These 2 teams play each other. One of these 2 teams will be knocked out in this series. The winner of this will play Margin. I mean, it's pretty much going to come down to one of these 2 teams and Margin, right? It's a kind of a 3-way scrap to get that other spot. Because you'd bet your house on Rebellion making the other spot, right?
Yeah, you pretty much guarantee Rebellion are there. Now it's just about who can claim those final 2 spots.
I just catch my breath there for a second. I believe I'm being joined here very soon by Goofy. Hello, Goofy. Good to see you. We're swapping out shirts. He's gassed out. He's an old man. We got Goofy. Goof, what's up, buddy? Oh, okay. No, we can't hear Goofy just yet. I'm sorry I ruined the surprise. We'll get him on board as soon as possible. But for now, we are going to have a very, very interesting end to this tournament because we got Beps and Luminon here in game 1. The winner of this will play margin. Elsewhere, we got ascending baseline. They'll be taking on Shopify Rebellion. Then, of course, we have the winners bracket final. That's all to determine seeds as well. I mean, goodness gracious, folks. What on earth is going on in the House of Commons? I have no idea. (2-1) the score in game 1. Aqua flag. Boo Boo and the boys would love to make that run and be the second Luminon team today
Double
to
kill.
secure travel coverage to Atlanta. For Bowden, the boys, though, they're down 2 caps to 1. Sure, we got 6 minutes left, but Luminon are playing at a decent pace, and we haven't seen Beps so far today really show their true form. They had to dig deep, didn't they, in that game 5 in the elimination bracket against Legion Gaming. Man, that was an all-time classic. Scan comes in. Bound somehow, with the help of Eco, is able to take down that player and gain gen control. Now, it's a chance for a flag run. Piggy says no. Man, these two teams, this whole tournament has been insane. Shout out to Straight Ribbon. Just one of the many ways they're supporting the Halo scene this season.
Return.
New camo.
All right, after
And Goofy's here. Let's go.
let's get it going, one boy. After a little bit of technical difficulties, we are locked and loaded. I'm still trying to gain my breath back from that ascended baseline. See, I cannot believe how that game 5 ended, but wow, I guess that's Halo for you.
Dude, it's been unreal. Like all of today, we've seen like, game 5 has been drama left and right, but this one is going to be no different, bro. I mean, like. Every single series now is basically an elimination match apart from that winners bracket final coming on later on. It's going to be complete drama.
Yeah, no, from this point on, it's going to be nothing but bloodbaths and bangers of series as we're watching right now. We have Beps taking on Luminon Black, and you know, these two teams, it's going to be a tough match, as this game 1 is telling us, right? It's back and forth. It's gonna, you know, at this point in Halo Infinite's life cycle, it's neck and neck, and we saw that, right, with Shopify dropping back-to-back weeks in the elimination bracket. So definitely a lot of top-tier talent, you know, neck and neck.
For sure, you don't want to be coming against the Shopify who have been hot through the elimination bracket. We saw what they did last week. But for now, Beps are against the ropes as they're trying to force the issue here, get some flags moving. But Eco and the boys, I mean, 3 minutes left, time is dwindling down, and Luminon Black here, Goof, can just kind of play a bit of the trade game, if you will, to try and nullify some of the offense from Beps, and they seem a little disjointed when you see Bound and the boys kind of running in one by one. It's going to be fairly easy for Luminon Black to single out some of those single pushes.
Definitely, and you got to be careful as well if you're luminon black, right? Time and time again, we've seen those scenarios where you're up by a cap and, you know, there's 2 or 3 minutes left in the game, so you start playing a little too passive, a little too defensive, you know, allowing the other team just opportunities to rush. And if you do that with a team like Beps with the likes of Bound and Stellar and Penguin, it's going to bite you. But as I say that, it looks like luminon's putting on some pressure, running a 3rd flag right now.
Yeah, right, with Camo coming up here soon as well. Could be some interesting decisions to be made. Especially for luminon black when they hold the lead in this game right now. All they need to do is think about playing 1 flag and think about getting the camouflage as well. They're winning the slaying battle 2v4. In fact, they're going for a P-side run here as well, Goofy. This could be all the marbles for luminon black. They got camo as well. Oh, this is looking so strong.
Yeah, Piggy taking out Eco there in his base was actually a huge kill. Even though he loses camo, I think that was worth it by just making sure that Eco is out of your base. And Boo Boo Doo now again continuing to put on the pressure. I really like this play rather than again playing it passive. Boo Boo choosing to put on the Jets here and run this 3rd flag, and he's already got it all the way back to his base, Wonderboy.
Yeah, I mean, this is looking like what would be the game-winning cap essentially, except Boo Boo's gone down. Oddball and Descendant last 2 alive. This could be really close here.
And there you have it. The 3rd flag gets punched in. 1 minute and 10 seconds left in regulation. 2 members down for each side. But like you said, that might be the nail in the coffin, as what a mountain to climb right now with only 1 minute left to go. Down by 2, of course, on Aquarius. We've seen crazier things happen, but it's going to have to start right here with Stellar running the flag front of his base. So far, so good. If he can punch this one in, Beb still has an opportunity to steal game 1.
Yeah, they'll need to do several things at once, though. 40 seconds left. luminon black can afford to give this one if they want to. Just play a bit of territory. Make sure you keep tabs on every single name on the side of Beps and make this flag that they have to score as difficult as possible. They're going for the goal line stand here. 4 down for Beps, and that is the exclamation mark on the game, Goof.
Yeah, definitely a couple failed opportunities there for Beps, but ultimately it was luminon black that was in the driver's seat, you know, the entirety of this game. So great performance out of them in game number 1 here. And taking a look at the scoreboard as well, that speaks for itself. We see kills heavily on the side of luminon black, and typically that correlation stands true. The team that outslays is kind of driving the pace of the game, and we saw that here in game number 1.
Yes, we did. So, luminon black survived the late game scare, the late game resurgence from Beps. And wow, I'm not sure at this point in time in Halo Infinite's life cycle, Goofy, would we call this an upset? I mean, these two on paper look pretty evenly matched as we take a little look at some of the score lines here.
No, yeah, taking a look at the score, but I don't know. You're right. I don't think it's necessarily an upset in the sense of, like, I'm not surprised that this is going to be a close series, right? I think on paper, obviously, the likes of a team like Beps, you have, you know, some world champions over there, so much Halo experience, but on the other side, you have this, you know, this luminon black roster that's hungry and continuously kind of almost gets to that finish line, you know, time and time again in these recent tournaments, and they fall short. So they have a chip on their shoulder and something to prove. But of course, you know, we have some household names on that Beps roster.
Yeah, it's kind of weird, isn't it? Because if you're looking at this series and this series layout like 2 or 3 years ago, you're thinking, oh, this is 3-0 sweep in favor of Beps, right, when they were on SSG. But based on form and based on recency, I mean, looking back to Birmingham, the 4 players on luminon black outside of Descendant, all of them placed top 4. Piggy placed 3rd, Boo Boo Envor 4th. So obviously luminon gaming with that top 6, that was a shock that I don't think anyone expected. Both sets of players kind of going separate ways. We saw Descendant obviously join this roster, Snakebite moving into luminon gaming's main team, if you will. Both seem to be a bit more happy with where they've landed. We'll see exactly how this series will play out between these two teams, but yeah, it's honestly looking like luminon black are the stronger of the 2 rosters, at least after game 1, obviously.
Yeah, we'll see, and that's the thing, right, with this Beps team. I think it comes down to their you know, a bit of their play style and their willingness and their wants to really kind of put in that work. I think we've seen that with, you know, when rosters with Eco and Stellar going all the way back to Halo 5, right, when they were teaming with Shotzi and Renegade, and they were just dominating for so long, and then it almost seemed like they got bored or they stopped, you know, practicing as much. I don't know the full details, but you know, but when these guys are locked in, I mean, they're as hard as any team to beat, and especially on land, especially in that environment that they're familiar with. Of course, you know, these online qualifiers are very important, so you can prepare yourself for that land tournament. But at the end of the day, when you see these guys at the tournament, when you're in DreamHack in Atlanta, it's not going to be, you know, a fun sight. You know, these guys are always coming to play, and then they're definitely a powerful roster.
Oh, dude, if I see these guys in my bracket at Atlanta, I'm throwing hands at things, I'm telling you. Like, you think these guys would still attend if they don't get the travel coverage here today? I mean, surely someone's got to back them, right? I mean, these guys are legends of Halo Infinite.
I would think so. I would like to think that we'll see all these faces in Atlanta. But time will tell, and I'm sure on their mind, they're just thinking of today and winning out as far as they can in this bracket, and like you said, getting that travel coverage.
For sure, that's going to be the plan. Just scrolling through the Faceit page, see if we can take a look at the series layout here somewhere as you all at home can enjoy the lower bracket. I'm looking losers round 7. Here we go. So Slayer Streets next. Strongholds Recharge, Oddball Live Fire, Slayer Vacancy. So basically the same series layout we just saw, Goofy, in the winners semi-final. Oh, I mean, it's so close to call. The winner of the next round, of course, against Magin, will secure one of the 4 travel stipends. In the picture-in-picture, you can see the series layout for that winner's final coming momentarily. Pit flag to kick things off. We love to see that here on the Straight Ripping coverage, Goofy. One of your favorites, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, me and Pitt go way back. Definitely, you know, a staple and a classic, and if you're a Halo fan. But this whole series layout just lets me know we're going to be in for a great series. And, I mean, yeah, even just talking about the upper bracket, right? Luminon Gaming and Kraken Seas, like, that, I wouldn't really have predicted that going into this qualifier, that those two teams would be the ones at the end of it in the winner's bracket. But like you mentioned, I mean, at this point in Halo Infinite's life cycle, you know, the competition is so close as we're hopping in here to game number 2 with Descendant on your screen. And a couple members on each side go down, one on each side to go down to get this started. And let's see which team gets control first.
Yeah, for sure. New camo in 5. That'll be the first of the game, Goofy. It's always nice to set the tempo when you can on Street Slayer, because that first camo is often burned. If you're able to get out scot-free, I can guarantee you the team with the camo can dictate where the enemy spawns, where they go. And it's very important you make sure you get out away and keep that camo guy alive. I'm not sure where the camo went. Oh, it's in the chest of Penguin. This could be a route back into the series here, Goofy, for the boys on Beps.
Couldn't agree more. Penguin's going to really have to put this... We're going to have to put this camo to use if you're Penguin. And just like that, he goes down to Envor. So difficult situation there for Penguin, where he was hoping to try to get his team a little bit of breathing room. Not able to do that. Gets hunted down. A couple trades go down in your screen as 10-9, still a 1-kill game. As we're on board now with Piggy, like we mentioned, getting a 3rd place finish at DreamHack in Birmingham, and Piggy trying to continue his story here towards the end of Halo Infinite. A couple members fall now, 3-kill lead on the side of Beps, trying to tie things up after falling in a close game number 1. And right now I got the man, the myth, the legend, Elamite Warrior joining me on this cast.
Goofy, my guy. Good afternoon. How are you today?
I am doing well, you know, can't complain. Have some amazing Halo matches that we've already seen and more to come. So I'm doing good. How are you doing?
Good. I just had to jump in for this Beps match as well. Take a look at the throwback, kind of the memories. Go take a trip down memory lane here. This is the squad I was coaching back in 2024. Made a couple great runs, fell short a few times, got the W in Salt Lake City. But I can see they are finding themselves in a tough spot now, losing game 1 here to Luminon Black.
Yeah, and Elam, I was talking to Wonderboy, and we were talking about this Beps roster, right? And obviously going all the way back to even Halo 5, you know, we talk about Eco and Stellar and their time with Shotzi and Renegade. We've seen, you know, these players kind of get, I don't know if complacent is the right word, but what do you think it is about, you know, these players in this roster that, you know, sometimes they're firing on all cylinders and sometimes they just come out super flat?
You know, there's definitely a lot of factors. At the moment, it just feels like we're still so early on into the season that it almost hasn't even kicked off. Like, this is it all kicking off with the kind of resurgence of Snakebite, Penguin, some of the rosters reforming, some people giving Rebellion a run for their money here. So, you know, the Bound, this is for Bound's first online cup since, you know, or like this year, if I'm not mistaken. So, you know, like, it is, not all the guys have been as locked in preparation for the last like month or two, or even in Birmingham, as we were missing so many notable names, you know, from that tournament, like a lot of the ones I just mentioned as well. You know, Bound coaching over there too. So, you know, definitely a lot of things, but it feels like it's just now that the season is underway here, and that is why I'm really excited to see what we have left.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. I think we're going to have a lot of, you know, close-knit matchups, even like we were talking about it earlier, Shopify back-to-back weeks dropping, you know, from the winner's bracket. Of course, last time they dropped, they came back and won the tournament. So we'll see if Shopify can repeat that. But right now, Luminon Gaming is sitting in a good situation, down by 2 kills, up by 1 in the series, and that trade going down, a couple members on each side fall.
Yeah, a little bit of a slow start here for Piggy. He's breadstick here, be able to double that up with the Stalker, grab himself now 2 kills, but neck and neck at the moment as we reach midway point of this game. And like we said, this is the lower bracket as well, so this is do or die. And, you know, even more than that is just the bragging rights and, you know, kind of like what you expect to see from these teams and how they want to place. You know, we talked about, or I heard you and Wonderboy talking about as well, these are teams with a lot to prove in some of these scenarios as well, and just the value of getting into the top 4 here for this event and what it means going into Atlanta.
Got that camouflage on spawn now. This could be the difference maker in this game, as the whole time so far it's been extremely close, and we haven't really seen a camo get put to too good of use. Not sure if anyone was able to pick that up, or here we go. It's Eco Smith with the camo in his hands. All 4 members of Luminon Black trapped here a little bit. Of course, they're playing their life. They understand that Beps has the camouflage, and let's see how this plays out.
Yeah, Eco has himself that camouflage down. 16 kills on the stat page. Boo Boo Doo at 15. Yeah, this reminds me, going back to, I think, some of Bound's C9 days, him dropping, you know, I think he dropped 24 kills in a Slayer and they lost the game or something like that early on in Season 1. It's pretty crazy, or Season 1 or 2 here. Pretty crazy to see him just coming back, playing in his first online cup, already sitting at 17-10 here in this game number 2.
Big plays out of Bound, making a difference on this team as he always does. Eco gets 1 more kill with that camo, and finally the camo is out. But 3-kill lead now. Make that 2 as Boo Boo Doo takes down, or Descendant takes down Bound with the help of Boo Boo Doo. And now we got Stalker Rifle in the hand. Some more assists coming from Boo Boo Doo, doing what he needs to do to support his team and getting these kills and closing the gap on the score as we're all tied up 42-42.
And this can just go any way at just a moment's notice. You can see Beps trying to play aggressive, trying to get some efficient trades, but some great map movement by Boo Boo, especially with that Stalker, is able to essentially kind of break some ankles, secure some additional kills that maybe they weren't supposed to get, and they are just back neck and neck in this one.
Bound with a big double kill, extending his kills to 19. Positive 8 so far in this pivotal game number 2, and now we're seeing the push come out of Beps. This is going to be a big engagement as we see some trades. 2 members fall on each side, make that 3 on the side of Beps, as Penguin is the last one alive, trying to desperately keep his life here in hopes that his teammates spawn close by, and they do in that arcade area. And let's see how this plays out, the final moments of this game number 2.
You're exactly right here. 48. Descendant is no shields, trying to stay alive here, but a teammate should be coming to help collapse. 48 all somehow. You can see another kill get grabbed. 49. Boo Boo Doo has the Magnum pushing up. They do collapse into B and grab those kills, even though Bound puts 20 on the stat page. It is not enough, and they fall down 0-2 now in the series.
A nail biter, and you know they're going to be kicking themselves about that game number 2 loss. Really has slipped out of their fingers towards the end there.
Double
As we now switch over to this Luminon Gaming and Kraken C's upper bracket matchup, and looks like it was a tie in that game number 1.
Yeah, taking a look back at the stat page here, you can see just heavily in favor of Luminon Black. The overall damage page, Piggy sitting at 2,500 as well, a step below. He was struggling to put some kills on the board. You could see only managing to get up to 4, but with Boo Boo Doo Boo dropping 19, they were able to bring it back right at the end. And, you know, it doesn't really kind of matter how many shots you miss in the first half if you hit the game winner at the end. And that's what we just saw from Luminon Black.
Yeah, I mean, definitely a tough game there for Piggy, and you know, sometimes, as you know, Kyle, obviously in your years and years of experience, especially when it comes to Slayers, it's just how the cards fall. You know, it's sometimes kills don't go your way. It doesn't mean you're not executing the game plan with your team. It just means that you might be that player that's getting into the engagements after everything's kind of gone down, and the flow of the game is just working against you. Of course, with that being said, you know, getting 4 kills and what was it, 4 and 11. Regardless, that's, you know, you gotta step up a little bit more than that in a game number 2. But you know, we've seen Piggy definitely have some dominating performances, but that one's gonna stick with him.
Well, yeah, but I mean, to be able to take that one and kind of find themselves up 2-0, I don't think he really cares very much about that. Maybe had they lost, he'd be worried, but now he's probably feeling fantastic to know that he can have a poor game or an off game and his team still get the win. I would be feeling great about that one.
We're hopping into game number 3. Do or die for Bevs now. They're going to have to turn this one around if they want to stay alive in this tournament in their hopes of getting that paid travel coverage to DreamHack Atlanta, as Eco with the camouflage.
Does have the camo. Wisely escapes with it, looking to contest over here towards A with his teammates. Does secure himself 1, should be 2. Nice little cleanup there onto Piggy, and A flipping here momentarily. Should see Bebs in scoring position.
So spots on board top glass, calls him out to his teammate, and bit of a flip there as A and B still in the hands of Bebs, and Stellar trying to stay alive with that shock, and that's a bit of a unfortunate death there. I think, and not really necessary death either. Stellar could have stayed alive and really kind of been an important piece on the map, but he goes down, and just like that, the B and C strongholds get flipped, and now Luminon has the control.
Yeah, you can see that flip. Eco doing his best to kind of put down some cover fire from Needles. Looks like they will go ahead and flip B back once again. And Eco, he is just playing left and right of this wall, trying to be as big of a nuisance as possible. Looks like Beps are electing to play pretty aggressive here as the collapse is coming in towards C. Looks like Boo Boo Doo Boo will come off spawn. Gets into B. Penguin, nice job going back, actually focusing that reset. Even though they are playing super aggressive, it looks like it's just to pick up a few additional kills. They really still want to focus on blocking A here, even if it doesn't secure them C.
Eco spots some players in that C stronghold, but like you mentioned, Kyle, they're very happy holding this B and A setup, and it's going to force Luminon to have to make the play. They're the ones that are going to have to overextend. Eco finds themselves in a one-on-one here against Piggy, and big win there. Now numbers advantage on the side of Beps, but actually Eco and Penguin go down, so Luminon doing a great job getting their kills, but Pound is there with that noob combo, that green gun, so deadly, and helping his team kind of keep this aggressive pace on track as they're now just continuing to be in the catbird seat.
Yeah, you can see this is the time that Beps plays their best, and it's when their backs are against the wall and there's no more room for error. And with them being down 0-2 in this series, you can kind of see what looks like to me their play style is starting to change a little bit. First few games, definitely throwing away lives, trying to play aggressive when some of the opportunities might not exist. There have a few kind of deaths that obviously could go a different way, but overall, really kind of slowing it down and working together.
Camo in the hands of Bound, still has that green gun. spots a couple players weak, takes down Boo Boo Doo, puts down good shots on Envor for the double kill, looking for the triple, Bound looking for the overkill, but that gets taken by Stellar, but he's not worried about that. He'll happily take the 4 down, but great plays out of Bound, and that's what we're talking about when we mentioned, you know, the importance of timing these power-ups, specifically these camouflages. They could really change the momentum of the game.
You know, Stellar just robbed Bound of one of the most disgusting overkills we would have seen here this year, I want to say, especially taking any kind of sniper action out of the mix. To have just plasma pistol and the bandit and to make that happen, that would be disgusting, and it does secure him a killing frenzy in the kill feed. 13 and 4 now on the scoreboard. Look at the stats. Bound and Stellar just going off already into the double digits. On the mean side, or on the other side, Luminon Black only 4 apiece.
So close to trying to stop the bleeding of this deadly triple cap by trying to capture the batteries in that B stronghold, but at the last second, Stellar able to take him out, and the trip cap is still underway. The pressure is still building for the side of Luminon Black, and like Elamite mentioned, when this roster of Beps has their backs against the wall, that's a scary beast to go against, and they came out guns blazing in this game number 3, and of course it's not done yet, but things are looking great right now if you're a Beps fan.
Yeah, I mean, I think we're seeing Stellar hit his Super Saiyan mode, and Bound is starting to ascend as well, because these are some, you know, crazy numbers and a crazy performance to open up this game with. 235-14, and it hasn't even been close for a second here this game as they look to close this one out and send us into a game number 4.
B gets captured, and they lose the trip cap, but still have control. Only 4 seconds left to go, and Beps will be pushing this series to a game number 4. Brilliant performance out of the boys in red as we quickly switch over now to take a peek at this winners bracket finals matchup. We got Kraken Seas against Luminon Gaming. 2-0 game lead on the side of Snakebite and friends, and now we're seeing Kraken Seas run a flag of their own.
Yeah, with that 2-0 lead, looking to close, or looking to tie this, or excuse me, sorry, get back into this game here, should be able to. And as we say that, Suppress caps that first flag. 10, 10, and 10 on the side of Kraken Seas. As far as the slaves go, you've got kind of similar to that Stellar and Bound conversation. Precision and Snakebite 13 and now 14 kills here. Just being an absolute nuisance for Kraken Seas to deal with.
Here we see Snakebite running that potential final flag down long haul, and this could be the end of game number 1 as Snakebite punches in the 3rd cap and takes the game number 1 victory. Big game out of Precision and Snakebite helping their team get that momentum in that winners bracket finals series with the 1-0 lead.
Yeah, I mean, we've mentioned this so many times before, and of course it keeps getting brought up, but the fact that 2 of the players we're seeing here, you know, in the contention to qualify for Atlanta, one being in the winners finals as well, were just retired, you know, only a few short months ago, and weren't even competing within DreamHack Birmingham. So awesome to see Halo kind of get back to this state, have this level of competition here. If you take a look, you got both of those kind of games being ready to get underway. Take a look at some of the replays here from this game number 3. Beps, absolute complete turnaround from those games number 1 and 2, looking like a completely different roster.
Yeah, and we really saw Bound and Stellar kind of power up, so to speak, in that game number 3, and that's what this team is going to need to make this comeback in this series. You know, another thing we really saw Beps do well was controlling the power-ups and obviously rotate. You know, they're always going to be a good rotating team just because of their play styles, but what's going to make the big difference for them is being able to control those power-ups and power weapons, and of course, it always helps when you have someone like Bound and Stellar carrying the load of the slaves.
Oh, absolutely. It's great kind of highlights from that last game, starting off with Bound, who almost had that disgusting overkill with that plasma pistol involved. Nice big shooting going on against Envor, and as you see that 3 make that all 4 go down with only 1 traded back. This is going to be some early points on the board now for Beps.
And we're going to see Beps try to rotate the ball over to tower. Stellar has the sniper, so this is textbook situation. If you're Beps, you have the ball, you have map control, you have sniper in the hands of Stellar. Now the last thing left to worry about is the camouflage, and right now only Luminon Black trying to go for it, but Stellar takes down Descendant's face and says, not today, looking for the double. Big snipe, no scope, picks up the double kill, does go down though. 3 members fall again on the side of Luminon Black, allowing Penguin to pick up camouflage.
Yeah, that was a great snipe by Stellar. Somehow he gets stuck, but recognizing that he did get stuck, he went immediately to try and trade out that kill, and sure enough connects on that shot. No, bad news is, though, is Piggy, during this process, was able to get the ball and run away and tie the game back up. So even though they were able to get that camo, get that sniper, not as many points as they potentially could have had.
Yeah, nice play there out of Penguin, being the last one alive, like you said, getting some ball time, playing the ball, but now control back in the hands of Beps. Penguin with the sniper camo doing some damage. We got Stellar rotated over towards green, and now Penguin continuing to pull down his visibility and lines of sight with that sniper. Big double kill reversal out of bound. So 2 fresh dead for Luminon Black.
2 down, early lead, still scoring. 5 from Stellar, picking up where he left off of last game. And you can see, like, just what we saw in that game number 3. Game number 4 slays heavily in favor of Beps. You're looking at scenarios where one player has more than almost 3 from the other side here, even though we are just still very early on into this game.
Finally, some good fortune on the side of Luminon, but as I say that, it's bound on your screen, wrecking havoc, getting a triple kill, and looking for more.
Not able to find more quite yet, although they get eyes on Piggy, and he should have nowhere to go here as he gets taken out. Nice cleanup kill from Envor. Looks like Penguin has, or Eco has that ball, looking to rotate away with it best he can. Oh my goodness, what a play. Drops the ball, but drops it as a fake out because he picks it right back up, slaps him across the face with it, and doesn't go down.
Great plays there, and camouflage control once again on the side of Beps. We got bound on your screen, trying to pick up the sniper on spawn as well, but choosing to play it sneaky now. Back smacks Envor. Sniper rifle gets picked up as well, so now I'm expecting to see bound put on a show here with the sniper camo. Nice body shot, but not able to do much. A little bit of a, you know, I guess a choke there. He's trying to put his sniper away, kept it out, and ultimately costing him his life against Piggy.
Yeah, it costs him his life, but it doesn't really matter as the game round, ends right there. I mean, but bound, with that camo hiding top center, right? Great heads up play. They don't see him. He gets the back smack. But then he fakes the drop down to bottom mid, does a late jump back to top, grabs the snipe, makes some other movements. I mean, we're gonna have to get a disclaimer. The way this guy moves and how quickly he moves around the map, like one of the seizure warnings here. Like, beware when you're watching this guy scream, because he is everywhere, looking around, making moves. It is so hard to keep up with what is going through that man's mind.
Yeah, it's like he's running around a playground, just slipping and sliding everywhere. Bound is one of the fastest play styles you'll ever see in pretty much any game, any first-person shooter. Bound just really comfortable on the maps, and that's really what separates him as one of the top pros, is his movement and the speed that he plays at. Now on board with Stellar, has a sniper in nest, now rotating towards bottom mid. Let's see if he can put down some damage on this ball player. Takes off his face, Descendant goes down, and Stellar trying to put some more damage on the map so he can help his team rotate. And now once again, big no scope on the back of Boo Boo Doo Boo. Stellar going crazy right now.
What was that? And then what was that again? How he even knows that guy is there? It looks like he tried to snipe his own teammate Bound and actually just missed and sniped the camo guy instead.
Yeah, that was, I don't even know how that happened, but Stellar doing Stellar things, and now Bound moving the ball out of bottom mid. Round number 2, obviously really early stages, but initial momentum on the side of Beps, and once again, since that tough loss in game number 2, they have been in the driver's seat, you know, obviously in game number 3, and so far in game number 4 as well.
Yeah, and yeah, Eliax, that was in fact Camo Guy just absolutely disgusting. Now you are looking at the picture-in-picture, as you can see Luminon Gaming and Kraken Seas is underway. Luminon holding a nice, healthy lead, as well as a series lead here in game number 2. Luminon Black as well looking to to gain the lead here and trying to tie up 1-1 in this game number 3 or 4.
Yeah, we're seeing Luminon Gaming really kind of find their stride as well, and kind of letting it be known that they're the dominant team right now in that winner's bracket. Looking like game number 2 is totally in their control, as we're looking at that Luminon Gaming versus Kraken Sea series. Camouflage in the hands of Druck, 44-37, putting down shots on Snakebite. Now moving over towards Hotel and just giving his team information, trying to stay alive and be a thorn on the side of Kraken Seas.
And Luminon Gaming, you got the vision here. They just need to play and trade out some of these kills. Sure enough, that's what they're doing. Snakebite is going to wait probably just a second, make sure he has some teammates to potentially trade out these kills like we discussed. But just like that, he sees the opening, takes his opportunity, gets a double kill into the yard, hardly takes any damage. And that's going to leave Suppressed all alone at Snipe and eventually get taken out as well. 2-0 lead for Luminon Gaming. As we jump back over here with Beb Stellar, he found himself a sniper, not able to connect on the 2 shots onto the player in B, but eventually gets the 3rd. Piggy gets cleaned up as well, and last but not least, connects on the last bullet.
Yeah, big trade there. Three players were down momentarily. Luminon Black all on spawn right now. Penguin trying to clear out Descendant, able to do so. Eco and Boys trying to claw back into this round number 2. It started off as a hot start in round 2, kind of getting the initial momentum and lead. It's been all Luminon Black since then, but now we're seeing Beth gain some map control back, get some real estate on the map, and Stellar goes down to Descendant. Boo Boo Doo goes down. Couple members falling on each side. 3 dead on the side of Beth. Penguin last one alive, trying to put down shots on Descendant, but he chooses just to go for that ball and probably going to pick up that QT as well.
Yeah, it does some great damage, but unfortunately, as last player alive, nobody's going to come off spawn and be able to capitalize on any of that damage. As you see, Eco, he does go down very early here on this new push, though, so this is going to put Beps into a pretty tough position. Boo, he does get cleaned up as well. A couple trades here and there. Going to open up the map for Descendant to try a ball rotate. Doubles back, gets into the engagement with Stellar, not able to find the melee there, so Descendant wins that one. Great repulse movement here as the rest of his teammates fly in, and they are going to come away with a 3, make that 4 down scenario with only 28 points left to win this round, Goofy. This is going to be a tough spot for Beps.
Yeah, Descendant, like you said, using that repulse, just that whole life was, he controlled that entire situation, and it ultimately led to a 4 down for Beps. And now only 7 points away, 7 seconds away from tying up this game number 4, but Luminon Black does lose control of the ball, and now this is essentially the final opportunity for Beps to stay alive in this round. They need to get camo number 1 as we see Eco punch that in, and now they need to get their slays.
Yeah, 5 seconds left for Luminon Black, so a big mountain for Beps here and crew to overcome. They do grab 1 kill and move the ball out, so this is a good start to trying to get into this one, but you can see how careful they have to play as there's 0 room for error. They do find that first kill, make that 2, as Eco should be able to clean that up. I would have loved to see some additional help here on this ball, but it's like the setup just doesn't kind of currently allow for that. Penguin, he's going to grab ball. Doesn't know where to go with it because he really doesn't have a great place to go. Players on both sides of him starting to push in, takes the ball out, might have to go for a play ball, but even then, what will that allow any of his spawners to do here? This is just between a rock and a hard spot.
Yeah, not able to do much there, and just like that, game number 4 is all tied up as Boo Boo Doo picks up the final seconds. Taking a look at the replay, that ghost camo jumping no scope shot.
Oh wait,
like
he collided bound. He did snipe bound in the back. He actually hits both.
That is some wizardry.
Oh my gosh.
If I've ever seen it. Stellar.
And he body shots his teammate in order to headshot the camo player. That is, like, I feel like I've seen a movie where that happens, like a movie where like there's a hostage situation and he shoots the perfect shot Oh, I can't think of what it is, but that was disgusting.
Nasty plays, Stellar, the human highlight reel. But yeah, ultimately, you know, luminon Black doing a good job after kind of being on the back seat for a game and a half, you know, able to reestablish their presence in this series, and now momentum has shifted back to their side and pressure completely on the side of Beps, one oddball round away from being eliminated from this tournament. So this is do or die for Beps, and it all comes down to these 4 minutes of oddball.
Yeah, and in round number 3, snipe camo in the hands of Envor, and he is looking to take his team to the promised land. 21 kills already as he finds another 2 kills with the sniper. Headshot onto Bound, that one's gonna hurt. That leaves Penguin as the last guy alive, and with the way these oddball rounds are set up, this one's hurting. There are 25% through this game, still getting spawn killed, just based on the amazing spread they have on the map here. What can Beps do?
Exactly that. The spread, that the kind of positioning is so perfect there for that little mini setup that was held by luminon Black, and it's those type of spurts that win you these rounds, that win you these games. But good job on the side of Beps breaking it before it got a little too crazy, especially when we saw some players spawning dummies there and just being spawn sniped. It was looking a little bad, but Bound goes down. All 4 members alive on luminon Black, but ball control still on the side of Beps, but this is about to get a little bit messy.
And on board 24 and 15, leading the pack for Slays. 2 go down for Beps once again. Boo may be able to help get this ball out of bottom middle. Sure enough, he does. Bound looking to escape, playing his life best he can. Doubles back for the challenge and goes ahead and wins one against Piggy. Just doing everything he can, but 2 go down for Beps.
Oh my God.
Envor gets another stick. He is playing out of his mind right now. No health on Ness. Kills 2 at B. Sticks another. Lives. Gets ball again. Don't tell me this is happening, Goofy.
Envor, just everything going his way right now, and for Beps, when it rains, it pours. You're getting stuck by random stickies across the map being thrown from Ness, and now Envor has the ball. What can't this man do?
I mean, the man who can do no wrong right now. The good news, though, is for Beps is that Penguin got camo. Can they shut Envor and send it down and look to send us to a game 5? Penguin has to be perfect with this camo. He gets shot at and he's getting collapsed on by 3. Gets cleaned up by Piggy. That's 2 dead now as well. They get the ball. They should be able to rotate away. The numbers just so tough for Beps to battle out of. They're finding some kills here, but they need to get across the map almost instantly. As you can see in the bottom screen as well, super tight contested hill, but it goes over to luminon as well. Luminon just dominating. luminon Black also dominating right now. It's the luminon story at the moment.
The luminon supremacy, as we see both rosters doing big things, and it looks like luminon Gaming is going to sweep their way into the grand final. So amazing performance out of Snakebite and friends there. Nice no-scope coming out of Descendant, trying to put away Beps in this series and advance. Of course, if you're luminon Black, you want to secure that travel coverage, and you're going to have another series to go after this one if you want to earn it. As Envor, the man of the game, the MVP of this game so far, 28 and 18, he goes down. Now Piggy coming back after a rough game number 2 that ultimately, of course, his team won, so he'll take it. Now putting down some good shots on Nico, takes him down, doing some more damage before I was going to say before falling, but he manages to stay alive, and now Bound is in a sticky situation as well.
It just looks like Beps just isn't helping each other enough. These players keep getting through in not unusual or sneaky positions, but they just keep getting pivs and where you would expect someone to have some, additional help or team fire down. 85 points on the board, 2-1 series lead here. Luminon can taste victory. Penguin and crew looking at defeat. They're having to run as fast as possible. Only a few seconds to work with. No room for error. 3 dead, and there's nothing they can do. That is it. Luminon Black eliminates Beps and moves on in the DreamHack Atlanta qualifier.
What a game, what a series out of the boys on luminon Black, sending home the likes of Beps. We got Bound, Stellar, Penguin, Eco. These are some, Halo legends. And luminon Black stamping their way into continuing their journey in that elimination bracket. But on our screen on this graphic right here, we see Luminon Gaming also sweeping Kraken Seas and punching their ticket in the grand finals. And like we said, Elamite, this has been the Luminon show.
Oh, just they gotta be feeling great over there. The A squad, the B squad, the org. As you see Luminon lighting up the bracket here, and as we lock in our first grand finals competitor. Now, as you take a look at the score, I mean, Luminon, they were only, they're very close to going 3-0 over Shopify, 3-0 over Kraken, looking like Shopify themselves in some of these past qualifiers.
Yeah, and we saw it last week as well, right, Kyle? Where Luminon Gaming was able to punch their way all the way to the grand finals, and then fell short, from a super hot Shopify Rebellion team coming through the elimination bracket. So I'm sure they're angry about that, right? I'm sure they kind of have a chip on their shoulder, and they want to right that wrong in this qualifier, and kind of feel like they're in that driver's seat going into DreamHack Atlanta.
Oh, absolutely. Here they've got. They proved themselves over the last few weeks, and now they're in just this great position to lock in seed, travel, everything which they've already done here. But there's still a lot of Halo, of course, like we said, left to play, and a lot can still happen between now and the end of Championship Sunday. As you take a look at your bracket, Shopify Rebellion over Ascending Baseline, and Majin versus Luminon Black as well.
Yeah, and how about Ascended Baseline? I'm still thinking about that Game 5 win that they had. Insane game on Vacancy Slayer when all hope seemed lost. What was it? It was like 49-46 or something crazy, 48-44, and you saw the players on Ascended Baseline almost, it seemed like it was over with some of those aggressive plays they were making, but down by 4 or 5 kills so close to the end of the game. But sometimes, as things do, the chips fell in their favor, and they just squeeze out an insane Game 5 50-49 win. That was an insane game.
Oh yeah, that was disgusting. So many crazy games have happened so far. I'm sure we've got a lot of crazy games left to be played, but before we do that, we're gonna go to a quick break, and when we return, more Halo action.
Double kill. Triple kill. Double kill. Double kill. Triple kill. No scope. Enemy team score. Double kill. Incoming. Double kill. Double kill. Killing spree. Double kill. Killing spree. Double kill. Double kill. Double kill. Enemy team took the hill. Enemy team took the hill. Enemy about to score. Enemy team took the hill. Enemy about to score. Enemy team took the
Triple
hill.
kill. Last shot.
Enemy team scored. Hill incoming. Hill ready. Enemy team took the hill.
we are back here. Goofy joined with my man Clutch and Wes. We got Shopify Rebellion taking on Ascended Baseline, and we're already deep in this series. One game left to go for Shopify to knock out this Ascended Baseline roster.
Nice little series to jump into for me for the day. Been watching from the bed, now out of the bed onto the booth. And Ryan Noob almost out of the tournament, it appears. Is Shopify a commanding lead, like you said, 2-1, 1-0 in the game, but Shopify really starting to wake up on the side of Royal 2 specifically, almost getting an over earlier. I didn't quite see if he got it, but 14-4-5, a hell of a way to kick off an elimination bracket run here for Shopify. Very surprising they lost to Luminon Gaming again in winners bracket. That's back-to-back weekends, but we saw what happened last time, so Shopify fans shouldn't be worried too just yet. It's still early on Championship Sunday. They're going to probably make one hell of a run, and right now it's sitting baseline. I mean, Faisal, you got an opportunity to see the Game 5 that they went through earlier as well. Surprisingly, a lot of skill on this team. Ryan Noob, a former teammate of yours. Are you liking what you see from this roster? Obviously difficult to ask once they're playing against the likes of Shopify, but eventually you're going to run into Shopify in a bracket. So far from sitting baseline, what are your thoughts?
No, I think they've definitely impressed me so far, and if you're Ascended Baseline, it's just a bit of a bad draw that, you know, you win a nail-biter of a series, and then for your top 4 match, the one that you need to win to get travel coverage, you go up against a Shopify Rebellion team that's in the elimination bracket that maybe you didn't think would be there, right? I feel like if it was any other...
You definitely don't think will be there.
Yeah, if it's any other team, even any of these Luminon rosters, even though, of course, these Luminon rosters are doing great, as we see, but I think if you're Ascended Baseline, that you would prefer one of those teams than a Shopify, because, as you know, Halo is a lot of a matchup-based game, and I just don't think Ascended Baseline matches up well with Shopify.
Yeah, I don't think so either. The individual skill of Shopify is something that's just overwhelming at times, and not to say that the individual skill on Ascending Baseline isn't strong, but I mean, we know Shopify to be the world-class players they are, the world champions they are, and right now they're looking extremely strong here in this series. Good on Ascending Baseline to win a game in this series. Didn't get an opportunity to really see what game that was, to be honest, but the fact that they're taking games from Shopify, especially being such a new team put together, that bodes well for their future as well. So hopefully the lack of travel coverage, if they are to lose this series, doesn't mean that we won't see them at Atlanta, but it would be a nice gift for them.
Definitely. I mean, I think ultimately you want to go further. You want to get all the way to the end of the bracket, but even if they fall short in this series, I would, you know, if I'm on that team, I would feel good and confident going into DreamHack Atlanta. But it's not over yet, Clutch. We still are in game number 4, of course, down by 2 caps right now, so it's a bit of a, you know, tough task with only 1 minute and 44 seconds on the game clock, but we've seen crazier things happen. I don't know right now. Again, the slays, the control, everything is in the favor of Shopify.
Yeah, when we talk about this hill specifically too, heavily in the favor of Shopify to go up 3-0. Time going to become a factor at that point as well, as you mentioned, Faisal. But the big thing for me is if Ascending Baseline does cap this hill, the next one goes to Catwalk, and Catwalk is easily contestable, easily able to be denied from the side of Shopify, so they have a lot of pros, strengths on their team, a lot of win cons on their team. Suspected with the nice double will reset the map, put Shopify on respawn, so they may be able to cap this hill fairly quickly. That minute 25 on the clock is what you got to be focused on if you're a fan here, because once that hill does get captured and it does move to Catwalk, are Shopify looking to play defense? My guess would be yes.
Frosty able to sneak his way undetected across the bottom of the map, and now able to put some pressure on Ryan Noob here in the hill. Ryan Noob going to play a little bit of ring around the rosy. He's got some help from his teammates, so but if you're Frosty, you'll take that trade. But 3 members fall for Shopify. Last one is Royal 2, and he's on an island right now, tapping buttons, doing a lot of damage. And just like that, Clutch, 2-1, and what seemed like a hill that would go in the favor of Shopify, Ascended Baseline comes and steals that one.
Yeah, this is the true test, though. This is what we kind of were preluding here earlier in the conversation, is can they capture the top Catwalk hill? It's so difficult to capture against a team like Shopify. A couple of slays would go a long way, and we're going to see 3 dead for Shopify here momentarily. Tapping buttons with the thrust, gets a double. That's big. Roll 2, last player alive, trying to deny some hill time. He gets staggered, and now Shopify fully put on reset. This is going to be some great time for Ascending Baseline here.
Yeah, and really not much room for error if you're Ascended baseline. If you go 3 dead or 4 dead with the game clock working against you, that could be your series and your tournament over here in the DreamHack Atlanta qualifier. And less than 1 minute of game time left to go. And of course, if you're Shopify, you don't even need to worry about getting that hill time. You can just let the clock go down and get your slays.
Yeah, that's what they're going to do. They're going to opt to play time. It's about 50% progression here on the hill for Ascending baseline. Can they get a couple of slays to get back map control, get back in that hill? A couple of kills go in their favor. Super CC trying to stay alive here. Be big if he can. Does take down roll 2 with the help of Suspector here. And now the last player alive last shot. They are spawning blue, however. So a difficult spot to try and fight out of for Shopify as they're stuck in blue. They are able to deny some hill time early on, but look at this. I mean, Ascending baseline is showing you that the scrappiness, the pickup team right now is showing you that they can push Shopify to maybe the distance in a series if they're able to capture this hill. Unfortunately, they're going to lose a player, and that is super unfortunate because, I mean, there's no way to replicate the amount of progression they have in that hill, the time that was on the clock. I'm not quite sure what the ruling is going to be here, but you can't really figure out a way to perfectly reassess what exact situation we just had in that last game. Towards the end of it, it looked like Ascending baseline we're going to have an opportunity to tie that game up, potentially win that game 4, and now it's going to come down to a ruling that we're going to have to reset. We're going to have to figure out what exactly the fair situation is here for both teams, and Ryan Noob in the chat could not be more disappointed as you see the players going back and forth.
Yeah, that's a tricky one. Definitely unfortunate. Like you said, Ascended baseline was in a good position to get the second cap, but at the same time, the game clock was very much against them. So it was like a bit of a back and forth battle. So if you're Ascended baseline and you die in that fight, then the game is over and you lose. But of course, if you win the fight, then you tie it up. So yeah, definitely unfortunate part of the game for that lag out to happen. But like you said, we'll see what the official ruling is, you know, when we load back into that game.
We're going to have to hold tight here, ladies and gentlemen, but it's good to be back on the broadcast after a little bit of action on Saturday for myself. Faisal, how has Sunday been treating you so far? Good morning on the West Coast. I guess it's 12:30. We're getting underway. Morning's probably over with, but I enjoyed my coffee in bed to some early morning Halo. You sounded phenomenal earlier on. I saw you jumping on with Wonder Boy for a series in the middle of it. Shurs and Wonder Boy obviously did their thing. How are you feeling about Championship Sunday so far, the bracket, and how it's played out?
Yeah, no, first thing, always a great time hanging out with Wonder Boy and Shurzy and the whole crew. I mean, it's been Championship Sunday, right? Of course, on Saturday, we see some of those newer names, the up-and-coming teams. But on Sunday, you know, we see those, you know, those names that we're familiar with and some of those heavy-hitter teams coming out. So far, we've seen some back-and-forth series. We've seen what I would consider an upset in Shopify, you know, going down pretty handedly to Luminon Gaming. But again, I call it an upset, but maybe to a lot of people it isn't, because we saw them do it last week. Of course, ultimately going down in the grand finals to Shopify. So we'll have to see if history repeats itself. And it looks like we are getting the map number 4 loaded back up. I'm not exactly sure what the ruling will be as far as how we're going to continue from the game that just left off, but either way, Ascended baseline, this is do or die. If you lose this game, you're out of this qualifier. And if you're Shopify Rebellion, you got your eye on the prize. You're trying to make it all the way to the end.
Okay, so let's look at the situation here. It's 1-0, 5 minutes on the clock. Brand new map to play around, and right now, Ascending baseline, I think I'd take this situation. You got a lot more time to deal with this reset. Unfortunately, you also have roll 2 with the snipe to deal with, and he's already ripping faces. Rips Ryan Noob out of the hill. Minor progression for Ascending baseline early on here, but it is going to be complete control going to Shopify. Quantum snipe now in the hands of roll 2 as he's posted up back red.
Yeah, you couldn't ask for a better position if you're Royal 2. You know, he's got a big smile on his face now with complete power, like, you know, a power situation with that QT and sniper rifle. Tapping buttons down right now. Royal 2 trying to do some more damage. Takes down 1 and uses that QT to get out of dodge. And a couple members go down, continuing to do damage and just be a thorn with that QT.
Yeah, I'm interested to see if he QT's back. Ryan was going to be back red, but he does find another tapping buttons top mid. Loses his hill player, however, so it is going to be minor progression stopped. Shopify nearly had this first hill after that play from World 2, starting off the game 4-1-0, almost awarding his team a 2-0 lead. And off those kills in the kill feed for Shopify, you have to think World 2 signaled to get in the hill and score this point, go up 2-0. So a very similar situation now we saw from game 1, where Shopify find themselves up 2-0. It is going to be ascending baselines back on the ropes. Let's see if they have what it takes to respond.
Let's see, it's the same hill that we saw Ascended Baseline have some success on earlier, but of course Shopify continuing to kind of hold the momentum and continue their slays. Looking at the kill feed right now, Super CC still not able to get a kill on the board just yet and taking heavy damage from Royal 2. On the other side, we have Royal 2 5-0 so far, not even going down once and just continuing to get kills. Looks like he's going to finally get taken down, tapping buttons, melees him. Super CC is still not able to get on the board though.
Yeah, it's always tough after a reset. How do you rebound? How do you start the next game off? Roll 2, no stranger to resets from his MCC days, of course, where that was a trial for all players involved, and he seems to have the recipe. CC now on the board with 2 as he finds 4 assists to his name, 2 kills. This is going to be a favorable position here for Shopify. 3 are down for ascending baseline. Shopify, or ascending baseline, coming off respawn right now. Shopify back in the hill, looking like they're going to score a 3rd point and go up 3-0. So all the gas that was left in the tank for ascending baseline, you're wondering, do they have what it takes? And if Shopify, as they do, go up 3-0, this is almost an insurmountable comeback that you're asking of ascending baseline here with their elimination bracket on the line.
Yeah, not the start you would hope for if you're Ascended Baseline. It looks like Shopify is just way too comfortable in this game, and quite the opposite for Ascended Baseline. Not able to find that success that they were having in game number 3, game number 4, the first one. But right now, Shopify Rebellion playing like the champions that they are.
Yeah, absolutely, and exactly what you expect from Shopify after losing to Luminon. Maybe not looking as strong last shot with the snipe, with the triple kill disgustingly. No scopes players top mid for that triple. Looks for more, finds more. Of course he does. The no scopes are true. The quick scopes are even as good as the no scopes for last shot. And this is, I said it yesterday, this is probably the player on the team that you have to watch out for. Last shot. I know Cyclo's an MVP. Roll 2 and Frosty, obviously superstars, multiple time world champions at this point. But last shot, the most influential player on this team for me. When he's hot, when he has the power weapons in his hands, he does not miss and he makes the other team pay. And just like that, Shopify are going to take this series.
Yeah, Shopify Rebellion continuing their journey in this elimination bracket. And towards the end of that game 4, we saw Last Shot absolutely put on a show. A disgusting no scope for the triple kill, helping his team secure that game number 4. If you're Ascended Baseline, GG's to them. They had a, what some would call a pretty successful day, successful tournament, but ultimately fell a little bit short. And Shopify going to continue their reign in this elimination bracket.
Yeah, Shopify starting to get hot. We'll see how their journey through the elimination bracket goes. But as we took a look at the stats, I mean, we pointed out Roll 2 starting off the game, the reset 5-0. Last shot ends up dropping 13, most on his team. No surprise when he finds the S7 that he puts it to work. But I mean, this is the Shopify you expect to rebound after a loss in a series. We saw it even last weekend, where when Shopify lost to Lumen Gaming, or Luminon, they looked amazing throughout the elimination bracket. It's something that is in this Shopify team, that it is possible to beat them in series, but can you knock them out of a tournament? And when they get hot and their confidence gets going, it only becomes more difficult. We see them advance to the lower semifinal here in the bracket. On the other side, we're waiting on Luminon Black and Majin to figure out their elimination bracket series. But when they do, whoever wins that series has got their hands full with the world champions and Shopify waiting on.
Yeah, Shopify is just itching to get back into that grand finals, but they got some stiff competition, right? We've seen Luminon Black, obviously earlier taking out Legion taken out Beps, right? So that was a difficult series, and I casted actually with Wonder Boy on that series, and Luminon Black showing a lot of resilience and a really impressive performance, taking out obviously some household names on that Beps roster, sending them home. And now we're going to be looking at them taking on Majin, right? So Collect and the boys, and actually off stream, Wes, me and you were talking about this Majin roster, specifically about Collect and kind of some of the pop-off potential that he brings on this roster.
Yeah, absolutely. Collect has got to be a player to watch when you're talking about Majin because of his raw skill ability. And when he gets going, when he finds his rhythm in a match, it is a dangerous thing to try and stop. Let's just take a look at the rest of the roster. I mean, we've said unbelievable things about Wootsum along his Halo career. It's phenomenal to see the mouse and keyboard phenom continue his journey. And I think this might be a squad that when they get to land can really create some upsets if they're all playing well. Mighty's has a high ceiling, low floor in my opinion. So I'm looking at that team like they have a ton of experience. They've been there, they've done that. They've gotten a few top 4s, top 3s along the way on the side of Europe, but is this a year that we're going to see Europe strive through? With the addition of Collect, you can't call it a full European roster, but I'm glad to see Collect get an opportunity with guys that have had more success than I think we've ever seen Collect really have on LAN. And it's no surprise that this Majin roster is where they are in the bracket. I'll be looking forward to seeing, are they able to create some of the upsets that we're traditionally able to see throughout Halo Infinite's history from the European side. They got their hands full here with Luminon Black, and then they have Shopify if they're able to win that. So they're going to have some true tests along the way, and we'll see how well Collect can kind of fit into this roster as well, because if he's playing well, I have no doubt that they're going to find a lot of comfort with him on their side.
Definitely. And on the other side of that matchup, of course, we got Luminon Black, right? Having their fair share of success so far in this tournament, in this qualifier. You got Descendant, Boo Boo Doo Piggy, and Envor. What do you think about this team, Wes? As far as the 4 players, who kind of is that X factor for you, and what does this team kind of need to do in order for them to be successful?
Yeah, it's a couple of different ways you can look at this and answer this question, right? I think of Descendant very similarly that I think of a player like Collect, a player that has an incredibly high ceiling when given an opportunity and finding a flow and a rhythm inside of a match. He can really take over even with the best players in the world in the server. Descendant has shown you that a lot of the times when he is on fire, like his team is rolling. When he can't find his rhythm and when he's dying first and can't find his necessary flow to a match, his teams typically struggle. I'm looking at players like Envor as well. Envor is a player that even as of this year has created some major upsets, has had some unbelievable numbers in some games that are very high stakes against some of the best players in the world. So can Envor continue that and repeat that along the way? A lot of firepower on that team if they can get it going, but can they consistently do it is going to be the big question. Are they able to do it in the big moments is going to be where this team either thrives in brackets or falls shorter than where they want to be.
Yeah, and let's talk predictions, right? We got Majin, Luminon, Black. What are you thinking? How do you think this one is going to land? What's the series score going to be? I feel like it's going to be a close one. I don't know. I have a prediction, but I'm curious to hear yours.
Yeah, I think they're pretty even teams. It's an online tournament, so I'm always going to be honest and break down the factors that are happening throughout that process as well. So you got 3 European players on the side of Majin. If the server doesn't favor them, which I'm assuming it's not going to, it's going to be an uphill fight. I think these 2 teams are probably pretty close contested. When they play on LAN, I would not be surprised if the series goes the entire distance. I'm going to favor Luminon Black here in this specific series. I'd be very surprised to see Majin win this, but at the same time, I mean, it really is going to come down to which individual players are really making those pop-off moments for either one of these 2 teams to break away from each other.
Yeah, I think I tend to agree with you there. Luminon Black, and of course, coming off of a pretty impressive win. Taking out Beps 3-1. Now finding themselves going up here against Majin. Of course, Majin coming off a loss. So that combined with some of the factors that you mentioned, I am going to give the edge to Luminon Black here. But I think it is going to be I think it's going to be a 5-game series, if I'm being honest with you. And we've seen some really close matchups all throughout today. And we talked about it a few times over the course of yesterday and today when any Halo game, right, going back to however far back you want to go with competitive Halo, as you get towards those final years, and we've never seen a game go this far as with competitive Halo as Halo.
Yeah, 5 is a long
it's
time.
a long time, right? So a lot of that, it's a lot of level and even playing field. It just comes down to like comfort with your team and your teamwork and control and power-ups. And power-ups, kind of that the pure basics and fundamentals of Halo become even more important.
Yeah, I think if it does go 5, I would start to favor Majin the further and further this series goes, because the comfortability and the been there, done that factor for them, I think, is a little bit more. When you look at the other side, I mean, Piggy has had a hell of a last few years, especially on the side of Envy, creating some monumental upsets, having some of his best placings and finding some rhythm and consistency on the side of Envy. And you got back Descendant on your side. You're able to kind of use that as maybe your poles in the ground, your staples for this team. But when you're looking at a player like Oddball, have you been there? Have you done that in the biggest moments? He started to perform very well, even on LAN at the San Antonio LVT LAN. Oddball was one of the best players at that tournament, performing at a high ceiling. But I need to see that consistently from him. On the side of Luminon, I feel like they have a little bit more of that experience of the weathering the storms, of the Game 5 presence of mind, and being able to play your best in those moments. As we take a look at the series layout, if it does go to 5, Solitude Slayer is something I think really does favor a team like Majin because of their experience, especially on a map like Solitude. Such a critical game type as far as just knowing when and where to push off spawn. Those timings are so important on a map like Solitude. So we'll see if it gets that far into the series. We're kicking it off with live fire strongholds, however, and that's going to be all about the camo in the S7, of course. And we have a ton of opportunity in this series to see highlight reels. Wutum on one side, you got Descendant on the other, and we know that those are pop-off players, guys that you want to min-max their potential, and what better way to do it than with the S7.
Couldn't agree with you more. Looking like it's going to be a fun series, but before we get into it, let's take a quick break, and we're going to come right back for this matchup, Majin versus Luminon Black.
Double kill. Triple kill. Score. Killing spree. Perfect.
10 seconds.
Double kill. Double kill. Triple kill. Killing frenzy. Killing score. Double kill. Double kill. Snipe.
Ball drop. Ball out of bounds. Ball in. Ball drop. Enemy has the ball.
Double kill.
Reversal drop. Ball drop.
Double kill. Triple kill.
Ball drop. Enemy has the ball. Ball.
Snipe. No scope.
Enemy has the ball. Ball drop. Enemy has ball drop.
Double kill.
Snipe has the ball.
Killing spree.
Welcome back to the straight ripping DreamHack Open Atlanta qualifiers. I am Goofy. I'm here with Clutch, and we are excited to get into this matchup. Winner will officially be top 4 in this qualifier and punch in their travel coverage and bragging rights for DreamHack Atlanta next month. Clutch.
Yeah, I think top 4 obviously something you want to accomplish, but I also think just gaining momentum, getting confidence going into DreamHack Atlanta is going to be a massive opportunity for these teams to really like just solidify themselves amongst the ranks. Like, can you beat down the world tier class in Shopify? And on the other side, like, how good are we? What is our ceiling? What is our floor? I think you learn that along the way when you start to play these teams, especially when it comes to like tournament atmospheres and opportunities. So a lot on the line still left for these teams, even though they have qualified, even though they have travel coverage to be gained here. So taking a look at the series layout, we got an opportunity earlier. I pointed out games 1 and 5. Faisal, what are you looking at throughout this series that you think might turn the tides for either one of these two teams?
I mean, it's as cliche as it sounds. I think it's coming out strong, right? I don't think there's a definitive favorite in this series, at least from my perspective. So coming out in that live fire game number 1 strongholds, and seeing which team is controlling that sniper, seeing which team is controlling the camo, and really kind of the teamwork, the rotations, I think game 1 will tell a large tale for this series. So I'm interested to see how that's going to play out. We talked about Majin and how important a player like Collect is going to be in order for their success in this series, and same on the side of Luminon Black. We talked about Descendant, right? So a couple key players to keep an eye out for, but I'm excited to see this one start off with live fire.
Well said. Always a fan of the weekend, and I believe it's Future in the song coming out strong. We'll see who comes out strong here in game 1. Hazel, I know you love to bump your music, so no surprise that you were able to reference that there. It's a banger. Let's see if this series is a banger. Live Fire Stronghold's the name of the game. First to 250. If you don't know it by now, it's year 5. Wake the hell up. That's how this is going to be settled, at least to get an advantage here early on in the series. And I couldn't stress the importance for Majin specifically to have that coming out strong moment. It is going to be snipe in the hands of what it looked like was Collect, and he gets immediately taken down, but trades across the board. It is going to be 3 going down for Majin, as early control of the map should be favoring Luminon Black. SLG might have something to say about that. The reset doesn't come through. That's important, as SLG was able to hop into C. The battle for camo is underway, but at least you keep that progression on C, to where if you're Majin, you're not under a deficit just yet because you were able to reset C. You're able to get control of it. It is going to be an AB hold here early on for Luminon Black.
Sniper in the hands of Collect, the player to keep an eye out for on the side of Majin in this series. Gonna need to do some damage with the sniper rifle in order for his team to start to get some control early in this game. And it looks like they've rotated over to A, and they've capped A. So A and C's momentary control, but of course you saw Collect rotate out of tower, so kind of giving away that C stronghold. And if you're not careful here, he could be in the clamps of a trip cap, and we know how deadly that can be.
Yeah, so frustrating for Collect there. He's going through Rat Tunnel. He's trying to get his shield back. One bullet stops his shield from recovering, and that's the bullet that makes a difference, to where he doesn't have shield the next time he's able to engage with the player. Loses that S7, and because of it, now it's starting to really be felt in the score line. 34-2, and climbing for Luminon Black.
Yeah, Wutum gets spawn killed there, essentially, with the spawning on dummies, and now Collect able to take out Descendant. Big win there, and a big kind of a pivotal kill to clear out that side of the map. Finally, the trip cap gets stopped as A gets converted. Collect, good job repulsing up and getting that back smack on Piggy. Now rotating over towards B. Let's see if he can get support from his team. Great job once again using that repulse and taking out Envor. Trying to get as much control as he can back B, but a little bit of an overextension, and he goes down. If he stays alive, maybe him and Mighty can work together here, but now Mighty's on his own, able to still convert that B stronghold. Not able to pick up the QT, and that could be something that ends up coming back to bite him, as we see that QT, come pretty pivotal in some of these fights.
Yeah, 100%, and I think you pointed it out as well with Collect, with the Overchild there. It's that battle against Descendant. Collect versus Descendant. We highlighted that those are 2 players to watch. Collect gets the better of him scoreboard, while Descendant answers on the bridge there. Takes down Collect, and that's kept this trip cap impact right now for Luminon Gaming. It's a trip cap now that's acquired almost over 100 points before you'd think B's going to be transferred over, but the Slays actually come through. The trip cap still remains, and Luminon Black continuing to roll.
Yeah, Envor with that camo rotating over towards C. See Piggy spot a couple players on the Majin side, getting help from Envor. Takes down Mighty. He's trying to spot Collect, who just chooses to run, but actually he's going to double back and take this fight against Piggy and wins it. So great shots there. As Envor on your screen now with Sniper and Camo sitting back B, just going to kind of scope out this push, and barely misses SLG there, but gets the information, calls it out to his team, and couple trades go down on each side, and Envor getting close, but not able to put the Sniper to use so far.
Yeah, a few big misses from Envor that could have really continued the momentum for Luminon Black. He is still alive in the stronghold, so although he hasn't hit a shot, playing his life very well, buying time for his teams to collapse. The B stronghold is reset in Luminon Black's favor, so although Envor doesn't do anything flashy, doesn't really do any damage that has showed up in the stat line, Him just playing his life and being a distraction was just enough for a BC hold for Luminon Black to still remain.
Yeah, just great job filling in the gaps from everyone on the side of Luminon Black as the scoreboard is speaking for itself. Collect takes down Piggy, but ultimately, so far this game, it's been all Luminon Black as they're just rotating and helping each other at the perfect times. Onboard takes down one, hits a no-scope on the other. 3 members fall finally on the side of Luminon Black, and if you're Majin, right now is a time where you really got to get back in this game and get some points on the board.
Hold your breath here if you're a Majin fan. This is still a game. Qualifier Strongholds is one of those game types that can really spin on its head. It's never over, but I say that and 2 immediately go down for Majin. So what looks like a promising opportunity, probably the first of the series of the game here for Majin, squandered. And with that squandered opportunity, B and C going to be transferred right back into the hands of Luminon here shortly.
Yeah, and that's the thing, you finally have some advantages of the map, and it's so easy for Luminon Black to just slide out off spawn and break your setup, and you can't have that at this level of Halo, at this level of competition. And just like that, another trip cap in favor of Luminon Black. Gonna lose B, but they should have A and C pretty comfortably here, as Camo also in the hands of Boo Boo Doo-Boo, who is leading the way on his team in terms of slays. And I think it's the first time this game we've kind of caught his point of view in the game. And as soon as we do, we see him with Camo, we see him with perfect shots. So Boo Boo Doo-Boo, doing everything correctly at the moment.
Yeah, one of those players, specifically throughout Halo Infinite, you thought Boo Boo Doo-Boo was going to have a better career, I would say. He obviously placed well a majority tournaments, but never really crossed that finish line as far as getting to a grand finals, finishing in the grand finals. Somebody that has an opportunity and a ceiling that is capable of that, was never really able to find the right team, the right placings, the right comfortability, I would say, for his play style to really shine. Is this going to be the roster that really elevates Boo Boo Doo-Boo at 14-7-10 against Majin? That gives you a lot of promise if you're a Boo Boo Doo-Boo fan, which I am, to see the best of Boo Boo Doo-Boo yet here in year 5.
2 fresh dead, make that 3 fresh dead for Majin. Another triple cap on the side of Luminon Black with SLG, last player alive, just trying to cap C before going down, and able to do so. It's a good job, and his team actually spawns there as well. So they're going to have slight control on that C side, but it's not helping them when they're losing time on A and B. So we're going to need to see the side of Majin rotate over towards B, and as I say that, you see that meter finally tick up, and they're going to cap B and C, but so much pressure coming in from the side of Luminon Black and back and forth at the moment.
Yeah, here's the moment right now in this game if Majin are going to try and make a comeback. It's going to take a trip cap because of the deficit that you're behind right now, 78 to 213. You're going to need a trip cap. You're going to need a few rounds of slays to really make this a manageable game on the side of Majin to try and get back into this. Are they able to perform it? They do lose A momentarily. That's okay if they're able to get a couple of slays here. Unfortunately, a big one-on-one won by Boo Boo Doo-Boo. Snipe now in the hand of Boo Boo Doo-Boo as well as 2 go down for Majin. Boo Boo Doo-Boo doesn't just jump into C yet. He wants to check his corners. Unfortunately, SLG on the dice is going to remove that snipe from his hands and keep C in their favor. However, they lose B in the meantime, so a lot of win conditions in the favor of Luminon Black. SLG with a lot of responsibility to try and hold the C overextension. May have been a 2-for-1 there as 2 players jumped up the dummies. He's able to hit a quick scope. I do believe it was a 2-for-1 as both players are able to get their shield back. SLG finds the first kill, breaks them both down, and holds C strong. Those are moments that could add up to a comeback if they continue to happen.
Yeah, really impressive stuff there out of SLG. It would seem like a very aggressive push by Luminon and looking scary for SLG. He was able to stay alive, hit his no-scope, use his cover, and ultimately win that engagement, and now trying to make his way over to A here and try to put some more pressure on Luminon Black, which is what you're going to need if you're a Majin fan, but he finally goes down. Majin still does have control of the map of B and C, capturing A though. Boo Boo Doo-Boo in a big fight here, gets help from Descendant and takes down Mighty. So now they're going to keep control of A, Sniper in the hands of Boo Boo Doo-Boo, and let's see which side they're going to rotate towards. And looks like they're going to try to get fight this B fight here.
All 4 players collapsing on B right now. One's coming from the nest, everybody else outside of Big Door. Big Door, Boo Boo Doo-Boo is able to put that 1 bullet in the snipe to use, but unfortunately 3 go down on both sides. It's a one-on-one Mighties versus Descendant. You got to favor Descendant, especially with the shield advantage there, and he's able to jump back into B. It's an A-B hold with 224 and climbing now for Luminon Black.
Yeah, this is essentially the final opportunity if you're Majin. You got to get some kills right away, and you got to rotate as soon as possible because the time is against you. But Luminon Gaming, as far as map positioning, are perfectly set up to withstand this push. And you see Mighty's now going to put down shots on that
Nice
play.
shots.
Hey, perfect shots. Takes down Envor and Boo Boo Dubu. Both go down. SLG now in this A stronghold. And it looks like he's going to be able to capture it. So A and C, and now they're rotating to B.
Yeah, Dead snipes up. This is the opportunity once again. 246, you got to be perfect from here, however. C's going to be transferred over on the side of Luminon Black, so it will not be a trip cap. You're starting to trickle some points in. Can this snipe do work? SLG finds the first one on a Piggy. That's going to make this push a little bit weaker, but I believe the scoreboard push is something that Majin might struggle to realize until it's too late.
Yeah, you would think they're going to rotate to B, but I like this play out of Luminon Black saying,
God.
don't worry about B, let's rotate all the way around to A, and they're able to do that, but Majin counters it pretty well by rotating over to Tower, and now the BC stronghold control in favor of Majin. So a bit of a swap there, but both teams playing that situation pretty well.
Yeah, Mighty's plays it safe by rotating over to C. Realize that everybody on Luminon Black is overextended towards A. It is a couple of quick scopes from SLG to the body that aren't able to be capitalized. You have to think, if Mighty's was there to be able to pick up that double, does that keep complete map control in their favor? Because they're not able to get those kills on the body shots from SLG, it's a complete map swap that's really transitioned into Luminon Black continuing the rotation perfectly as they end the game. And that's kind of the two-handed sword that you always deal with in Halo Infinite. I actually don't mind the safe play from Mighty's, but when he does that, you got to have chemistry and cohesiveness across the team that we're not fighting for A anymore. We're just flipping the map here. Those body shots are fantastic from SLG, but they don't mean anything if the kills don't come through behind it. Both those no-shield players are able to still get A and still continue the rotation. You're actually coming off respawn, so it's at a deficit. If you don't fight for A there, if you're Majin and you just let Mighty's capture C, you hold B strong with that S7, there's more opportunity. This game is within 52 points all of a sudden. You still have a massive opportunity to come back, but that little lack of judgment and cohesiveness amongst the strategy of the team there at the end cost them. You have to think, if SLG hits headshots, it's a different story. If Mighty's actually rotates into A and finishes those 2 kills, it's a different story. But you almost need that perfect level of Halo, especially when you've built the deficit that they did earlier on in the game, to really make up the difference, and that's what's going to cost them at the end.
Yeah, we saw more signs of life and a bit of more of an even matchup towards kind of that midway, the end game, where we really saw Majin find their footing and be a little bit more back and forth in the game. But at the start of this game, all the way up until a halfway point, it was all Luminon Black, and that's what kind of gave them the cushion to feel comfortable throughout the duration of that game number 1. But aside from map control, I mean, the slays overall were totally on the side of Luminon Black there. I think they had combined about 75 kills as a team compared to somewhere in the mid-50s for Majin. So over 20 kill, slay difference, and that really, takes a toll on the receiving team, and we saw it, but again, Luminon Black showing what they're about here, wanting to stay in the driver's seat as they want to lock in that top 4 in this qualifier, and of course get that travel coverage, and great way to start the series. Taking a look at this series layout, game number 2 is going to be Recharge Slayer. On the side of Majin, we say it every time. You lose game 1, you need game number 2. We've seen, obviously, reverse sweeps happen in Halo history, and in this tournament as well. We've seen it in this qualifier, but you got to win that game 2 to keep this series competitive if you're Majin. And again, we talked about him in game number 1. Didn't see too much just because as a team, I think they were getting outslayed, but the name of the game is Slayer, right? So there's no room for that in this game number 2, and I'm looking forward to see Collect, hopefully put on a show with that shock rifle. I know he's going to be going for it, and we've seen him, do a lot of damage with these power weapons. As we are loading into game number 2, 50 kills to win Recharge Team Slayer. Once again, this is a DreamHack Atlanta Open Qualifier hosted by Straight Rippin'. Make sure to show some love in the chat, on the socials. Give them a follow, and let's get this Halo hype going as we're hopping on board. Game number 2, Collect. players fall for luminon black. Make that 3 down as Wutum puts down some perfect shots on Descendant, picks up that camouflage, and a good start on the side of Majin. Having a little bit of technical issues, so Clutch is working his way back into the stream. Right now, it's just me, myself, and I. As Wutum still has camo in his hands, not able to get even a trade there. 2 players of luminon black in pipes able to take down that camo player. 4 members fall for Majin and 3 members fall for luminon black. So a bit of a, chaos and carnage over there. But 3 kill lead still on the side of Majin. We got him back, ladies and gentlemen.
Technical difficulties from the home setup. Story as old as time for ITC.
Just talking about the importance of this game number 2 for Majin, already down 1-0, and tournament life on the line here. They had a good start, and they have a good start right now, still with a 2-kill lead, but no one team has control or a bit of an upper hand just yet, and both teams is trying to fight for some sort of control.
13-10, so 3 kills separated. Majin looks like they've started this game off a little bit stronger than they did game 1. That's so important. I think when we've been watching tournaments as of recent, specifically even yesterday, like, it's so important to get off to a strong start, Faisal, and be able to play from the lead, and what that does to the other team adds a little bit of pressure. Pressure goes a long way, and honestly, you kind of get able to dictate the pace of the game, especially on a map like Recharge. How impactful can that be? Whether you're choosing to speed it up, slow it down, play for the next camo, the pace is so important. And being able to control that and kind of dictate that as well can just play into your strengths so much within the scoreline throughout the game's process.
Wutum finds himself in a difficult situation. Bottom middle gets taken out. So does Mighty's as Descendant here now moving towards control. Spots Collect. Does he get stuck? No, he doesn't. Collect goes down with the help of Biggie as well. So some good series of events on the side of luminon black. Getting some control back and putting pressure on the side of Majin. And this next power-up is going to be important. And not sure if it's been picked up just yet. And it has actually. It's camouflage in the hands of Boo Boo Doo. But he has a green gun and he gets spotted and not able to do anything with that camo. So bit of a unfortunate there for the side of luminon black as the scoreboard reads 21-19, still neck and neck, but unfortunate situation there with the camo.
Yeah, something I've been preaching for a while is just not being the entry fragger when you have that camouflage in your hand. When we skipped to Boobadooboo's point of view there and saw that he was the furthest progressed on the map inside white, I kind of worried for his chances and his lifeline there. Obviously, it gets taken down and removed, but you want to be using your teammates like chess pieces as distractions to be able to like third-party engage when you have that camouflage. You never want to be that entry. You never want to be the first one to take damage or deal damage because of how quickly you can get eliminated once the focus and priority is on you, and you know the other team is trying to make you the focus and that priority.
Down top white here, moving over towards the elevator, trying to get some more real estate on the map. We got Majin now that takes down that player top elevator. Piggy goes down. A couple members of Luminon and Pipes get some good teamwork. Collect trying to stay alive with the shock rifle, does some damage, but he gets taken out as well. 3 down from Majin. A couple fall on the side of Luminon as well, so not a terrible outcome. But Majin again, that lead is dwindling, and thankfully, again, like we mentioned, because of their hot start, they're still comfortably in this game. But the past few engagements have gone in the favor of luminon black.
Yeah, if you're luminon black, you take trades every day of the week from where they were fighting out of. When you saw 3 members stuck in pipes there, you're really worried, is this going to be where Majin kind of blow this game open? But they were able to trade it out successfully to keep this game manageable up until this point. SLG with a couple of kills now, able to find the shock rifle in hand, spot respawners, get some chain damage with that shock rifle. Maybe he loses his life a little bit too early in this combat loop, but still a 4-kill lead, make it a 3-kill lead now for Majin, for Majin. But it's starting to dwindle now. When you get that shock rifle damage onto those 2 players along, you're really thinking that once again, Majin are going to blow this game open. But luminon black fighting from this disadvantageous positions, consistently finding ways to keep this game close, has got to show some promise as this game crosses the 35-kill mark.
Yeah, I'm surprised how that engagement turned out. Like you said, there were shock rifles. It looked like they're about to pinch some players on luminon black, but they turned that around on its head. And now we have the players on the side of Luminon Black, looking like they got the camouflage here, and that's Envor, and we're all tied up 35-35. Luminon Black trying to take a commanding 2-game lead in this series, and if you're up 2-0, I mean, we've seen reverse sweeps happen, but if you're up 2-0, you're in a great situation, and let's see how Envor plays his life with this camo.
Yeah, everyone from Majin stuck in the back of white and blue right now. Envor trying to find the route that breaks this open. And it is going to be an elevator push from Majin, so they don't want to sit still. They don't want to feel like they're trapped, and they do end up getting out. They do end up getting out successfully. Envor still with this camo, somehow alive, almost takes down Mighty and is able to stay alive. The camo gets removed, but it is a 2-kill lead for the first time. Luminon will steal the lead here in Game 2.
Yeah, and what a time to do it as we're getting close to that 50-kill victory mark. 11 kills left to go on the side of Luminon Black. We have 3 players trapped in white. Wutum, so essentially just white and blue control on the side of Majin, but Piggy able to take one down. That's SLG and Wutum both fall now. 41-37, kills going in the favor of Luminon Black. Just like that, 41-38 now. This one is getting towards the end game, but Majin and the Mighties here trying to stay alive and, you know, stay in this game. Before they know it, it could be out of hand. But right now, it's still very manageable. Nice play there out of Mighties, flanking that player, bottom elevator, picking up a free kill. But he goes down to a boo-boo-doo-boo grenade, and now we got shock rifle in the hands of Luminon Black.
4-kill lead now for Luminon. You could tell multiple times here throughout the mid and towards the late game, we've seen Majin stuck in white and blue, and their answer to that is to try and push into elevator. Twice they tried it, twice unsuccessfully, and it's given Luminon this 4-kill lead.
5 minutes
Boo-boo-doo-boo rotating over to long haul, seeing if he can get a shot on anyone. Turbine not able to get a clean look. Now rotating over to top class. Spots SLG, nice takes shot. Down his face, 45-40. 5 kills left to go, and Boo-Boo and friends may take this 2-0 series lead. Collect now, trying to put on the pressure in long haul, takes down Piggy. Great play out of him, but he gets traded out. A couple more players on the side of Majin trying to commit to this long haul push. That final player bottom middle. So Majin, even though they're behind down by 5, they're playing really aggressive, and I like that play, but you know, kudos to Luminon Black just completely predicting it and shutting it down.
Yeah, I like the aggressiveness, but you're losing lives and trading in the process, and trades are not going to benefit you right now. 49-44 as the trades have continued to come across the board. Piggy's going to put an exclamation point on this game and take a commanding lead for Luminon Black. It's going to be a 2-0 lead now for Luminon as they looked very comfortable towards the end of that game. You could feel that Majin are all about trying to play this fast-paced game, but when you're playing from the deficit, to the point that I was talking about earlier on in this game, that when you're playing from the lead, it's okay to be aggressive and find trades, but when you're behind, you have to be able to find kills that are unanswered by the other team. But it's honestly props to Majin for being able to answer these kills throughout this process and to be able to read the aggressiveness, but also just maybe a little bit of too much pressure for Majin and too sloppily pushed. Like, yes, you're getting these kills, these entry frags, but if they're traded out, they don't mean anything. And as the score approaches 50, they actually become a detriment to your opportunity.
Yeah, I think the strategy was sound, but the execution lacked there, you know, in that aggressive push towards the end. You really got to kind of be buttoned up when you're making that type of play, down by 4, down by 5 towards the last stages of the game in a Slayer, and ultimately, like, it seemed like Luminon read it like a book and ultimately made them pay for that push, and now they find themselves in a 2-0 series lead. And now we're loading in to game number 3 here. We're going to have Origin capture the flag, a map and game type we're all very familiar with. And right now, if you're Luminon, it's looking like you're going for that clean sweep.
Yeah, Luminon Black comfortably in the driver's seat after these last 2 games. I think you've seen some sparks out of Majin, but you've also seen some sloppy deaths. There's some deaths where you get that initial kill, you just need to stay alive. That's literally your job, and Majin are able to trade these kills out. I'm talking about that grenade from Boo-Boo-Doo that was on the Mighty's bottom elevator. Like, once you get that kill at elevator, you have to figure out a way to stay alive. It's a great grenade from Boo-Boo, obviously, but you can find ways to not die to those kind of things if you want to try and stay in these games. Staying alive is so important, especially at this point in Halo Infinite, that it's almost just as important as getting that initial kill. Because once those numbers are evened up, it's just a lot of, it's map control, it's opportunity for the other team to freely move around and continue to rotate around some of the pressure that's happening. So if Majin are able to stay alive in some of these situations a little bit better, so much promise will come from that opportunity, but we'll see if that's the case. It's going to be Lattice, Oddball. Name of the game is Game 3. Now tournament life on the line for Majin.
Oh, okay, Lattice, Oddball. I think I was, maybe the series layout was a little bit off, but I was thinking we were going into Origin and capture the flag, but we're on board here. Game number 3, Lattice, Oddball. Mighty's on your screen with that sniper rifle. A couple members on his side drop, so it's more pressure on him and more obligation to stay alive here. Doing a good job getting a no-scope, picking up that body shot and the kill, and continuing to try to help his team, you know, come off of respawn and get some map control.
Yeah, Mighty's the only one to be able to find the kill up until Wutum able to take down one of his own, but Mighty's showing out here early on in Game 3. He does not want to go home yet or leave the tournament just yet. Oddball now in the hand. Snipe is going to be out of ammo, but it is going to be an early setup at red for Majin Gaming.
SLG just holding down his angle here, choosing to drop and just get a trade, which that's not a bad play when you're taking so much damage. Now Boo Dubu rotating over alongside Descendant, takes down Mighty's and picks up the ball time. And Boo Dubu, of course, that sneaky objective player, is how he kind of earned his name in Halo 5. And now we're seeing him kind of grow and evolve into a great all-around player, kind of that veteran now, which is, you know, going from that up-and-coming player that we came to know and love in Halo 5, now that veteran presence on this Luminon team.
Trades are going to be across the board here. No real setup to be had as the ball gets neutralized. It was a 2-2 split, but it is going to be Majin coming off respawn here a little bit later. See how they're able to deal with it. Envoy pushing across top middle into red. Doesn't quite spot any of the players. Wutum does go down, so it's going to give a numbers advantage to Luminon. SLG spotted all the way in the back of red right now. He's trapped, trying to play his life, jiggling, peeking, but too many players are going to be swarming him. Tries to play his life as long as he can, and because Luminon are forced to overextend for SLG, there's a couple players back, guys, that may be able to trade these kills back in the favor. And yes, Collect finds a double. Ball still in red, so a great job by SLG to play his life in that situation, not give up an easy death. And what does it do? It forces Luminon to overextend. And now look, Majin had the promising opportunity here. Ooh, say that.
Yeah, great job.
Hard fire.
Great job by Boo Dubu, just keeping his foot on the gas. And I love how he's just, the pushes that we're seeing out of Boo are always coordinated, it seems like, with a teammate. And of course, 2 is always going to be stronger than 1. That bait and switch, a tale as old as time in competitive Halo. As we're just looking at the scoreboard here, no one really kind of standing out as far as slays. You know, got a couple players on each side. Luminon, 3 players with 6 kills. On the other side, Mighty's has 6 of his own. But the score on the board is 21-17. So very close right now in round number 1 of this Oddball. And now we got sniper rifle in the hands of Majin, specifically Mighty's. And we really need to see him put this sniper to use and allow his team to feel some comfort on this map.
Yeah, second snipe of the game for Mighty's, and he did some work with the first one, so don't be surprised if he starts to hit some shots. Gets the first kill, but there are players in red that he's got to worry about. His ball carrier goes down, so that's unfortunate on the side of Majin, which should be a strong setup in red. Ends up getting flanked. This player back red, Descendant, playing his life so well, actually runs all the way to the back. Does get flushed out. 2 go down for Luminon. The ball gets brought to the back of red. Not exactly the best positioning you would like to see out of Majin, but they do still have control of what is a back red setup. But they're going to have a lot of pressure coming in. 3 players from Luminon flying in. Mighty's under a ton of pressure now, trying to hit some shots. Can't hit either the quick scopes or the no scopes, and because of it, that setup's going to be all for naught.
Yeah, good job by Mighty, just kind of valuing his life there and milking for as long as he can, using all the sniper rifle ammo, and then ultimately, you know, the setup was bound to be broken, but it was broken in a way that allows his team to continue to have some breathing room. As looking at the scores, 39-24 now, Luminon trying to get some time of their own. Wutum finds his player, 1 shot, takes him down with a punch to the face. Boo Dubu gets that trade and now picks up the ball.
Should be able to get some significant ball time if he just turns the corner and gets his rear end over into red. He does just that. Teammates are there to finish that first kill top middle, and now SLG coming off respawn. The push for Majin has got to wait for SLG to really come off spawn in order to get a significant numbers advantage here, but Envoy goes down in the meantime, so they've done a good job to get a pick. That's going to break this setup. The ball gets thrown back towards ice. The collapse will come through. Can Descendant find one before he goes down? No. Mighty's placed perfectly around the silo to be able to keep his life. regain control of red, and that setup for luminon black not as strong as it could have been, knowing that you had SLG down. When you start to lose even one player, that's when the setup really starts to bend and then will eventually break once again for luminon.
SLG goes down. A couple players inside of luminon fall though, as Descendant left kind of by himself, bottom middle now. Once you see 2 players of your team freshly fall, kind of options are limited at that point. We see Boo Boo Doo Boo once again trying to rotate over towards Ice, provide some teamwork and help for Descendant, who does a good job picking up that kill on Collect. SLG and Envor getting a trade of their own. So 67-42 is the current score. 1:16 left in this on the game clock as Wutum goes down to some perfect shots from Descendant.
Yeah, can't play his life though. Mighty's is able to trade it out. Great shots from Descendant to keep this game as mixy as possible. But 67-42, minute 3 on the clock. So time going to start to become a factor for Luminon to try and get back into this game. They need one clean setup really to make this game a little bit closer, even take the lead here. And unfortunately 3 go down for luminon black. If Piggy can go down, that'd be 4, but Piggy's able to get a kill, which will stop Majin from really being able to pick up this ball as clean as they would like. SLG does bring it back into red. Snipe now in the hands of Wutum as well. And the round will go into their favor, but as Faisal pointed out, they're playing the wrong map, so they're just warming up. No harm, no foul. Joke's on us. Origin CTF will be the name of the game.
They played that for quite some time, huh?
Difficult to play through as a player when you're playing the wrong map. A nice little warm-up oddball for everybody to reset themselves in this series. Just saying, if we listened to Faisal at the start of the game, we might have found ourselves there a little bit faster, but we're here now.
And you're seeing that game chat in the top. Envor saying, that's my B, and Collect saying, bro, what?
Bro, what?
I mean, hey, I would be upset too, because that was your, you know, if you are Maj and you finally found yourself having some momentum and looking like you were going to win that first round. But, I mean, hey, rules are rules, and I guess on either side, no one really realized that it was the wrong map and mode. So
I've been in Halo a long time, and I'm not sure I've seen a game played out that far and then ended. The closest I've been was a game where it was I was on Warriors and we were playing against BTH at the time, and Snakebite started the wrong CTF mode back in Reach, where you could
like recover the flag or something.
Yeah, you could recover the flag or not recover the flag, one of the two, and it was Pit, and we were playing against BTH. It's top 3 at Nats, and we always roast Eric for his reaction because we were like 5 minutes into the game. I'm on a frenzy. I'm going off. I have evade snipe, and I think the game is like tied in like a flag stalemate, and we like realize that we can return the flag or we can't return the flag, whatever it was, the settings, and we realize it's wrong, so we have to end it. And Rona stands up and starts throwing a fit. As he's like, "We're playing for $100,000. Are you effing kidding me? Are you kidding me? We're playing for 100." And we're just sitting there like, "Yeah, that's our bad." Ends up restarting the game, and Rona, of course, I think just takes over. Angry Rona, never something you wanted to be a part of, and we end up losing that game 1. We won the series, but it was something pretty funny to be a part of. But playing an entire round of oddball and then having it be forcibly ended to go over to a Kali CTF is an interesting mentality shift for all these players in this series.
Yeah, no, that's a funny story. When was this? This was 2000.
This is 2011 Nats.
2011 Nats. Yeah.
And when I tell you, there's still to this day, if you go up to Roll 2 or Snakebite and go, "We're playing for $100,000," we're all just sitting there like, "Yeah, that's our bad."
Yeah, no, that happens, I feel like, and across Halo titles, or exactly that. If it's like a flag, you know, we have different flag game types where on one you can recover it, on one you can't. You have 5 flag, 3 flag. And I think we've all, you know, the ones that have been around the block have been in those situations where you're at a tournament or you're playing an important game and, you know, the wrong game type gets started. But obviously, whole different circumstance if you're at a national championship, you know, as Rona said, playing for 100 grand.
The worst part about that story is I'm like plus 15 on the first game. It ends. And then I go like neg 12 the next game.
That's how it goes, man.
And the
That's how
stats get
it goes.
recorded. I'm like, that's a 30 kill differential in my stat line for the tournament. Are you kidding me? I'm the one being punished here.
Yeah, that's hilarious. I know exactly what you mean. It's like the game that's the wrong one is the one you pop off on, and then it restarts, and you just salty the whole game because you can't get it going.
I want my stats fixed. I want both recorded in the timeline of Halo there. Somebody go back and update the wiki.
Looks like now all 8 players are loaded back on the proper teams. And just, if you're joining us, welcome once again. This is the straight ripping DreamHack Open Atlanta Qualifier. We got teams fighting it, duking it out for their spot, their seeding, and their confidence going into next month at DreamHack Atlanta. So far, 3 teams have secured their ticket of that top 4 spot and their travel coverage. The winner of this will be the final of the 4 teams. And right now, it's looking like Luminon obviously is in the driver's seat, up 2-0. But game number 3, Wes, we got Caps as a flag on Origin. We got Rockets. You got Sniper. What's it going to take for Majin to win this?
Yeah, I think you love what you've seen from when Mighties did have the snipe in that previous game, so we're going to have to see some power weapon control in their favor. They've really got to dictate the pace here. I actually like their opportunity here on a map like Origin. A lot of them on the side of Majin were extremely strong Halo 5 players. I'm talking SLG in that sense, and we saw how dominant I feel like the Europeans were on Kali towards the end of Halo 5, so you're hoping some of that can resonate here in this game 3 to get back into this series, try and push this a little bit further, get to that game 4 and inevitably that game 5 if you're trying to create this upset, because you've dug yourself a massive hole here in this series. 2-0 the lead, but still highly contested games, I would say. Still winnable games on the side of Majin. If you can just make up a little bit of the difference, we are going to have to reset, of course. One of the players did not make it into the lobby. When there is one delay, there are several delays. If you've ever been a part of a Halo tournament, you've been able to witness the extensive delays and listening to me, Phil, and talk about the history of Halo, my career, and unfortunately, we're not going to continue to go down that road. Hopefully, we can get this player back in this lobby as soon as possible.
Unfortunately, we won't. But no, I mean, talking about Origin Caps of Fire again, of course, I mean, like you naturally, right, players gravitate towards that snipe side, which is important. Obviously, your lines of sight, your visibility, and the damage output that you can produce from up there. But what we really see, you know, we watched Shopify. We were watching that Shopify BEP series yesterday, Clutch, that we were casting, and really a lot of the success and the flag pulls comes when the players from the opposite team are in your elbow, right? Putting on the pressure from the Rocket side, kind of making sure that it's continuing to funnel through bottom middle and get into your corners, get into your elbows, and staying alive in that elbow just becomes such a thorn on the other team's base, or on the other, you know, team's psyche, so to speak. So, like, if you're Majin, if you're Collect, Mighty's, SLG, you know, just continue to play your game like you mentioned. Obviously, the skill is there, but as far as strategy and execution, they're really gonna have to try to, you know, push their advantages and try to continue to flank around that elbow side to get those flag pulls.
Yeah, and of course you point that out. Being a flanker yourself, always taking these long routes that really do punish the other team if they go unseen. And I do think you're on the money there. A lot of the success from flag pulls do come from those players' elbows, staying alive, dealing damage, finding a pick over towards Catwalker on the sniper ramp, and then going for that flag pull. I mean, that is a classic Basil route if I've ever seen it. Obviously, you were doing it on maps like the Pit and Narrows where you're cannoning over every time you spawn or whatnot, but being a thorn in the side of the other team, making them think about you the entire time. I mean, that play style is so successful in a game type like Origin or Kali from the past. So don't be surprised when those elbow players do have that success, and if they're able to get that first kill, that is everything for the entire setup to and control to collapse for the other team.
Definitely, and if you have a player in your elbow and you're spawning cave, right, then you're thinking, should we overextend snipe and just leave them in our elbow? Do we go back in our base? And it just continues to have you make the other team have to make constant decisions, right? And that's the position you want to be in. And the play style of these teams kind of matches that, right? You see a lot of this fast-paced, aggressive play style. But what I want to see in this game for both teams is their ability to stay alive.
Yeah, that is the key. Once you get to their elbow, how long can you live? Because they have to flush you out. They can't do much on the map. A lot of the flag runs are actually towards that elbow side, so making sure you have control of blocking those spawns and keeping that as a solidified poster for your team can bring so much success. It is going to be an early push towards the snipe for a lot of luminon black. It's actually all 3 players that are alive are going to be on this snipe side. But look at that, the overextension from the elbow, already a strategy for Majin as they're able to pull the flag. Mighty's is going to throw it out. Rocket's still not controlled. Descendant with the snipe going to try and put an end to this flagpole and does just that. And that's kind of the opposite strategy that you can implement here is, yes, they can overextend elbow, but if we get snipe control and our sniper can hit a shot, it's all for nothing.
Yeah, and that's the key thing is making sure you're putting the sniper to use it. Body shots work just as well. You don't need to always be going for the headshots as Descendant now. I think he was able to hit that body on Collect. He goes down, make that 3 fresh dead for Majin. So this is really going to allow Descendant and Luminon Black to get comfortable on the map, get top rockets, get front of base, and now put pressure on the spawners.
Yeah, rockets are still up, so this is going to be rocket control for Luminon as well. Descendant in a difficult spot here. Does stay alive for an extended period of time. Actually, the entire time you'd think.
Double kill.
Massive double kill killing spree. Rockets in the hands of Luminon. A flag being pulled. Collect the last player alive. Trying to overextend towards the snipe side, but it's all for naught once again. Rockets being put to use, and that's going to be Luminon Black using that snipe to get control of elbow, and from there, get that first point on the board.
Those situations make such a big difference, and it's obviously incredibly difficult to do what we just saw Descendant do, but that's what separates these players, right? The top, the best of the best from the rest is someone like Descendant right there, able to stay alive, not only get an insane no-scope, but then stay alive for a double kill, allowing his team to get rockets, get a flag pull, a flag cap, and the lead.
A dangerous spot for Majin to be in. 2 down, the flag front your base right now. Wutum does find a kill to kind of stop this flag from continuing to move forward, but you got to have more than that. That flag's still out and control is still being fought for. It was almost a double cap opportunity for Luminon Black with the amount of control they had. Still, as kills come through for both sides, the combat kind of resides. Map control is still going to be the priority focus for both teams coming off respawn.
Couple players on Majin spawning in their elbow. We got Boo Boo Doo here on their cave side, putting down some pressure, continuing to try to apply that pressure and be a thorn. Easy kill on Wutum. We didn't expect Boo Boo to push in from the cave, but Boo Boo goes undetected and now pulling the flag here towards Snipe. It's not going to be as simple as just walking it through, as we do have some players from Majin over there, and also we got Mighty's on the other side running a flag of his own through elbow. So Collect and friends trying to get these picks and able to take down 1, take down 2, but 2 from both sides fall, so neither team really has the advantage just yet as Collect trying to stay alive in his cave.
Yeah, Collect versus Descendant. Descendant does have the shield advantage right now. Collect trying to stay alive, but the respawners are going to be able to impact that. The flag on the other side of the map is returned, and it's a 2-0 lead for Luminon Black, so I like what Majin tried to do. They tried to make it mixy, tried to get a flagpole of their own. If Collect is able to get 1 more kill, or even the side of Majin's able to get 1 more kill, they're probably looking at a tie game. Unfortunately, not the case. Rockets in the hands of Piggy don't find home, but a stick will trade it out. 3 go down on each side. Descendant versus SLG, but SLG in a priority position here, able to pull the flag as players are coming off respawn. Descendant gets him to no shield, but no shield doesn't mean anything if you can't finish him off, and SLG across the gap bottom middle with the flag. Even though he's no shield, it's no problem. He's able to get that flag all the way, so huge play by SLG there to recognize the situation in that one-on-one. If you can turn this corner with the flag, maybe you can cut into the deficit that you built yourself. Now only down 1 cap.
Yeah, perfectly said. I think SLG played that so well. You know, wouldn't be surprised if other players would kind of take their time there, but knowing the situation, like you mentioned, Clutch, that last player over towards Cave, he just says, you know what, don't worry about it, I'm going to just run this out, and putting the pressure on Descendant to hit his shots, he wasn't able to do so, and then SLG gets the flag cap, and as we're talking, a second flag is being pulled by Majin, and that flag has already made its way all the way back to their base, and they punch it in, so within the matter of what seems like 30 to 45 seconds, this game is all tied up.
Yeah, beautifully done. The control for Majin continues to roll into a double cap there as Luminon Black do not prioritize going back to the flag and flushing out these players' elbow. These players' elbow, you saw picked up the kill on the K player trying to overextend towards ramp. And from there, you're able to pull that flag pretty freely, get it out, and tie this game up. Boobadooboo now the elbow player for Luminon Black, all the way up on Majin's base. 2 players from Majin coming off respawn, and they have to flush out Boobadooboo before they push up the sniper.
Next cap for either side will win the game. Boobadooboo trying to get a stick, not able to do so, but makes Mighty's down to 1 shot. But here, Mighty's good job taking out Boobadooboo, the thorn in your side. 2 members fall for Luminon. Make that 4 dead. Boobadooboo on respawn. Let's see where on the map Luminon will be spawning. It looks like the back of their base, allowing Mighties to get rockets, and this is really important right now. If you're Mighties, you have the game in your hands. Stay alive with these rockets. Do the appropriate damage that you're meant to do here. Great rockets coming out on the side of Mighties, able to get 1, gets the assist on the other. 2 fresh dead for Luminon. Make that 3 down as Mighties and the boys on Majin running this 3rd and final cap. A great job by Boobadooboo shutting that down, but the flag is still running, Clutch.
Yeah, Boobadooboo able to at least delay this cap to give his team a chance coming off respawn. That flag does make it to the fountain, but it was cave spawns after Boobadooboo spawns elbow that are able to overextend, stop that flag. But Descendant hops on the return, but a player comes from behind him. Mighty's actually gets a touch on that flag as Descendant was trying to return it, actually gets it into the flag, punches it in, steals game 3 away from Luminon. A 2-0 lead for Luminon squandered in game 3. Keeps Majin in this series with a 3-2 win for Majin here. And is that going to be a story that haunts Luminon Black as this series continues? Going into a game 4, you're up 2-0 in the series, up 2-0 in game 3. And now all of a sudden you find yourself going to a game that will decide if you go to a game 5 or not. And Majin, with the pace of play there, keep themselves in this game and in this tournament for a little bit longer.
And yeah, little decisions have big impacts. It all started with SLG, you know, team down 2-0, and his decision to just beeline that first flag and run it. And that kind of like set the tone for the rest of the game. When SLG was able to get that first cap, right after that, I think it was Mighty's ran the second cap elbow, tied it up 2-2. And like you said, from being down 2-0 in the series, 2-0 in game 3, they do a little reverse sweep in game number 3. Can they do a reverse sweep in the series?
Yeah, that's a deflating loss. You got to be able to rebound off this very quickly, because a game type like Lattice King of the Hill, it can get out of hand quickly, especially if we see a 2-0 lead come in for Majin here. So we'll see how Luminon Black kind of weather the storm here. This is the first real time they're going to be challenged in this series and feel the weight of the pressure of a tournament. Their elimination bracket lives on the line here. Can they figure out a way to end this series before it goes to 5? You do not want all of the momentum riding on Majin going into a game 5, and right now Majin have the momentum in the series even though they're down 2-1.
Hopping into game number 4. We got King of the Hill on Lattice. Win or go home situation for Majin, but coming off a momentum win from game number 3, you know they got to be feeling good as a sniper in the hand of SLG.
Yeah, numbers in the favor as well. That was 3 down for Luminon Black momentarily. Last player alive is going to be outside towards the ice right now, but SLG on the prowl with the S7. Gonna know that players are gonna be coming from top mid. Gonna spot Descendant, gonna remove Descendant's head with a nice quick scope. Someone needs to get into the hill, however, as these kills don't mean much if you're not able to capitalize. SLG finds another kill. Piggy spotted top box. This is where a narrow miss from SLG onto Piggy, but they have good information on where he is. You need to make sure Piggy doesn't deny this hill time. And he takes down Wutong with another plasma there in the kill feed, so no hill time really rewarded. Although SLG's on a kill spree, is making highlight plays with the snipe. It's really all for naught as Luminon still in the hill and have an advantage here in the time as well. And you're wondering, if you're Majin here, what more can SLG do to get his team an early lead? Because right now, at 6-0-1, he still finds himself behind.
Yeah, it was an unfortunate timing situation there for Majin and SLG. Even though he had the sniper, his teammates just died at the first time over towards ISO. Didn't really leave him much opportunity to do much, but even still, he was able to get a couple kills. But right now, 2 members fall for Luminon. Boobadooboo still down, and Mighty's trying to kind of keep that meter even. You know, neither team able to really gain much traction on this hill towards ice, but Piggy right now planted himself into this hill using the cover. Great cover used by their SLG, able to take him down, and he gets traded out. So neither team really able to fully kind of get that control, but it's a back and forth fight so far.
Yeah, Piggy's doing a phenomenal job of denying hill time for Majin right now, and it's the reason that his team is in the lead and potentially going to steal this first hill from the performance that SLG has been able to put on. 9-0-3 right now, SLG is, but now desperate to try and deny some of this hill time finally. As this point so narrowly close to being scored for on the side of Luminon, and it is going to be captured from Luminon, so, or on the side of Piggy's. Great denials from the hill. Every time it felt like Majin had control there, Piggy was at least able to kill the hill carrier before the rest of the team, and that really stalls and buys a lot of time for the rest of your team to start making plays, and because of that, they find themselves up 1-0.
They do have control of red as well, so no, actually, I take that back. It's Majin that's currently in the hill, but no team really has presence on the map that strong at the moment as two members fall for Luminon, allowing Majin and the boys in blue to get a little bit of this meter moving up. Boo Doo spotted in ice. He gets taken down for a nice double kill out of Mighties now. Let's see who can get their hands on this sniper. If you're Mighties, you're just trying to caught some players in limbo, and you're able to find Envor, take him down. So nice series of kills for Mighties, kind of just running around at this point, being trying to be that thorn in the side of Luminon, while his team on the other side is filling up that meter.
Yeah, I like that play by Mighties. He gets the first 2 kills and understands if we can continue to stagger their push, it's going to give us a massive opportunity to tie this game up here. Over about 60% progression here for Majin on hill number 2, but they do find themselves over at blue, so still an opportunity to be had for Luminon Gaming if they're able to get around the Slays, and it looks like Boobadooboo has that in mind as he pushes into blue, flushes them out. Descendant finds a kill as well. SLG, last player alive. He spotted top red, and this should be some hill time going to Luminon as well.
Yeah, I love that play out of Boobadooboo, putting on the pressure on those spawners blue and able to flank them, get 2 easy kills, pick up the sniper rifle. And now, even though it looks like, they have blue control, they're actually, in a situation where they have presence on the map. But, again, I think the hill is over at red, so Majin doing a great job recognizing that and just trying to continue. And look at that, even though Boobadooboo made that play, hit a flank, his team really wasn't able to make the correct next steps, and because of that, we see Majin tie the game up.
Honestly, I like Boobadooboo pushing into blue and getting those kills, but
yeah,
you got to get back to red at some point, and Boobadooboo still with the snipe over at blue, basically playing for the next hill already, even though that hill was probably contestable. Boobadooboo still continuing to hit shots, however, so look at this third hill, already over 50% progressed. A great hold from Luminon to, even though they gave up the second point, they were perfectly able to set up for this third point. Try to get back in the lead here. Boobadooboo still not managed to be taken down. Somehow finds himself on a killing spree. Nobody can finish him off, and with that, I mean, a perfect third point will get Luminon right back in the driver's seat.
Yeah. After, like you said, a bit of a misplay, we'll call it, in that second hill, allowing Majin to get on the board. Boobadooboo and the players over on Luminon doing a great recovery on that third hill, and now they have the lead 2-1, and also starting to put some points on the board in this fourth hill. Boobadooboo on your screen once again as we switch over to Descendant. Spots a player, that's SLG, trying to bank a grenade to get some damage down. Boobadooboo with the battle rifle in his hand. Collect goes down now, chasing SLG, seeing if he could clean up this kill as well. Not able to do so, but able to get the assist. We got a couple items on the map spawning. You got the QT spawning and the sniper rifle as well. Big double kill out of Piggy with the backsmack, looking for the triple on Collect, but he gets taken out with some help from Boobadooboo. So great rotations, great rhythm right now on the side of Luminon.
Yeah, you got to love what you're seeing from Luminon since that third hill moved into blue. Just been perfect Halo so far, and then Majin just on the ropes, can't get out of it, can't get a man advantage to save their lives right now. 2 continuously going down. The last 2 are going to be stuck back blue. A promising position for them is the hill being top catwalk. They need to find a way to trade out advantageously here as they're able to find 2 kills. Wutum finds himself the snipe. It's a third as well, so those 2 players in SLG and Wutum do their job as far as trading efficiently in a 2v3 to get all 3 of those players taken down. The snipe gets thrown off the map. I love that play by Descendant. Let's remove that win condition from Luminon Black as his life was inevitably to be given. Majin now in the hill. 2 minutes on the clock, so no real time crunch here on the side of Majin, but it's such a difficult hill to capture. We'll see what the time looks like as this hill is captured from either team, but if Luminon Black can find a way to go up 3-1, then time would all of a sudden become a major factor in their win conditions.
Yeah, the past 30 or so seconds has actually been great in favor of Majin by just keeping that blue control. They're not able to get a lot of time on this hill, but they're doing a good job controlling the right side of the map, right? And now they're able to start putting that time on this hill and hopefully cap it and tie the game up. But overall, great map positioning on the side of Majin, but bad timing to go 3 down, so close to capturing that hill to tie it up, but luminon Black doing a great job clutching up and getting the kills when it matters.
I mean, it's a clean sweep for the side of luminon Black. It was a full setup for Majin, and luminon spawned into red, got out across top middle. Everyone on Majin goes down. luminon back in the hill, and now it's Majin's turn to see if they can repeat the same recipe we just saw from luminon.
Trade goes down with Boo Boo Jubu and SLG. Neither team able to get their feet in the hill just yet. It's more so about doing damage and trying to get some numbers advantages on the map. We have the QT about to spawn, but not
Hill's
too
about to be
big of a
captured.
concern right now. Yeah, you were right, Flesh. That hill is about to be capped. That's Boo Boo Dubu sitting in there. He rotates out, choosing not to, sorry, not Boo Boo Dubu in the hill, but he was on our screen. But yes, the hill is about to be capped for both sides. That meter is close to being filled. And if Majin able to not stop this cap, but Majin's in the hill. Now both teams so close, either one can cap this.
Yeah, Descendant's going to be able to do it. Descendant wins that one-on-one on the Mighties, but no, SLG able to delete him, but you have to favor where luminon are on the map right now. Piggy able to jump in that hill, and even if you take him out, he's going to be able to capture that point. Now, 47 seconds on the clock, and this is what I feared. luminon with a commanding lead, win conditions all in their favor as far as time, the point lead, and everything. Now, against Majin with their tournament lives on the line, they nearly have to play perfect, and they're coming off respawn. They can't even get off spawn without Piggy lighting them up. Wutum goes down, and that's going to be bad news bears for Majin once again as 2 are down. Hill neutralized. You can tell luminon Black understand that time is on their side.
Yeah, I know that fourth hill was the game, right? And we saw luminon essentially clutch up a big double kill there out of Descent and just continuing to put that nail in the coffin of Majin's hopes and dreams. 6 seconds left to go. Make that 3, 2, 1, and just like that, luminon Black will be your 4th and final team punching their way into the top 4 and getting that guaranteed travel coverage. So congratulations to luminon Black as they take out Majin 3-1 in a series that was closer than the score would say. I think, you know, props to Majin putting up a good fight in that series, but ultimately not able to, you know, close out some of those close games.
Yeah, entering the UM's semifinals here, they're going to have to go against Shopify, but I mean, looking back on the series we just witnessed, Majin, a lot could have gone better in their favor with just a couple different decisions being made, but it's luminon Black to take the series 3-1. We will not see a Game 5, and it's because Descendant and his performance here in Game 4, I believe it was 21-11 or 21-13 by the end of it, but a pop-off game from Descendant, exactly what the doctor ordered for luminon Black fans to make sure that their team doesn't find themselves in a potential reverse sweep situation. But I mean, when you look back at all of these games, Faisal, you mentioned it, how close some of these games were. This series could have been a completely different story if it wasn't a couple of individual plays or decisions being made on either side. But you got to love what you see from just the competition amongst these teams going into Atlanta, and hoping that we see more of the same continued when it gets to land.
No scope.
Yeah, that's what we're all here for, right? Is to watch the world's best duke it out in these, you know, in these matches, and I'm really happy that we've seen that so far this weekend, and definitely setting us up for what should be an exciting and eventful DreamHack Atlanta. Nothing like playing Halo on LAN against the best competition in the world, and right now our top 4 has been solidified. And yeah, you know, Piggy obviously, you know, was competing and battling at DreamHack Birmingham and was able to get 3rd place, right? So Piggy back-to-back, you know, being successful in these recent events and trying to help his team, you know, finally make it to a grand finals. But of course, we have some juggernauts that they still got to go up against, even right now in this loser semifinals match. If he wants to, you know, if he wants to duplicate a 3rd place finish, they're gonna have to go through the likes of Shopify.
Yeah, and that's a mountain to climb, right? You can't be worried about before it happens, and not a team you expect to be playing in the elimination bracket really ever. But with Luminon Gaming and the roster that they put together, knocking Shopify into the elim bracket earlier than Shopify is used to here these past 2 tournaments, it's becoming the norm, and figuring out that you're either going to have to play one of these top 2 teams, and you probably rather play Luminon Gaming, but at this point, we're seeing how successful Luminon has been, even against Shopify, that Shopify is having to have that wake-up call and go into the elim bracket and go on these runs, continuously being tested with their backs against the wall. You just wonder how good is Shopify playing, and what it's actually going to take from an individual performance and strategical performance from the entire roster to try and get over a hump that is a team like Shopify in the elim bracket. On the side of Luminon Black, it's got to be almost the perfect storm when it comes to trying to create this upset. When I think about this series, I know we'll have an opportunity to look at the series layout and really break it down. It's these Slayers that can keep you in the series longer than you probably should be, that give you opportunities. And right now, Shopify is a team that, when they win their Slayers in series, I feel like they don't lose very many series, if any. So I have to be prioritizing that game too, as far as making sure that we're off to a good start, because, not to beat a dead horse, but we continuously see teams that get off onto an early lead here in these games really know how to snowball that, press their advantages. It's year 5 of Halo Infinite, and when you get an advantage, how far can you run with it? Shopify's the best in the game when they get off to an early start, that they often end the game very quickly.
Yeah, and we'll see, right? We'll see if there are some cracks in the armor, so to speak, of Shopify, coming off of a loss, right, earlier in this qualifier to another Luminon roster. Of course, that was Luminon Gaming, but now they're taking on the brother Luminon Black, and let's see, they're coming off a good win against a scary Majin team and feeling good about their chances. But before we hop into this next matchup, we're going to go into a quick break. Reminder, Straight Rippin', give them a follow, show them some love on the social medias, in the chats. Big shout out to them for putting on this stream, but we will be right back for this next matchup. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. I am joined here with Elamite Warrior as we will be bringing you the action in this losers bracket semifinals matchup. We got Shopify taking on Luminon Black. Kyle, did you get a chance to watch that last series? And how are you feeling about, we know what to say about Shopify, but how are you feeling about Luminon Black?
Hey, I mean, a lot of great Halo been played so far, and hopefully a lot of great Halo left to be played, as, like you said, we are underway game number 1. Luminon Black already making big waves here in this open. Can they go the distance and take out the defending world champs?
Couple members on each side go down as we see Frosty over towards B, able to actually not cap that just yet. And this King of the Hill, he's over towards B, getting that meter filled up a little bit though, about maybe 15-20%. So initial success on the side of Shopify as this power up is still in play. Sniper rifle in the hands of Envor, and let's see how Luminon Black can respond here.
Luminon Black playing so well. They're going to get that camo. They, I believe, dropped Sniper. Sure enough, they did. 4 camo player. That's going to be in the hands of Piggy now. Obviously, last shot in the hill. They are looking to take this player out, but the rest of Shopify playing very careful, really trying to sniff out this camo player. Last shot does go down in hill, but a couple of kills being traded out. It's going to be in a tough spot. Nice kill by Piggy. He knows where these players are. Little cat and mouse game going on.
Yeah, nice job, Piggy, redirecting his focus on that player in the hill, as Royal 2 was just going to sit there peeking him all day. But Piggy, again, doing a good job with his target selection and focusing on the correct players. And now his teammate is in the hill. Piggy has a sniper on this nest bridge watching that big door. And this is a great opportunity for Luminon to come out swinging.
No, what a great use of camo. He gets the full camo use. He keeps Rebellion out of the hill, picks up multiple kills. I think one of the biggest parts as well is he actually staggered them so badly essentially for Rebellion when they're coming off spawn towards big door and your 2 teammates just dying over towards C. You can just see, even though they had half of the hill capped, Luminon Black about to take the first one.
No scope.
Great execution out of Luminon Black, led on the shoulders of this control with sniper by Piggy, and now picks up that one-shot player and jumping back into his comfort zone up here on Nest Bridge, actually choosing to go bottom middle and be a little aggressive to continue to put the pressure on the side. Shopify Rebellion, and Cycle goes down for the killing spree. No scope out of Piggy.
I mean, Luminon Black, I mean, they are playing in a way where they can just do no wrong. Going back to all of their series today, whether or not it's a snipe no scope, a sticky, the camo plays, they have been playing out of their minds.
Both Luminon rosters letting it be known to the Halo world that they are here to play. Last shot gets the kill on Descendant, not able to get the double, gets the assist though, so that's 2 fresh dead on the side of Shopify, 2 fresh dead on the side of Luminon as well. So a couple trades going in the favor of Piggy and friends, and right now the game in the lead for Luminon Black and current Hill in the lead as well. So far the story has been Luminon, and if you're Shopify, you got to kind of wake up soon, because you know you don't want to be down 1-0 in a series going up into a game 2 Slayer against this type of team.
Right, yeah, especially Luminon Black that's been playing so well. You know, one thing that was coming to mind also, you know, Piggy, or like this is the team of kind of leftovers, and something that can, you know, bode really well to a team's success when you know they just want it that badly. Piggy, though, like he called it out earlier after that last roster change. He even said, like, it doesn't matter what team I'm on, I already know where we're going here, and he is proving that right now.
Big words out of Piggy, and like you said, Elamite backing it up right now, 2-0 lead in favor of Luminon. And taking a look at the scoreboard, it's pretty even on the side of the red team. Piggy and friends all with 6 to 8 kills. On the other side, you have Last Shot leading the way with 8 of his own. Frosty takes a snipe to the body. Royal 2 goes down to 1 shot as well. Boo Boo Doo choosing to push his advantage here and trying to get these cleanups on Royal 2, able to take him down. Frosty jumps up to top mid and stays alive. Actually, great movement out of him to get a kill and get out of there. Boo Boo Doo now a bit of a compromised position with sniper, but don't worry about it. It's Boo Boo Doo here to save the day with that toe shot on flash shot, able to take him out, and now still able to, you know, put pressure on the other team with the sniper rifle.
Yeah, and you can just see Luminon Black, they are up for the challenge and are playing with no fear whatsoever. I mean, even taking a look at the stat page, you have Royal 2, 2 and 7. When is the last time you've seen that? Now he will grab himself another kill over there towards Big Door on to Piggy. Boo Boo, he's camping this QT. They really want to take out this player, but nice teamwork with Camo coming up here from Rebellion. They may be able to lock in the Hill and new Camo.
Yeah, it could be a big momentum switch here. Like you said, Camo control, Frosty picks that up, Hill control over towards the side of Shopify as well. So what was a complete momentum in favor on the side of Luminon, now we can see that turn around as the first Hill finally on the side of Shopify and Camo in the hands of a scary player named Frosty.
Yeah, we'll see what Frosty's able to do with this Camo now as we see Rebellion looking to battle their way back into game number 1. They did cap the A Hill, which will get us back into a close game. As you can see, Luminon Black very aware of where Frosty is with this Camo, and I kind of like this decision to just kind of reset the map again. They find Royal 2, but they're going to have to make a play pretty soon. You've got Sniper coming up in 10. They're still accumulating Hill time, about to hit that 50-point mark, but Camo just expired.
Yeah, Descendant able to get top snipe, and that's a good trade if you're Luminon, right? But I think Frosty was able to actually get another kill. So 2 members on each side go down. Total control, though, as far as the Hill goes on the side of Shopify Rebellion. Still not really contested in that mud hill. Finally, Boo Boo Doo Boo and his teammate pushing him out of that hill, but it could be too little too late specifically for this one. But still some time to go before Shopify officially scores that point. Boo Boo Doo Boo does have the QT and using it pretty effectively and able to get a trade at the bare minimum. And Frosty has the sniper rifle now. I would imagine he's going to put this to use and help his team tie the game up.
Yeah, but if he doesn't connect on a few shots here, this may be Luminon Black taking an even bigger lead than they currently have. Envor dodges all of the grenade. Piggy eats a body shot. Frosty backs up. Cleanup comes in from Cycle and Royal 2. Envor also drops. That makes Descendant last player alive over towards back B. He's in a battle with Cycle. Looks like an extended one, but only 5 seconds to cap here. Make that 2-1. We are all tied up.
All tied up, 2-2. Frosty, even though he wasn't able to really hit shots with Sniper, it's just his ability to stay alive. Snipe really just did what he needed to do. You know, a bit of a win-win situation for him now. Putting down some shots onto Descendant, takes him out. And now just rotating, trying to kind of scan the map in a position top middle now on the hill with the sniper rifle. Now this is a great situation to be in if you're a Shopify fan. As easy back smack, Boo Boo Doo Boo goes down. Now the Camo is also on spawn. Let's see if Shopify able to pick this up. And that's Frosty now, Camo and Sniper, but he goes down. I think he burned the Camo, but Sniper is still in play.
Yeah, I'm not sure if he did burn that here. As we see, no. Royal 2 does grab it and gets the Sniper and gets out. This is a big turn of events for Shopify Rebellion. You can see they've got this entire side of the map as well as tower, but the kill feed here, 2 go down. Onboard gets caught sleeping a little bit here. Piggy now knows he needs to be careful, not trying to expose himself, but it looks like the call-outs are there. They do know there's a player. As Royal 2 misses a rare missed opportunity on a player not moving towards top middle, and that is going to expose him. Nice job here, staying alive, cleans up Boo Boo Doo Boo. Perfect decision making in that dangerous moment here by Royal 2.
Yeah, great job on the side of Luminon, though. Able to just get that scrappy time while Royal 2 and Shopify are fighting this battle over at Tower. You see the members of Luminon just kind of milking that top middle hill, and now they're close to capping it and regaining the lead. But next sniper rifle will be spawning in about 15 seconds, and we have Frosty now trying to just survey the top of the map, spot Boo Boo Doo Boo, and Boo Boo Doo Boo loses a fight that he maybe should have won there. And great job by Frosty, choosing to stay alive there, continuing to try to stop the side of Luminon capping this top mid hill.
Yeah, Rebellion looking to battle back in this. A minute 30 left on the clock. Descendant drops. Last shot grabbed himself the sniper rifle, and with several members down here for now for Luminon Black, they found themselves in another really tough position. Boo Boo Doo Boo, last player alive, comes out to A, but there's 2 players just waiting for him. I think we may see the first lead change now of the game. Luminon Black, nobody in position to stop this one quite yet.
Yeah, we see a couple players in that cuts area go down as well. Once again, 3 members make that 4 down for Luminon Black, and what was started off as a 2-0 game lead has now completely switched around to a 3-2 lead in favor of Shopify Rebellion. Last shot, one of the scariest players in the game when he has a sniper rifle. Currently has a sniper rifle with 4 bullets in his hands and barely misses. Actually able to take down Descendant. Does a great job. Overkill extermination for Frosty, as he takes down everyone on the side of Luminon Black, and 50 seconds left on the game clock. Elamite, this one could be a big turn of events. Killing spree now for Frosty, and the boys of Shopify Rebellion are rolling.
Yeah, like you said, they are rolling now. They found their momentum here. They had a big win over towards the camo with the sniper to stay alive, clear out Luminon Black, and they've continued that push, not letting Luminon do anything here for the last 45 seconds or so of this game. You have a player escape towards back B, but Piggy not going to be able to do enough. Last shot still with camo, eventually gets cleaned up, but now we are in desperate times here for Luminon Black.
Yeah, Boo Boo goes down, Envor goes down. Last player is Piggy, and he's kind of out of the play at the moment. So Royal 2 choosing to back up, letting the players of Luminon all spawn in that garage, and Royal 2 just in a perfect position to see who's trying to stop this big door push, which is essentially the last hope for Luminon. And just like that, that's all she wrote for game number 1. Shopify comeback. Frosty with a big game, 25-14 to help his team win game number 1. Of course, we saw that overkill extermination out of him as well, so big game out of Frosty.
Oh, absolutely huge game. He was the player far and beyond anyone else in the lobby as far as slays go, and picking up that extermination out, I'd say pretty clutch plays by Last Shot to take 2 of those players to absolute no shields, kind of makes that overkill kind of like something you'd see in SWAT at that moment. But nonetheless, 25-14 with still 11 assists. And to find themselves down on the back foot that entire game and to come out, clutch it up towards the end, this is the Shopify we're used to.
Yeah, and you got to be kicking yourself a little bit, right? If you're Luminon Black, especially going back to that top middle hill, where when we were talking about, oh, you know, Shopify is fighting over at tower, but look at Luminon over there getting all that hill time, and they just weren't able to, from that point on, get any sort of momentum in the game. As we watch some of these highlights, Envor really doing a great job early on with that sniper rifle. We saw Boo Boo Doo put it to use a little bit. Piggy was really holding it down when his team was winning the game, but then once Shopify Rebellion started, you know, some kills going in their favor, you know, we didn't see Luminon able to bounce back.
I mean, yeah, it was almost a game that was determined by camos, right? Like, you saw Luminon Black get all these early camos, have snipers, they took 2 hills, and then boom, Shopify, they start grabbing a camo here, grab another one following that with snipe, and answer right back. Definitely a super good game, though. Luminon Black still has to be feeling good about that, considering they were in winning position the entire time here. You have team number 2 coming up shortly. Luminon Black, they've had a lot of success and found their wins in Slayers earlier in the day. Can they continue that here now against Shopify?
Game number 2 of the elimination bracket semi-finals here, hopping on board with Royal 2. It's Team Slayer on vacancy. First team to 50 kills will win the game. 3 members fall immediately for Luminon Black. 5-2 early lead, but essentially a big square of a map with 4 bases, right? So a map like this, Shopify is a scary team to play against because it's nothing but teamwork and good shots, and that's their specialty.
Yeah, great opening start by Shopify. They get sniper, they get 2 players at both towers, but Luminon Black was so quick off the respawn. They didn't expect the player to already be in blue tower. They take out sniper or the shock rifle player and get control of that here in the hands of Boo Boo Doo Boo, and are just like that able to keep this game within 2.
Nice body shot with that shock rifle, allowing Descendant to pick up the kill. Boo Boo Doo Boo, important player on the map right now, choosing to try to give his team some more real estate on the map. And let's see if he can put the shock rifle to use. Barely misses last shot. Now choosing to back down, and you know he's going to be hunted down with this shock rifle. So expect Boo Boo Doo Boo to try to stay alive as best he can. Does just that. Last shot is right around the corner. Boo Boo again misses a shot, misses a second. able to connect and not even able to get the trade there. So Last Shot really being aggressive and winning that fight.
Yeah, great job by Last Shot. Is able to avoid those shock headshots. Does take out Boo Boo Doo Boo, where you would have maybe liked to see a trade. But at the end of the day, the Senate, he comes in, cleans up too, grabs Shock, finds a third, and now is keeping the pressure on Shopify. We're also looking at a lead change now, 12 to 11, as trades keep coming in back and forth. 10 minutes on the clock. We'll be looking at a new Shock here in 30. Or in a minute.
And let's see which player is going to be the one to step up. It looks like in the early stages that might be Royal 2. We could see like a 20 bomb out of him this game, and that might be what everything that's needed for Shopify to take a 2-0 series lead, because you know Luminon is fighting for their life right now and trying to stay alive in this tournament, and going down 2-0 is going to be a tall task.
Yeah, absolutely. And speaking of tall tasks, you're in the elimination semifinals. But you're playing against Shopify, a team that has essentially just won everything since Worlds. So definitely an unusual place to find yourself in against this team. We do have a new sniper coming up in 15. Royal 2 having himself a pretty great game so far, sitting at 8-2, completely turning this one around.
19 to 16. Sniper rifle, like the shock rifle, I should say, will be spawning here any second now. No, Roll 2 is itching to get his hands on that. We have Frosty takes down Piggy. Last Shot doing some gymnastics, able to get a trade there on Envor. Boo Boo Doo Boo picks up the shock rifle, but he goes down, and Royal 2 is the one that picks it up.
We have Royal 2, 9-2 now, as he has that shock rifle and a lot of ammo to still work with. Playing it very patiently, doesn't know there's no players back here, but does not want to give up any of these angles, allow any flanks to come through. Couple kills to go down. Now Royal 2 is looking for the flank. Gonna spot one player that's ultimately traded out again. Should have some good information here. Encore trying to wait for help. Does a good job staying alive. Now up by 3. Shopify back in the lead.
Surprising 4 or 5 missed shots in a row out of Royal 2, and honestly, count your lucky stars if you're Luminon, because that could have been a big swing moment in the game. So many lines of sight that Royal 2 had, just wasn't able to connect with some of the shots that we're used to seeing and hit like that one and that one. Big double kill out of Royal 2, now pushing for the triple and picks it up. And just like that, Royal 2 making a difference in this game, but Luminon doing a decent job staying around, only down by 4.
I think Royal 2 heard you talking about him right there, Goofy, because he had 2 shots left in the chamber and puts them both to use perfectly. First one especially being a difficult shot to actually get a perfect on as well. Turns it into a triple and just continues this momentum.
Boo Boo Doo Boo and friends, again, just staying around, only down by 3. It's very much a winnable game right now. Grapple in the hands of Luminon, but that player falls. Now 5-kill lead. Royal 2 on your screen picks up the green gun. What a game so far out of him. Eli 15-3 plus 12 in this pivotal game number 2, and really putting the team on his back right now.
So yeah, Royal 2 has his sights on going the distance today, and he's not trying to waste any time as these stat lines just keep on building. Now, we'd like to see him maybe help out his teammates here and there, pick up an assist, maybe, but they're still up by 5, so it's working out at least.
No room for assists when he's getting all of his perfects, getting all of his kills. Frosty, on the other hand, sitting with 7 assists of his own, get the help of Cycle there. Cleans up that kill on Envor. Now still a 5-kill lead. Definitely still winnable if you are Luminon Black, but now is the time to clutch up, and great job for Piggy picking up that kill. Envor gets one as well, so down to a 4-kill lead. The Last Shot is here to say something different. Triple kill out of Last Shot, back up to a 5-kill lead.
Yeah, beautiful shots from Last Shot. He's catching up on Royal 2's heels right now, and he's got no problem picking up a few assists or some perfects in the meantime as well. As Frosty, he also grabs one, and man, how difficult is it in these games? Like, there is no room for opportunity, no, like, room for error. Everyone's just perfecting each other.
Yeah, no, just the last 30 seconds, it's been all Shopify Rebellion just completely collapsing on the Luminon Black spawns and really not giving them any breathing room. And what was a 3-4 kill lead has ballooned all the way to 8, make that 9 kills, 2 left to go, and Shopify Rebellion will have a 2-0 series lead as Shock Rifle in the hands of Royal 2. Who's going to end up with more slays at the end? Last Shot and Royal 2 both sitting with 16.
Royal 2 though, he's got the sniper and 4 shots to work with. Trying to find Descendant. Puts him in the toe, but not able to find the headshot. Connects onto Boo Boo. Lots of jumping around back and forth. A comeback here would be absolutely insane. I just don't think it's possible. And sure enough, there it is. Rebellion with a 2-0 lead now in over Luminon Black. Like we said, this is the elimination semifinals here. So still got some games to go. But Luminon Black, they're going to have to turn this around right now if they want to go ahead and find their brother, sister, parent, team back in the bracket later on.
Yeah, we have a 2-0 series deficit here for the underdog, right? So not looking good if you're a Luminon Black fan, but it's not over yet, right? We do have Recharge Oddball coming up, but honestly, that's a scary game time to play against Shopify Rebellion, one of their better map and modes. And looking at the stats for game number 2, Royal 2 and Frosty both with 17 kills apiece. Sorry, Royal 2 and Last Shot, excuse me, both with 17 kills apiece. Last Shot edging him out on the damage and also getting some more assists, but Royal 2, of course, with the smaller number of deaths. And this was a play of the game right there. Double kill, quick scope for Royal 2, pushing in for the triple on Piggy. Really kind of setting the tone of the rest of that game. And then, of course, we saw Last Shot with a triple kill of his own, and just great plays out of Last Shot and Royal 2 to help secure that win.
You said it perfectly. These guys are being absolute menaces on the map. And although you miss a few shots here and there, as long as you're hitting the bandit perfects and you clutch it with the shock when it really matters, that's all you need to take the lead. Nobody remembers the score at the end of the day. And even then, 50 to low 40s is a pretty solid win nonetheless.
Here we go, hopping into game number 3 of your losers bracket semifinals. We got Shopify Rebellion, the reigning champs, taking on Luminon Black. Win or go home for both of these teams, but specifically for Luminon Black, as this is the last game potentially of the series for them. So let's see what they can do to shut down the side of Shopify and push this to a game 4. Right now, Oddball initial control when it comes to camo and ball on the side of Luminon Black. But let's see if Descendant can stay alive with this camo.
Yeah, I love this start for Luminon Black. They're able to pick up kills, get the ball into gold. They get shock, they get camo. I mean, what else could you ask for here? They've got Shopify trapped, a couple of here members trapped over towards long haul. Boo boo doo boo. I like this play as well. Instead of kind of like running back towards the ball, he's just trying to be as big of a nuisance and distraction as possible. Oh my, would have lost it if he actually hit that second shot. That would have put Royal 2's double last game to shame, but ultimately not able to find that one.
Camo still alive and active for Descendant. Should be running out any second here, but maybe he can put that camo to use. Does have the shock rifle. Camo goes out. Picks up that trade on Frosty. A couple players in Turbine, but he has the help from his teammate as Onboard takes him down. Boo Boo Doo Boo and Descendant still here. Last player on Shopify's elevator cycle, but you got to be careful because players from Shopify are going to be rotating from white, crossing that catwalk, coming over towards this elevator push, and there's Frosty right there trying to get his hands on the shock rifle. Descendant, good job just kind of getting out of there, and even though he loses the shock rifle, at least he kind of puts it in a position that's difficult for the members of Shopify to go grab.
Yeah, definitely uses up most of the ammo, has a nice job finessing his life, buying a lot of extra time for his teammates to move up on the map. Of course, it's 33-7 here as we see Shopify starting to accumulate some points and cut down on this lead. New camos up in 25 as we see a 3v3 scenario on the map. Some members here of Luminon starting to push, but as a pick comes off here in Turbine, Frosty wisely rotates the ball back to where he started.
Double
Kill out of cycle, the former MVP, an absolute breakout superstar in Halo Infinite alongside his duo Last Shot. These guys really You know, I would want to say it's pretty rare to see, you know, 2 fresh names. I mean, we see it in every Halo title, but the way that Cycle and Last Shot did it, you know, with this Shopify Rebellion roster, what a story, right? Going all the way back to when, you know, these Juggernaut rosters broke up, and then it seemed like what people were saying, like, oh, Royal 2 and Frosty kind of had to settle and make this team with Last Shot and Cycle, these new up-and-comers, and no one really knew what to expect. And since then, until now, they've gone on to create the, you know, potential of a dynasty, you know, roster, and they're just dominating all these teams that were expected to be what people were saying better than them, and Shopify has really kind of stood out amongst the pack.
Yeah, it's definitely been Shopify's story here over the last year, and heading into 2026, they haven't disappointed, taking Birmingham, taking these online cups. As we look at this DreamHack Atlanta qualifier, 2 members go down. Last Shot holding Niebler. These players, Luminon Black, are trapped in a terrible spot. They should be able to get cleaned up. Does get some good damage down on Frosty, but a beautiful grenade trades those kills out. Luckily for Luminon, though, nobody's grabbing ball time anymore, and now we have Rebellion able to build a significant lead. But will Luminon be able to get back into this one?
Nice kill there on Royal 2. I don't know if Camo, anyone had picked it up, but 58 to 33 right now. Last few engagements definitely gone in favor of Shopify Rebellion. Now you have Cycle with that shock rifle, 2.5 minutes, so plenty of time in this round number 1. Lead still comfortably on the side of Shopify, and when you have shock rifle in the hands of someone like Cycle, you're feeling pretty comfortable.
Yeah, a lot of game clock left. The Slays, no one's even reached double digits yet. We can see this game, or this round in particular, has been a very objective, efficient round. Rebellion 58 points, Luminon Black's in at 33. Ball is out. Sniper in the hands of Descendant, who picks up another beautiful trade. It puts Shopify down for 3 for a brief moment. They should know where this player is. Boo Boo Doo Boo's looking for the 1v1. They will connect on the second melee, but hits the third. Great job by Boo Boo there.
Yeah, it looks like a battle for control of the pipes. Cycle gets that trade onto Boo Boo. Last Shot gets the fresh one on Envoy as well, and on Descendant. So 3 fresh dead. Boo Boo on respawn. And this is going just how you would want it to go if you're Shopify. You don't need to kind of bum rush or really kind of over exert yourself for that ball grab. You're just making sure you're getting your kills, getting your trades, and putting the pressure on Luminon to go and make a play on the ball. And now Camo as well in the hands of Roll 2.
Yeah, with Royal 2 grabbing Camo here, and only 1:20 left to play on the game clock or neutral clock. This is a great position for Shopify. They've got to be feeling really good here. 2 members down for Luminon. Wisely, Envor backs up, but he's getting sandwiched very quickly. Luminon, they're not going to have much more time to try to turn this one around.
Great job taking out that Camo player, but not before Royal 2 was able to pick up a kill of his own. A couple members on each side fall. Frosty still has the ball in his hands, takes it to these players in Turbine. Piggy wanted to rotate the ball back into Pipes. Shock Rifle will be spawning soon. Be careful, though, because Last Shot stayed alive and flanked from that Bat Ledge and picks up a double kill he had no business getting, and that's what makes Last Shot so special, completely winning an unwinnable situation.
The Last Shot just took the last chance for Luminon Black and shut them out in this round. That was absolutely beautiful play. He completely kind of juked them out. The timing that he had on Pipes, they never expected that type of flank. Being no shields and turning 2 kills around while living is absolutely wild play to make.
3 seconds left to go, and round number 1 will be won by Shopify Rebellion. Royal 2 goes down the batteries, but Frosty's right there. He should be able to pick up those final couple seconds of the ball, but no rush to do so. 40 seconds left on the game clock, but nice Hail Mary grenade, and why not pick up the ball as well? So nice round 1 win for Shopify Rebellion, and they're 1 round away from a clean sweep and advancing to the loser bracket finals.
Yeah, and as we go into round number 2, Shopify Rebellion, like I said, they're not looking to waste any time here. They're looking to punch their ticket into the lower and then into ultimately the grand finals as well. Frosty gets himself the first camo for dead now for Luminon Black, and Shock in his hands, taking a very aggressive stance. All members of Shopify playing out towards the middle of the map, looking to pick Luminon off. They know where these players are as they peek them, but luminon taking a long time for this push very wisely, as they know just one snipe is going to result in maybe their tournament being over.
2 players were glass, 2 players were white. Beautiful efficiency out of Shopify, completely pinching those 2 players in white and taking them down. Now we got players on luminon stuck over towards long haul, stuck over towards glass and back blue, really allowing Shopify again to have that real estate on the map and forcing luminon to have to make the play. But when you have Frosty hitting headshots, you can't really make a push.
Yeah, that one hurts badly. They waited all the way for camo to expire before they really made a good push. But even with camo expired, it doesn't matter. Frosty doesn't need to be invisible to hit just to rip your face off. It's exactly what he does to the player top gold, and just like that, in a blink of an eye, we've got over 60 points on the board for Shopify. I think it's time to get the fork out, Goofy, because this one might be done.
Yeah, I might have to get the nail and hammer because that one is going in the coffin. It looks like 61-0 in this round number 2. And when Shopify starts getting that momentum, I mean, they're heating up at the right time right now as they still have a few more series to go if they're able to close this game out. 3 players of luminon are weak in these pipes, sitting on the ledges, get taken down. Ball carriers in there as well. He's weak. Boo Boo Doo weak in long haul. So just great timing, great shots out of Shopify. Cycle not even allowing that ball to be played, catches it, jumps right back into pipes.
Yeah, Cycle. 70-point mark attained here. New camo getting ready to spawn in 15, but might not even be a factor in this game. Take a look at the kills. Everyone on Shopify Rebellion just slaying out right now. Camo spawning 5. Last shot, great. Another great double kill. Almost a stick from Royal 2. And while it's not looking good, it is not quite over yet.
Boo Boo Doo Boo, last bit of hope for this luminon black run. He has camouflage. The opposing team only needs 18 more seconds to win this series. Let's see if Boo Boo Doo Boo has something to say about it. 3 members of Shopify over here towards long haul, so Boo Boo does have all that information, all that intel, but one player did flank around those pipes right now, so I don't know if Boo Boo Doo Boo is aware of that player. Spots him. That's Frosty with the Boo Boo Doo Boo with a great headshot to take him down. Now again trying to move the ball and keep the hope alive for luminon black, but it's trying to be a one-man show. I don't know if that's going to work. He needs some help from his team here, and Shopify Rebellion doing a great job just weathering the storm.
They need some help from the team as well as a one-man show at this point. 15 left to win. Boo Boo's camo just ran out as well. He did get some good damage down. He did connect on one of the headshots. But like you said, I really don't know if it's going to be enough here. Beautiful shot. Needed to hit that. But at the end of the day, it might still be just too little, too late. The cycle is. Frosty gets the ball out of batteries. The push is coming in. But if you play this right and get around the corner, there's just not enough time left on the clock here to really be a factor.
And there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. 3-0 clean sweep for Shopify Rebellion, knocking out luminon black, who ultimately end 4th place in this qualifier. Shopify showing everyone what it means to be a champion right now and heating up at the right time. Taking a look at these replays, Boo Boo Doo Boo was doing some damage, but not enough to stop the freight train that is Shopify Rebellion.
Yeah, absolute freight train is right, because this is the Rebellion. I mean, it's not an unsimilar story to what we've seen in the past as well, Goofy, right? Like just last week, dropped down through winner's bracket, makes a crazy lower bracket run here, takes the entire thing at the end of the day, and last shot with 25 kills on the board. Like, this is another team too where with the likes of Royal 2 and Frosty, who are, you know, gamers at heart and in every ounce of their body and being and soul. And then you got Psycho and Last Shot, are these 2 up-and-coming young guns who, you know, could stay up for 3 days straight probably and not even feel it. You know, this is a team where endurance doesn't matter. They can go all day. These are gamers at heart.
Yeah, and now Shopify have earned their spot in the elimination bracket finals, where they'll be taking on Kraken Seas. And then if they're able to win that series, or I should say the winner of that series, will take on, of course, Luminon Gaming in the grand finals. So still a lot of great matches to be had. And I've had a blast so far casting a lot of these Championship Sunday games, and, you know, just seeing some amazing, you know, matchups, and really between everyone on that Shopify Rebellion. I mean, last shot, I think that last game, Kyle, he had 7,500 damage or something like that. We saw Royal 2 pop off, saw Cycle, you know, everyone on that roster really kind of putting their stamp and letting their presence be felt in each of those games. But ultimately, that was a pretty clean 3-0 sweep.
Yeah, definitely pretty clean 3-0 sweep. Like you said, 7,500 damage is just absurd. Absolutely absurd for this game. Because you're not just putting out 3,000 more damage, you know, than your teammates in the enemy team. You're doing it against some of the best teams and best players in the league. It's not like it's ranked matchmaking, and you've got Last Shot on one side and Stellar on the other, right? It is 8 players, stacked lobbies, and you're still doing that kind of damage. Just absolutely absurd play from Rebellion as a whole. Last Shot definitely has his mind on the prize. Excited to see where this team looks like as we go forward through the rest of these games.
Yeah, and it looks like it might be a repeat of last week, right? We saw Shopify go down and lose in the upper bracket and had to fight their way back from the elimination bracket, able to go all the way, do the bracket reset, and win. So, you know, if you're the Shopify team, you got best man behind you on the mic, you know, hyping the team up, and they've been there, they've done that before, and we're gonna have to see if they could do it now. They still have some stiff competition for going up against Kraken Seas right now, and if they're able to win that, or whoever wins that will take on Luminon Gaming, waiting eagerly in the grand finals. But for right now, we're gonna go to a quick break, and from me, that's gonna do it, as your next matches will be casted by Clutch and Elamite. So it's been a blast. Thank you so much for having me, Stray Rippin', and we will be back shortly for this next matchup.
No scope.
And
Welcome back.
Oh,
Yep. Sorry, Kyle. I did it yesterday. I should have asked. Welcome back, though.
back.
Yep. We're happy to be here, obviously. Goofy Kyle had an opportunity to commentate the last series. We saw Shopify starting to begin that elimination bracket run. We know they're capable of, Kyle. Anything stick out in your head that gives a lot of promise to Shopify and should worry Kraken Seas fans as Shopify continue to build momentum here?
Yeah, well, it's just about everything. It's the Shopify that we're talking about. If they lose, that is the surprise. If they win, as we've seen, that is to be expected for the most part. So we'll see. Only time will tell how the rest of today plays out. But will someone finally be able to put a stop to this train?
Yeah, we've seen Shopify lose series in the past year, I would say, but we have not seen them knocked out of a tournament in what feels like over a year at this point. Shopify off to a good start. Last shot with the camo in hand. We'll see what he does now, jumping up C-plat.
Yeah, last shot picking up right where he left off. He's got 2 kills already. Grabs the new camo. Talking about his 7,500 damage from last game.
Yeah, he can do that.
Himself now against Kraken Seas. Definitely another, like we said, you're this late into the tournament. There are no easy lobbies. There are no easy games.
No, on the side of Kraken Seas, very familiar household names to press. Drug, Soul Snipe, Falketed. They have jumped between different combinations of teams, but this is what they're going into the qualifier for. Right now on their back beat, it's an AC hold for Shopify. Last shot has his eyes set on B as well, so a potential trip cap here early on for Shopify as well. We'll see how some of the vets on Kraken Seas can deal with this trip cap.
Yeah, it looks like they're electing to go and push A. The defense is trying to come in here for Rebellion. Get a lot of really good damage down, a couple trades. But with a triple cap, you're going to need to get a lot more than just a few trades. As you see, 2 members go down once again. Now they're stuck trying to cap C. Royal 2 completely skips the player in control. I don't know if I've technically really kind of ever seen that before. He's just like, hey, this train's not stopping at this station. We're going to the next one.
Yeah, and you can tell Soul Snipe thought that his back was covered because he has a teammate in white, but Grapple just allows Roll 2 to go past that first player. Catches Soul Snipe off guard in the hill and continues the trip cap momentum for Shopify. Now the lead 92 and climbing to 7. Finally C in control of Kraken Seas, but as you lose players left, right, and center, you're worried that is it just a momentary release of the trip cap. Finally, B does go over as well. As Roll 2 goes down, so does the setup of Shopify, and we finally see Kraken Seas with their feet on the ground here in Game 1.
And Royal 2 just a moment ago getting that kill with the plasma, charged plasma pistol as well. Not even breaking shields, just going ahead and finishing people off with those weapons. Camo is spawning now. Kraken Seas is 2 dead though, so this is going to be another tough spot. We saw what Rebellion was able to do with that first camo and put it to use, get almost 100 points on the board. Will they be able to do something like that again?
The trip cap momentarily for Kraken Seas. Frosty, the last player alive, does get into bottom white, trying to flush out whatever player may be up here. It's Druck. He gets 2 shots on the Druck. Druck actually doesn't jump out the window, however, and challenges Frosty. Maybe misses a headshot there at the end, and because of that missed headshot, so often do you get punished by Shopify, who really don't miss ever. Frosty using that opportunity to get that kill on the Druck, hop into B, and now it's a BC hold for Shopify. So a momentary trip cap gets Kraken Seas right back into this game, now down 30. But how long will this Shopify new setup hold is the big question.
Yeah, they got right back into this game with that triple cap, though. Weren't able to hold it for very long, but that's one of the benefits of that triple cap. How much more quickly you can just end out these games and just definitely cut down on some of these deficits. You have Cycle, first player in the game, breaking double digits. He's sitting at 10 and 4 now. Across the board, everyone kind of competing. Slays over towards Rebellion. Obviously, highest one on Kraken is Truck at 5. With another triple cap on the board, though. Kraken Seas they're taking their time to try to break this. They need to get through with one solid push. They will be able to get feet into B and C, but Cycle is looking to stop this.
Yeah, I actually love how Kraken Seas played that. Even though they were in a trip cap and obviously the lead starting to amount for Shopify, they take their time. They wait till they get that first kill, and then they're able to hop into a stronghold. So often do we see teams try to get out of that trip cap by hopping in that C stronghold immediately. Coming off respawn, that is exactly what Shopify wanted Kraken Seas to do. Kraken Seas get a round of slays, they get out of the trip cap, and now they have a potential trip cap of their own. If they can get another round of slays, they'll get right back into this game.
Absolutely, and like you said, I mean, it's really just been the story of the trip cap here in this game so far. Neither team looking to play passively and just sit back with two non-stop aggression from both teams pushing these 3 caps. Now, each time this has happened, it ultimately results in a scenario where we see just all 4 members dropping. We've got new camo up in 5, Kraken Seas. They know there's some pressure over here towards long haul, and they want to break through A and get out of gold, contest this camo, maybe cap something, but some great defense here coming in from Shopify Rebellion.
Yeah, it's a perfect time for Shopify to have an AC hold while camo's coming up. Everybody in Kraken Seas stuck in pipes to your comment, and it's a 2-2 split right now. It does look like Cycles tried to make his way out, but he gets taken down. An unbelievable double from Druk with the grapple to make his movement just a little bit more awkward to try and shoot, and because of that, he's able to get into top white as well. So he takes down 3 members of Shopify, and that's going to release all of the pressure and lose the setup for Shopify. An unbelievable play from Druk as he crosses the kill mark, the 10 kill mark, I would say. He makes it 11 as the top fragger for Kraken Seas. Down 40, it's still a manageable game, but they need to keep control, and a round of slays would do them a lot of good here.
Yeah, you can just see, even though things have been rough to start off the game, every time Kraken Seas gets control, they're just maintaining that pressure, and they're not playing scared either. We've seen some wild grapple plays going on here between some of these rosters with Royal 2 and Druk putting that to use. Beautiful shots from Falcated. Will take out last shot. That's not easy to do in those pivots, and he gets rewarded with shock rifles for it.
Yeah, rewarded with shock rifle, and his teammate able to recapture B in his favor. Unfortunately, that shock rifle removed from his hands immediately. Royal 2 doing things that only Royal 2 does over in the long haul there. Finds himself a double, gets that shock rifle in hand with a perfect kill in the kill feed from Cycle as well. It's another trip cap for Shopify. We sound like broken records, but this is the pace Shopify love to play strongholds, specifically recharge at. They love that trip cap. They love to keep you on spawn. And now Kraken Seas coming off spawn are able to transfer over C, but the pressure from Royal 2 is going to be felt almost immediately.
Yeah, you can see Royal 2 backs down, takes another angle, allows some teammates to push in. They get a few kills, and ultimately he decides he's not wanting to fight necessarily over C. He's got teammates over in A and B, and we are looking at Rebellion slowing it down momentarily and just focusing on this 2 cap. With Royal 2 being taken out, though, this is Kraken Seas' opportunity to try to break through. Beautiful nades from Cycle, stops that in its tracks. They only have one more push to do anything here, Wes.
Yeah, Suppressed not even going to be a part of that push as he goes down. Shopify crossed the 240 mark. A and B still held. Soulsnipe does try to get behind enemy lines, entering bottom elevator here. Does Last Shot expect him to be here? Last Shot understands the timing in his head as he turns around after the first shot from Soulsnipe. Soulsnipe goes down. They get toes into B, toes into A, but immediately those toes get removed, and so does their game 1 chances. Shopify will take game 1, 250 to 158.
Yeah, 250 to 158, and, you know, one interesting note, too, is I'd say it kind of felt like Rebellion was in control, you know, 80-90% of that game, but still a lot of points accumulated by Kraken Seas, mainly because they were always focused on that triple cap. But each triple cap that they had, it felt like it was very short-lived, and almost the bigger issue being they're just 4 dead after each time they got the triple cap, you know, very shortly after. I'd like to see them maybe just be willing to give up the triple cap for a moment, you know, play their positioning a little bit longer, try to reapproach the angle, instead of risking going 4 down to try and stop them from getting 1 cap.
Yeah, I think that's a phenomenal point. So often do I feel like we see teams that are in trip caps try to overextend, try to do a little bit too much to keep that momentum and that ball rolling. It's easier said than done to kind of release your foot from that pedal and slow it down and just be comfortable, especially when you find yourself at a deficit. Maybe easier to do when you're in the lead, but Kraken Seas overextending did cost them several different times. They had opportunities in game 1, but opportunities squandered, to your point, and now they find themselves down 1-0 in the series. We'll see if they can rebound in the Slayer. This is the big game for me in this series. As far as do Kraken Seas make this series interesting, you got to win the Slayers against Shopify if you're going to have a chance, because we see how strong they are at objectives.
Yeah, but like you said, this is the way you want to start the game off. If you are down 0-1 in the series, they put 4 dead. Only one trade. Soul Snipe finds the sniper, and with camo spawning, Kraken sees is in good position.
2 kills go in their favor. Frosty is able to find a kill even though he gets body shotted by Soul Snipe. This player cuts still being a problem. And last shot, roll 2 does get taken down by Soul Snipe, but last shot trades it out. But in the meantime, Falcated has made his way towards the scoreboard, snuck out with that camo. We'll see what he can do with it now.
Yeah, they will get camo, but lose a sniper rifle. So we'll see how this one plays out. 2 kills come in. That's going to be a really good opportunity now for Kraken Seas to try to push up on the map, find out where this sniper rifle player is hiding. But that window to push is closing. Everyone's getting ready to respawn here. Falcated, I'm not sure he actually got eyes on where last shot went here.
He lost last shot throughout the chaos. The push comes over through green. A couple kills go in Shopify's favor, but a couple kills traded back. Last shot still with the snipe in hand, continuing to do last shot's things, and this is what I was worried about. When you saw last shot pick up that snipe and you saw that he was the player on Shopify, that's the last player in my head that you want with the snipe, and he's showing you just why. It's a killing spree for last shot as he's putting every one of these bullets to use. He had 5 to work with. Now 5 to his name on a killing spree ever since he was able to pick it up. 10 to 13, 3 kills still in the favor of Kraken Seas, but last shot looking to open up doors on what could be a nice push. The no-scope does miss. A rare miss no-scope, not punished, but is traded out. 3 go down for Kraken Seas as that happens, though, and the game's still in their favor by 2.
Last shot was doing his best to play keep away with that sniper. You can see the vision he has while playing as well. He knew camo player was lost and probably pushing towards tower. He doesn't even want to fight camo guy. He knows that as long as he's running on the map and sprinting as fast as possible, that camo player will never catch him because he's stuck walking across the map. And a beautiful job to just keep relocating, pick off a few kills, and just wear that camo out.
Yeah, minimize the damage that camo is going to do to you, exactly as the doctor ordered. Last shot now with 8 kills to his name, tying the game up as Shopify Rebellion 18 all. As camo in the hands of Frosty now as he approaches top middle. They want to wait on this snipe, so probably going to stay around top middle. I say that, and teammates are giving call-outs that players are weak bottom middle, but they're dealing with that pressure. Frosty does go down with that camo, but 3 go down on the side of Kraken Seas, and now Shopify have a lead for the first time in Game 2.
Yep, first lead change now that we're seeing here is Kraken Seas falls short. Last shot roll 2, 8 and 5. Leading the department for Slaves. Lead up to 3 now. Frosty gets taken out, but Royal 2, he's found the sniper rifle. He's back in the tower. Should be able to lock down this entire side of the map. 6 shots to work with. Wisely watching B, but decides to back down. He's starting to get pushed now. This could be a dangerous moment.
Yeah, does Royal 2 feel the pressure from dummy ramp? Yes, he does. His teammates are all over towards green, so he feels the comfortability to be able to drop down towards mud. Get his shield back. Eats a predictive nade bottom middle, though. Nobody there to finish off roll 2, so staying alive, trying to find where these enemies are. He knows players has pushed front tower, but doesn't read the fact that there's one late coming from A, and because of that back turn, Druck is able to take him out. Remove that snipe from roll 2's hands. Trades front tower will benefit Kraken Seas, keeping this a one-kill game. Still in Shopify's favor.
Yeah, last shot and Druck, both sitting at 10 kills now. 28 to 27, only a 1-kill game in favor of Shopify Rebellion. As Druck pops his new QT, he's going to be looking to play aggressive. They catch Frosty out with another player who just QTs, or excuse me, repulses up to sandbags and almost gets lost. Druck, though, has that QT, takes it back to spawn, will find that kill. Now we are all tied up once again.
Trying to be aggressive. Still has a little bit of QT to work with. Gets shots on the roll 2. Damage, but can't QT out before last shot takes him out. Maybe a bit of a blunder. Once you get that kill, you almost instantly want to get out of there. The rest of that damage may not matter, but suppressed. Finds a kill back pillars as well. Game now in Kraken Seas' favor, but maybe positioning favoring Shopify as they tie this game up. Camo coming up, and as we look at where players are positioned, Kraken Seas all over towards green. Roll 2 trying to push out big door. Get some information here. They should have a camo to work with as well.
Should have a camo. Spawning now. Looks like it's going to go over in the hands of Cycle as he pushes his players on elbow back. Suppress trying to play aggressive and find this camo player. Cycle takes the piv, gets the first few shots, and forces Suppress back.
Wise decision from Suppress to back up there. Yeah, you want to hunt that camo player down before he can get lost, but Don't want to give up lives in doing so. And now Suppress kind of stuck on the cuts. A beautiful nade. Knock Cycle to no shield as he reveals himself, but they are able to take down Suppress, and Cycle wisely plays his life, gets his shield back, gets his camo back, and now looks to push.
Cycle got absolutely rocked by that spike grenade onto the wall behind him, but some great teamwork from Rebellion, and he's not able to be cleaned up, and they clean up a few kills themselves to keep this game tied. 14 now for Drunk. Last shot 15 as he's starting to pull away. Cycle's camo just ran out. QT's getting ready to spawn. World 2 tried to follow up on some of this damage, but he wasn't able to find it. Now we're seeing an opportunity for Kraken Seas to find their way out of A here.
Yeah, even though Kraken Seas are trapped in A, they do a great job of predicting where Shopify are going to be coming from. An instant A can't take down Snipe, Soul Snipe. World 2 tries to do the same. Soul Snipe finds himself a double, and I love what we've seen from Kraken Seas. They slowed the game down. Positioning didn't favor them, but they read the push from Shopify perfectly. They get that first pick. They're able to push onto green, and now they have a 2-kill lead. Unfortunately, in the meantime, Last Shot has made his way towards the Snipe, found his way with the Snipe up to top mid with the repulse now, putting it to work already, making it a 1-kill game. And when Last Shot has this much Snipe ammo, you can almost guarantee Shopify are going to take the lead here in a few seconds. It's a tied game now. Kraken Seas do get a trade from Falcated to be able to take the lead back. Last Shot, surrounded by players, does reset the map, choosing to back up. 2 shots to work with. Let's see what he can do.
2 shots to work with. Connects on 1, but not going to be able to do enough to take any of these players out. With him down, this is going to open up the map for Kraken Seas to move around. They should know that Sniper is out of ammo, as well as it was in fact Last Shot that got cleaned up. World 2 gets caught out back B, does get cleaned up. The push is coming through top middle. Player No Shield's big door that does get traded as well, and with new spawners here coming out, Frosty finds himself in a tough spot.
Beautifully done by Kraken Seas to extend the lead to 3. Camo coming up, so everybody going to have to rotate across the map. The fight that just happened at green was great for Kraken Seas, but you know Shopify are going to be prioritizing this camo, but a kill under World 2 is big. I like this by Suppress. It's going to be aggressive in front of the camouflage, but Frosty flies out the window. Psycho does as well in order to trade that camo out, but trades will benefit Kraken Seas. The positioning was forced from Kraken Seas. They made Shopify overextend for that camo. They got the kills on top of it. Now just needing 1 kill to tie this series up.
Needing 1 kill, and they're spread all across the map. They know everyone from Kraken Seas is over here towards B, but they cannot risk getting picked out. And when you're trying to peek some of these angles, it can be so tough at times when you don't know where all 4 players are. Suppressed, trying to stay alive, was no shields, but Last Shot gets picked off of from top tower, and that's what we're talking about. Last Shot, he took the player to nest down to no shields, but Druck, he snuck around. Might have done the mud jump up or either flank tower. I'm not even sure exactly, but nonetheless finds his way to tower, picks off of the damage from the player at nest, and actually just closes out that game now for Kraken Seas.
Yeah, in the meantime, they were getting pinched from behind, so I love the play from Drug to not just try to play safe in that situation. So often do we see teams with that significant lead, with that 49 to a 46 kill mark right there, sit back and just try to trade out damage. With Shopify, we're looking to break them down 1 by 1. That nest kill kind of opened the doors for a flank to be coming. Drug found the timing, however, doing the mud jump here and just capitalizing on the damage that Suppress was able to do before being taken down. And Shopify just didn't give themselves enough of an opportunity there with 49 kills on the board to where if anyone's traded, the game ends. A phenomenal job by Kraken Seas several different times throughout Game 2 to kind of slow the game down, read the situation, and they read it right. We led by Druck there to tie this series up as we refocus and reset this series. Now at a best of 3, tied 1-1, we go to Lattice Oddball to see who will gain the lead next.
Lattice Oddball for the chance to take the series lead, but nonetheless no 3-0s here as we continue on Championship Sunday. Now this one I think could be a tough one though, Wes. Like, we have seen Rebellion just be so clean on Lattice so many times, and I think when you do have some of these new teams form, like Lattice Oddball can be one of the ones that's just harder to kind of gel together with.
Yeah, and the big thing for me right now is the power weapon control. Still favored Shopify in that game too. You got to do a better job of making sure Last Shot doesn't find himself with the snipes. We saw a couple of body shots that weren't able to be capitalized, but that's hardly ever the case. Got to make sure you don't end up giving Roll 2 Last Shot these these opportunities with the power weapons, because so often do we see them just take over games, take over series with it. Suppress trying to be aggressive here at the start over towards blue. Having spawned red, they are able to get a few kills. Suppress still looking to try and flush these players out that are bottom blue. Both of them are no shield, but Suppress can only take down Cycle. Roll 2 is going to get his shield back, and he's found himself the 7 ball in the back of blue, so it's an early setup for Shopify off the opening break.
Yeah, Cycle, he just made himself such a difficult kill and was so slippery. I'm pretty sure that was Suppress chasing him from Crypto in front of the base. I mean, a good 15-20 second chase going on here. The push from Kraken Seas, though, does come in very quickly.
No scope.
Don't even think he meant to shoot at that guy, but it's going to kill him nonetheless. I thought he almost had a collateral, but only walks away with 1. That's going to put 3 dead, though, for Kraken Seas. As Cycle finds his way into blue, finds the S7, and has 1 shot left to work with.
Yeah, honestly, that body shot was everything for the trades to go in the favor of Shopify. They're able to keep this setup going. 24 unanswered points in a perfect position, even when they lose players to play the ball. But Frosty has other things in his mind. He's going to throw it out bottom middle. He wants to slay. He's got multiple players in front of him, finds 2, and neutralizes that ball. Beautiful play by Frosty. Will make this a very difficult opportunity for Kraken Seas, even after a couple of kills go in their favor, to try and get this ball back into blue, and we're already seeing respawners be able to compete for that before that's the case. A couple of kills and great damage from Falcated here will allow Kraken Seas a blue setup of their own, but they're going to have to get back into blue. Look at where the spawns have come in from Shopify. A couple players towards crates that are needed to be dealt with before this ball carrier can feel comfortable.
Wow, and like everyone's coming off spawns over here towards cargo. I think somebody had to have been blocking red at that point. That's going to bode really well for, or excuse me, really poorly for Kraken Seas, as they get almost no time out of this and then find themselves stuck in red, getting collapsed on once again. And this is kind of what I meant, Wes, when I brought up that point of the veteran versus the newer formed teams when it comes to this vacancy in particular. Oddball, you know, it's one of the game types where it's not really about killing the other team as it is just about getting ball time, and a lot of teams can't make that quick decision on when it's more important to block spawns or when it's more important to collapse.
Yeah, positioning and manipulating the objective so important to success in Oddball. And we're seeing the difference right now from Shopify, at least here in round 1. Almost a 40-point lead as they neutralize the ball. They understand they have to get around to Slays, and a clear strategy from Shopify, throwing that ball bottom ice or atop this river. When they feel uncomfortable, they do have a 2-to-1 man advantage right now. Snipe trying to go into the hands of Cycle. Cycle wins his one-on-one, trying to be rewarded with the snipe, but a great job by Soul Snipe to not only find Cycle before he can get away with that snipe, but also takes down the ball carrier, trying to get back into blue. Probably denies a good 15 points from Shopify, keeping this game within a potential striking distance. I say that as 3 go down, so those 2 kills don't mean much, as the rest of Shopify able to find the kills they need, able to get that ball secured in blue, and now spawning deep in the back of red. This round is going to start to get blown wide open from Shopify with just a couple of kills.
Last shot just being an absolute turret over here, putting so much damage down on these players. Cycle, he still has the S7 as well, finds a headshot and cleanup kill on to Suppressed. Kraken Seas they're in a tough spot, and they're somewhat staggered. If this player front base gets cleaned up, that gives Royal 2 a double kill. Still fighting players in red. Nice shots though from Kraken Seas, but only 15 points left to close out this round number 1. Kraken Seas find themselves in a hard spot.
Especially with last shot raining terror over on your side of the map. The ball already overextended into blue. Cycle trying to drop it, no scope the player spawning closer to him. That now that the spawns have been blocked from last shot over in red, but damage has been done. 97 now to 16. Yeah, you get an opportunity to set up, but you have to think it's only a matter of time before Shopify can break this. Perfect halo is needed on the side of Kraken Seas to even make this round interesting at this point.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure they could have closed that round out if they had really wanted to as well, and maybe like rotated front instead of go for the snipes, but still, they've got some time to work with. There isn't to be nervous yet, but if another headshot like that comes in, I might start getting a little bit nervous, Wes. You can see the Soul Snipe decides to play the ball, not able to connect on the stick. Nice trade from Druk, doing what he can, finessing his life, buying a lot of time, but not going to be enough.
Not going to be enough, even with the snipe headshot. I mean, the rest of Shopify are in a position to trap you in the back of blue. Even if you're playing your life, the ball resets top mid. Someone on Shopify able to pick that up in the meantime and take a game 3 round lead here as they win the first round very convincingly. We'll see if Kraken Seas can do anything about the second round, but off the opening break, it's all Shopify Rebellion and Last Shot looking for respawners already with the S7.
I don't even know if I've ever seen anyone pick up the first sniper by repulsing up top with it. But sure enough, Last Shot does it, gets it for free. Now getting to push in with a flank from behind these members of Kraken Seas. He can be really impactful here, but he does get spotted out and cleaned up. Great teamwork by Kraken. Shopify not able to put that gun to use.
Kraken Seas avoid a catastrophe there with the flank from Last Shot. They're able to take him out, but in the meantime, and story as old as time is, even though you take down Last Shot, you still got Roll 2, Cycle, and Frosty to deal with, and those players are doing a ton of damage on the map. They were able to get the slays to get the ball into the back of red, and now we're going to see the first real red setup of the game. 32 unanswered points now for Shopify here in round 2. Head on a swivel for Last Shot. He's able to find a double. Soul Snipe stuck out on the back rock. It's a triple kill from the ball carrier on Shopify. Everything going in their favor. The entire map gets reset. Frosty gets picked off with a bit of an overchow onto Druck. But in the meantime, 40 unanswered points from Shopify. The setup is going to be everything that Shopify need to play from the lead here once again.
That was all set up by Royal too. He was hiding on the submarine over towards ice. I think he let a couple players run by before he started that engagement. It allows for Last Shot to get himself a triple kill and build a significant lead here for Rebellion off of this round number 2. As you can see, 2 dead now for Rebellion. Kraken Seas has the opportunity to start getting some points here themselves. 3-1 towards the blue side of the map. First engagement goes down. Royal 2 wins that. Last Shot follows up with one of them himself. And getting that 4 dead scenario, but only getting 10 seconds out of it is going to hurt, Wes.
Yeah, I mean, you get 3 down. You think this is going to be a strong setup for Kraken Seas. They're going to get a chunk of points here, but no ball time really able to be acquired, and how fast Shopify get off their spawn, get across the map, find their slays. I mean, they removed that setup. They have the setup back in their hands now. The Press trying to replicate the same strategy here to deny that ball time, but Cycle and another teammate of his are trying to work around this back red ramp. They're not able to successfully. Roll 2 and Cycle both go down. That ball's still neutralized, however, so these kills starting to be competed with on the side of Kraken Seas here in round 2, but the score is still a massive favorite for Shopify. It is a setup for Kraken Seas. We'll see if they can hold this and acquire ball time at the same time in order to get back into this round.
Ooh, nice shots from Last Shot. They're able to pick up that kill suppress, trying to cut down on this lead like we said. Putting an extra 10 seconds on the board is going to feel good as they start cutting into this lead. However, with Sniper in the hands of Frosty, 3 dead for Kraken Seas, they find themselves again. Druck goes out a little bit too early, not recognizing the player sitting here top center. Now Frosty gets to walk backwards with only 3 members pushing. This is one of those huge differences that we just don't see Rebellion do, you know, or you know, kind of risk in these pushes. So basically, Druck going out there earlier, getting sniped, puts Rebellion in that 4v3 advantage, or at least ties it up as a 3v3 because you have a guy holding ball. But with Frosty being in the better position, with the S7 top middle in that 3v3 scenario, they can just sit still and wait. They don't have to do very much at all. And you do that 1-2 times per round, and that's where we're seeing these big leads start to get built.
I mean, the teamwork, the bait and switching, Frosty playing his life perfectly there. The nade comes through that makes the first player no shield. It's all beautiful from Shopify. It's a perfect round, virtually, from Shopify. Almost a perfect game, and a dominant game from Shopify to take back the series lead. And now Kraken Seas tournament lives on the line here in ELIM. Find themselves going to Vacancy, King of the Hill, to see if they can extend this to a Game 5.
It's definitely going to be another tough one there as well. Shopify, we're looking for the 3-0 this series, but we saw Kraken Seas clutch up in Game 2. Well, it was a hard-fought match. They were able to take 1. Now, like you said, tournament life on the line. They find themselves down 2-1 in this series. They need to take this to send it to a Game 5. But once again, this is a map that we've seen Rebellion just so consistent on. This will be another scenario where they're going to have to go all out.
Yeah, the pace of play from Shopify throughout this Game 3 really scares me if you're a Kraken Seas fan going into this Game 4. Kyle, what are some things that Kraken Seas can do better than what we saw the mistakes potentially being made here in Game 3 to give you some promise, to give you some hope? This could go the distance into a Game 5 because right now it feels like the objectives are pretty lopsided in Shopify's favor.
You have to have the teamwork factor, right? You essentially have to be out teamworking Shopify if you're going to beat them here. And I think that's one of the things we see luminon, actually do. Trippy, Precision, Snakebite, these guys that are so teamwork focused. I think what we need to see Kraken Seas do here is making sure they try to put their focus on that same scenario. So much of this game just depends around the how many people are alive type scenarios. If you're always playing at a disadvantage, there's just not much you can do. We've seen a lot of teams today really take their time on pushes when the enemy team is in a hill or has camo or any sort of power weapon. Like to see some of that be incorporated more into Kraken Seas gameplay.
Bit of a slow start as finally the door gets broken open. A couple kills coming through for Shopify, and it's actually 3 straight, make it 4. But Druck is able to find a stick before getting taken down. That may make this setup a little bit weaker as 2 members are coming off spawn for Shopify, but they have the advantage. They have tower control in the hands of Cycle. Going to be green and red spawns for Kraken Seas as they look to try and break this setup. The Shroud's going to make it a little bit more difficult, though, as Cycle jiggles the Shroud to lose aim assist, red reticle, and perfectly deals damage on the Soul Snipe. That kill's picked up. The sandwich is coming through, and sandwiches are what's served for lunch here as Frosty and the rest of Shopify basically playing perfect around the positioning of Kraken Seas here, spawning them all in the back of yellow. This should be some significant time for Shopify to get an early lead here in Game 4.
I'm actually so surprised no one from Kraken Seas actually just went down right there, as it looked like they were taking so much damage and in such a rough position to try to fight out of. They do extend for quite some time, but ultimately 2 go down, and they're not able to get anyone up into the hill to contest. So that's going to be the first capture over to Shopify Rebellion. They are looking very good as Cycle grabs himself yet another double kill here towards bottom middle. 3 kills, 4 assists, 1 death. No one's even died more than twice here yet for Rebellion.
The hill rotates over towards yellow. Cycle still just patrolling bottom middle. Tries to point out Suppressed, does some damage to both Suppressed and Druck, but is anyone from Shopify in a position to capitalize on some of that damage? Last shot able to take down Falcated with some perfect shots. Soulsnipe trying to play his life in the Shroud. Does have a teammate that takes the death for him as Suppressed jumps into the Shroud. He finds himself Frosty. Frosty takes him out, but Soulsnipe trades it out, opting to actually pull all the way back into the opposite courtyard here, releasing the spawns, but knowing that he can't fight a 1-on-2 against Shopify. That'll never work out. Falcated, the first one to go down, loses his fight to Roll 2. Roll 2 looking to be aggressive, deny some plat control here from Druck. Does try to re-grapple into the combat loop, and he loses his life, but still, the positioning will favor Shopify. Druck has got to find an opportunity and an opening pick to change that from the storyline, but he goes down. Great teamwork, great sight lines, bait and switching once again from Shopify Rebellion. The teamwork continuing to benefit Shopify and make this setup hold strong once again.
Right? Like, if we don't see the teamwork look like that for Kraken, it's going to be Rebellion taking the series here, right? Some great, just double team by Frosty and Cycle, sitting back at the base, and just making sure they both draw so much attention to themselves, but then, kind of engaging at the same time on these players. Great snipes coming out from Frosty. He's got another player, no shields. Oh, my God. Soulsnipe must have missed the shot there and gets absolutely punished for it, and that guarantees the hill for Rebellion. But I like this as well because they elect to wait, take a few extra seconds, give Royal 2 some time, or Frosty some time to respawn. Sure enough, finally secure that one.
Unbelievable setup there for the first 2 hills. Will reward Shopify with a 2-0 lead here in Game 4. Acts completely against the wall. If you go down 3-0, hardly ever in the history of Halo do we see teams come back. Down 3-0 in King of the Hill. And I don't expect Shopify to relinquish that here with a Grand Finals appearance on the line. And Cycle looks to be aggressive. A killing spree for Cycle. The Commander Rifle, perfect as always. Trying to be aggressive, understands that Vacancies are spawning in this courtyard. Grenades and damage being dealt.
No.
Goes over the top of Falcated. Can't get the double, though, so maybe some pressure release. The only player alive on the map is Soul Snipe, trying desperately to get across the map, give his teammates some beneficiary spawns. They're able to do so, and finally, Kraken Seas will get an opportunity at a full setup here. Can they do the same recipe here to Shopify Rebellion to try and hold this setup? They have about 40 progression on the hill, but they're losing players, and that usually doesn't bode well. A big one-on-1 won by Suppress. He's able to stay alive. Can he help his teammates stay alive as well? That turns into 2 kills, make it 3. Last shot spotted. If he gets taken down, that could be some significant time to get back into this.
Okay, Royalty, last guy alive, finds himself a kill. This might make things mixy here for Kraken Seas, but they did battle out and find some feet in the hill. Only 1 push now on this hill here for Shopify Rebellion. Falcated gets out of the hill, though. Not last week, but 2 players over here towards the thrust. Great peek shooting from Royal 2. Secures himself 1. Don't think Falcated's going to be able to find that kill. Soul Snipe drops also. And just like that, Shopify battled their way through without losing anyone.
And it's just showcasing individual skill there. And the reason Shopify have such good teamwork is because they play their lives so well. Roll 2 jiggling top mid doesn't give Falcated an opportunity to really get that pick and release a lot of the pressure. Roll 2 then is able to find a kill on top of that. And because he's jiggling, because he's min-maxing his shield, never giving you his life for free, it gives them an opportunity. But off the break, off the respawn, Kraken Seas have done a good job to get a few kills. Overextensions on the side of Shopify, even without having to get taken down, have released pressure on this hill. Still some kills to be had on the side of Kraken Seas if they want to get this hill scored, but they have a good position. Unfortunately, Suppress does get flushed out back green. Roll 2 with a lot of responsibility here to win a piv. Finds Falcated back green. Falcated and Roll 2 will trade, but in the meantime, player on Shopify gets those toes in the hill, does capture it, and unfortunately for Kraken Seas, they find themselves down now 3-0.
Yeah, Wes, I don't know about that one. I didn't like what I saw going on there. I think they could have just battled from the hill and just tried to force it to be mixy. It's so hard to just sit in the way back and try to get your shields in these corners here. I think they had just tried to work together better, you know, exercise them. So it's the premise of having somebody in hill and someone in the back team fighting versus 2 people hiding in corners, not really helping each other out as much as they should. And just impressed. He's trying to do what he can, but only 1:40 left on the clock. Still has a full clip of the shock rifle to work with. Grabs himself yet another kill. I don't know if the Hail to the King medal's in this game, but he might be looking at getting pretty close to it with the amount of kills Suppress is grabbing.
Yeah, we were looking pretty close, but here comes Shopify. They removed that story from ever happening. 130 and climbing, and you could tell Shopify opting to try and start to play time now, up 3-0, and multiple members just Kraken Seas stuck in the courtyard here, front yellow, and they get removed from the map. 2 go down. Hill still neutralized. 117 counting down. Win conditions all in the favor of Shopify. However, kills do come through for Kraken Seas. Cycle finds himself as the last player alive, able to trade out a kill there. At least make it mixy, at least lessen the setup that is currently Kraken Seas over towards red. Another kill onto Druk should make that a little bit easier to break as well. The respawner back green, that's unfortunate. Falcated, you're not given an opportunity to come off spawn against a team like Shopify and how fast they can play, especially when introducing grapple on the map. And as I say that, Cycle goes to the skies, loses his life, maybe an overheat there, but still, even with this hill favoring Kraken Seas, under 50 seconds on the clock, the hill may even be captured by them, but time really going to become a factor in a win condition in the favor of Shopify once again.
You're absolutely right, Wes. Huge factor now as we reach 39 seconds of neutral clock remaining, and you can just tell by Shopify Rebellion's playstyle here what Cycle's doing with that grapple. These are like sharks that smell blood in the water, and they are looking to punch their ticket in. 36 seconds left, 3-1 lead. World 2 is the last guy alive for a moment, but is able to find another kill. Try to cap this? Okay, it looks like he's just going to move through the hill as he continues to apply pressure to these spawners, but great one from Falcated. May give them an opportunity to punch another one in.
I don't think so. Falcated being surrounded, it had to be a miracle here from Soul Snipe. Miracle's not going to happen, especially not with Shopify on the server right now, and time's continuing to dwindle. 20 seconds and counting. Suppress maybe has his last life of impactful play here, as the rest of the team is bottom middle, but you can feel that Shopify are going to take their time and break this if they can. Grenades do a ton of damage over towards the door. Roll 2 goes down, Frosty goes down, so maybe Suppress has another life that might mean something. You got to win every one-on-one from here on out. Falcated does just that. 3 go down. Roll 2. Last player alive. Spawn spot back yellow. Can't quite take down Falcated immediately, but the grenade does come through. The hill will be captured. 16 seconds, however, to play around trying to tie this game up as the hill moves to top middle.
World 2 goes down, though, as well. Soulside picks up a trade.
One-on-one.
If only they were able to do that right when the hill moved and had 39 seconds still on the clock, but they were only able to lock it in with 15 or so seconds left, and that just makes things infinitely more difficult, and I'm not talking about the game we're playing right now either. 4 seconds left. A couple nice kills, but still numbers advantage here for Rebellion. And as we say that, last player alive has no opportunity to do anything. Has to run towards the hill, but gets killed. And that is it. A Shopify Rebellion eliminates Kraken Seas here in the DreamHack Atlanta qualifier. But also keep in mind, the top 4 teams here are the teams that are receiving travel coverage to go to DreamHack Atlanta. And those 4 teams are already locked in. Right now, we're playing for points, seeding, and, you know, blanks and giggles at this point, essentially. But now there's a lot of bragging rights on the line as well, and games still to be played, as we are seeing this Luminon Rebellion powerhouse storyline continue to match up. And it's funny because it's only been building over the last couple of weeks.
Yeah, this might not seem like it's for a lot, but I do think going into the grand finals here, Shopify has a legacy to uphold and a streak that they want to continue as far as winning tournaments that's been going on for over a year now. Luminon wanting to get the better of Shopify and actually knock them out of a tournament. So a lot still to play for as far as just confidence going into DreamHack Atlanta. So grand finals, a lot on the line. Kraken sees their day is done. They will bow out at third. You know they wanted to have a higher performance against Shopify, but Shopify, the teamwork just rang true. Last shot calls game series match with the triple kill to end it. And now a grand finals between the 2 best teams we have in our league, Luminon Gaming and Shopify, awaits us, and Shopify will be back for blood once again.
Absolutely here. So as we give these players a chance to get settled in, I'm sure you've got Luminon well rested, watching the games, excited for their infinite rematch now is what it feels like here with Rebellion once again in the grand finals. Rebellion looking for revenge coming off that winner's bracket loss, and you know, I'm sure we've got, if Rebellion's picking up right where they left off like we know they do, we're in store, well, maybe in store for a grand finals reset again, Wes.
Yeah, we've read this book before. We've seen Shopify come from the Elim bracket and reset the grand finals, take the tournament several times throughout their existence. Is this going to be the same story, the same book that we've read this entire time, or are Luminon actually going to do what we expect the team from Winners Finals to do and actually win the tournament? They have an advantage. They have 2 best-of-5s to get it done, but they know Shopify are on this heater from the Elim bracket. They know Shopify are very capable of bringing a stronger performance than they did in the Winners Finals this morning. So I'm looking at how the Luminon start this series off to create some pace. We're going to go to a quick break, but when we come back, we got the grand finals at hand, and I can't wait to get this one kicked off.
Double kill. Team scored. Enemy team nearing victory. Double kill. Snipe. Triple kill. Double kill. Reversal. Killing spree. Double kill. Perfect. Killing spree. Double kill. Triple kill. Double kill. Triple kill. Double kill. Double kill. Triple kill. Double kill. No scope. Snipe. No scope. Double kill. Double kill. No scope. Double kill. Double kill. Double kill. Killing spree. Double kill. Killing spree. Double kill. Double kill. No. Double kill. Double kill. Double kill. Double kill.
Welcome back to the Straight Rippin' Broadcast. We are in the grand finals. It's Clutch here, joined by Elamite, and I couldn't be more excited to see these two juggernauts go at it because Luminon trying to do the unthinkable, trying to knock Shopify out of a tournament. And in order to do so, yeah, you got to beat them in winners, but you also have to beat them in the grand finals because Shopify have come all the way back from the Elim bracket of when Luminon knocked them into it, and Shopify have started to heat up. We've started to see the best of them. Their objectives have looked dominant. And as we take a look at the bracket, Kyle, I want you to put yourself in the shoes of Luminon Gaming and what it's going to take to finally knock this team out of a tournament and out of a grand finals to get over that hump that so many teams have tried but failed to do so. What's it going to take for Luminon Gaming's success?
I mean, for what we've seen so far, like, you know, it's definitely going to take their all. There's no way or anyone on the team can be shooting less than 100% if they think they're going to be able to come out and upset these guys. Now, this is a team that's already gotten half of the work and arguably almost the hard part. Well, I wouldn't say the hard part, but got half the work done almost. You know, you save yourself a lot of energy, a lot of time, and a lot of series through going through winners bracket. And if you're able to kind of mentally prepare yourself for this situation, and this is a team 2 weeks ago, you know, during the straight scrims we were doing, we saw Rebellion destroy Luminon. There were some close games, but a 10-1 series line is definitely not one to brag about. We are getting ready to load into the game, but at the same time, Luminon, this is a team that has gotten better and better and better essentially every single time these two teams have played, and now they find themselves in prime position to win with that opportunity once again. And this is a team that doesn't like to let those opportunities slip by.
Yeah, veterans on the side of Luminon, but also the newer team that's formed, the team that's having to get the kinks out, having to work on things and improve. So these scrim results, these past tournaments, you're using these as reps to get better and better and better and fine-tune yourself in order to eventually cross the mountain that is this Shopify gaming team's success. When you put yourself in the shoes of Shopify, I mean, Kyle, you were part of one of the historic straight ripping rosters and had that level of success, gone into tournaments as a favorite, had your number trying to be taken out several times going into tournaments as the favorite. When you come from the elim bracket and you get those reps in the elim bracket to kind of use as momentum, does that benefit you as well from the side of Shopify, or what do you think their mindsets are going on as the gameplay in game one is introduced?
I mean, I think Shopify, they know exactly what they want to do because they've been here so many times before and proven that they know exactly how to close out tournaments, not just games, not just series, but entire tournaments. As we're looking at the first camo of the game getting ready to spawn, Trippy is going to be the one to secure that. Now, with all everything said and done, Wes, I think it's time. You know, I'm not so sure Shopify actually comes out and does this. I think this might be Luminon's time.
Yeah, in my opinion, you got to knock the king out of the castle before you're even able to call yourself the new king. So I'm looking at Shopify to see them defend their title, defend their historic run so far. But right now, Trippy, the prolific power-up power weapon controller, so long. For 4 years, he did it for Optic Gaming and across the FaZe roster as of last year, but such a dominant power-up power weapon player, finds himself with both to kick this series off and making his presence felt. 4-1-0 to kick this one off. Camo will subside here, but still control in the favor of Luminon early on, and Trippy right where he wants to be with the S7 in hand.
Yeah, even though Camo dissipates here, Trippy still playing aggressive and wins a crucial 1v1 onto Royal 2. Double no scopes, body shots, but hey, gets the job done, and that one's a headshot. That's another body shot. Trippy, he has more kills than Shopify does right now.
Yeah, that's what it's going to take. You said they couldn't miss shots. Well, Trippy heard you loud and clear. Trippy's not missing right now, and that's the Trippy that needs to show up in a grand finals for this Luminon Gaming to create an upset of this magnitude. Trippy, 7-1-1, like you said, but it's only a tied game at the time. A and B now in the favor of Luminon, so they will take a momentary lead, but Trippy respawns back green, going to have a lot of pressure from Shopify headed his way, but Precision and Trippy able to play around this green setup so strongly are going to get man advantage, and they look to push a trip cap and flip the map on Shopify once again.
We got new camo coming up in 5 seconds, Wes. As you see, Luminon, they're pushing out, trying to get in good positions. They're not sitting on this camo, but they're trying to take space on the map. A really good collapse comes in from Rebellion as well. Royalty not able to hit that repulsor stick, but wins the piv.
You think that once he misses that repulse stick, that's going to be the advantage going over towards the Luminon Gaming side, but Roll 2 still finds his kill. In the meantime, Last Shot has been able to find himself a camo. Down 40 seconds, Trippy trying to hunt Last Shot down with his camo, wants to get a trade-off. Could have potentially gotten a melee there, but wasn't able to close the distance. That camo is eliminated, but Slays will benefit Shopify right now. Can Talik find a kill top middle? The answer is no. B will be transferred over in the meantime towards Shopify. So this setup is going to be Shopify favored. Roll 2 now with his first chance with the S7 for this grand finals, and we'll see what he can do with it. A in control of Luminon, BC in favor of Shopify Rebellion, and Roll 2 posted up trying to deny any access over towards B.
Ooh, Trippy gets a kill. Precision finds another one. No one's that weak. Talik able to take out Royal 2, who had the sniper, and somehow Luminon puts 4 dead, and they're going to lock in a triple cap, if only briefly. We'll see if they elect to play aggressive and try to stop this capture at A, but I like this. Play it slow. They weren't sure kind of where everyone is here. They don't want to risk losing this S7. Talik backing up a little bit. They start to get eyes on some of these players. He's playing pretty forward, actually, with this now. Not looking to back up towards tower, but stay in Rebellion's face.
He must have a ton of information that, yeah, Shopify all push towards B. Talik doesn't have any eyes over towards B, and because of it, they're going to actually lose that B setup and try and opt to flip the map over towards A. In the meantime, they are going to lose C, so although Talik has the snipe because of Shopify's push and the routes they chose, Talik kind of out of the equation as Shopify take back control. It's a BC setup right now, still down 35 points. Anybody trying to get a kill onto his old duo. Roll 2 does trade. His last shot posted up towards the nest now. Starting to cut into this lead from Luminon. It was a strong start from Luminon Gaming, but Shopify now in control of the map will be able to tie this game up with a round of Slays.
Yeah, now Rebellion, they should know kind of how Luminon's starting to play in these situations a little bit more. It's a heavy top middle push. Talik grabbed himself 2, but Cycle answers with a double of his own. Leaves Trippy last player alive. Somehow walks away with a trade there. Great shots by Trippy. But as Camo spawns, Frosty may be able to get away with this one.
Frosty's still full shield. Precision missing some shots on the Frosty right there. Frosty able to get away with this camo. Push this player that jumps into B. Snakebite's able to transfer over B without really any slays occurring, because the priority focus from Shopify was onto that camouflage. That camouflage gets removed as well. So a phenomenal job by Luminon Gaming to not only get rid of Frosty with that camo, but in the meantime also prioritize the objective. Efficient slays are the name of the game here, and they keep the lead. Pollock does go down. It was a momentary 3 down for Luminon as well, so it does look like Shopify are going to be able to keep control of the map, but they have at least gotten rid of that camouflage. We would have hoped for better after taking down Frosty, but hope is not going to get you wins over Shopify, not going to get your control back, and that will be Shopify taking the lead.
Yeah, Shopify does take the lead, or is getting ready to take the lead here. Sniper's coming up as well. Talik knows he trades position with Frosty, who now finds himself top tower, but with 2 players there, he's got nowhere to go. Gets taken out. New Sniper spawns as well, and Luminon. So we don't see Rebellion actually take a lead. Luminon back in scoring position once again with weapons, with map control. They've got to be feeling pretty good about this.
Yeah, you feel phenomenal. Somehow they get toes into a stronghold. They're able to flip the map. An untraditional AC hold for now. Sniper posted up top tower. Trippy finds the head of Royal 2. Psycho does quantum out as he takes down a player bottom tower, and that makes this a little bit mixier for Trippy as he tries to find out where did Psycho disappear to. The map kind of slows down for a moment. It is an AB hold still for Shopify, as that AC hold is never really going to stand the test of time. Last shot with a double kill will look for Shopify to try and be aggressive here. Trippy's going to have to hit some shots. He does the first on the last shot, but still trying to play his life back tower, knowing that there's a player transferring over C. Eats the predictive grenade from Frosty, and that's going to cost him his life. And look at how aggressive Shopify are looking to be. Off of that double kill from last shot, they look to push the pedal to the metal. A couple kills do come through. Snakebite can't get B just in time, and Roll 2 being a nuisance. Pillars finds himself a triple to reset the map as well.
Just gross plays out of Royal 2 to shut that one down, but we do see Rebellion now in the lead and in control of this game. Not sure what happened to that sniper rifle. Might have despawned at this point here, but Camo spawning now. You're going to want to see Luminon at least keep this out of Shopify's hands. Trippy elects to try to play C. Last shot contests, gets the perfect shots, and the reset guarantees Camo now in the hands of Frosty. And now this is a kind of a worrisome moment now for Luminon. this is going to be the hardest situation to break out for them so far this game.
Yeah, 100%. I couldn't agree with you more. Right now, trapped in A. They do have a player overextended towards dummies, but Frosty with this camo just being a nuisance, getting his shield back, getting his camo back in place. Can Luminon do something about this Frosty push that's coming across that mid? He spots Snakebite behind this pillar, no shield. Does deal with Snakebite, trying to do something about Frosty as well, but this camo worth its money and gold right now. Is Frosty able to reset A, keep scoring for Shopify Rebellion? It's scrappy kills coming through for both sides, but in the meantime, the lead up over 60 now for Shopify.
And it kind of seems like the pace is starting to change a little bit. Last Shot, Rebellion, the rest of the crew, they are just maintaining a little bit more pressure, and over this every 30 seconds or a minute, they ultimately just win the trades enough to keep putting time on the board.
Yeah, flip the map as well. A going and control Shopify. C goes in control of Luminon. It's going to be an S push on the start of Luminon. They get a couple kills here that could really open up the map. Flip this setup on its head. Roll to the last player alive. Snipe is coming up. Precision, can't think of a better player to pick this one up. Reads the player spawning back tower. Doesn't hit the no-scope. Maybe goes through his body. Looked good to me, but unfortunately loses that snipe immediately, and that's going to be this setup as well, going back into Shopify's hands.
You've got 18 kills out of Tulik, also 18 from Royal 2. Cycle, like we said, he's got Sniper. He moves it over here towards tower. But now, with the state of the game, you're only going to see 1 or 2 more opportunities for Luminon to try to break out of A here, as Royal 2 grabs himself some kills. These opportunities are getting less and less and fewer. Couple spawns come out, but Cycle connects on yet another headshot, takes Tulik out of the game. And with that being said, Trippy locks down B, Frosty grabs himself a kill, A does flip, and this is the last chance.
Yeah, you got to go 10 points, and that quickscope's going to back Precision down. He's no shield. Trying to push into A, a stick on a Frosty is great, but you still have so much more work to do. Last Shot knocked down the no shield. Trippy getting a double, but can't get his feet in. Last Shot forces Trippy back just long enough to cross the finish line. Shopify will take game 1 of our grand finals on their way to try and reset this bracket.
Game number 1 going over to Shopify. Luminon, they played it well, but ultimately towards the middle point of that game, a couple camos not going in their favor, and the overall aggression from Rebellion just proved to be too much. As we take a look at the kills and the stats, Royal 2 having a great game, 21, 18, and 6. Last Shot, he had 11 assists on his end. But with a 250 to 134 scoreline, I mean, most of those points all came in the first half of the game as well. It was all Rebellion in the second half.
Yeah, it really was. Ever since they started to gain the snipe control, gain map control, favors, and trades, Shopify are so good at pushing that pace, finding ways to continue those trades, benefit them, flip them, understand the spawn system. And the real opportunity you had to see squandered was when Precision picked up that snipe, Cycle spawns back tower, and that was going to be the moment that they could get back into this. But the no-scope doesn't come through. They trade melees, and Cycle gets the better of a Precision there, and that's got to be where you're left scratching your head as far as where it all went wrong. But, I mean, how do you get out of these punishing positions when Shopify puts you in them? Is something Luminon have got to figure out if they want to win a grand finals against Shopify. Still a lot of promise to be had on the side of Luminon. Trippy playing at a very high level right now. We'll see if that continues as Game 2 is underway.
Game 2 is underway. Looks like Camo does get burnt on a middle as it's a highly contested area. 2 people go down now for Rebellion. Trippy pushing and looking to find some kills. He's to a long-range engagement with Frosty, but he's getting pushed and collapsed on as well. Does force that player out, where hopefully a teammate will be able to finish it off, and Cycle does fall. This is a really good start. And once again, we have Trippy at 3-1. If you think about last game in the first half of it, Trippy started out, like 7-2 or something like that. Just at a great early start. So seeing that from him once again.
Yeah, great start from Trippy. Not only does he get Frosty no shield top goal, but he also forces Cycle into a position where Cycle loses his life. So those might not show up in the kill feed necessarily for Trippy, but doing everything he can. In the meantime, though, 4 go down for Luminon. Shopify dealt with the pressure in the early game from Trippy very well to have a lead here, and not only that, but full map controls, shock rifle in the hands of Cycle, and a collapse here coming back blue. And 8 on the roll, too, would do luminon a lot of good, but that nade narrowly misses. Roll 2 finds a double. Now all of a sudden, you're split spawning, you're cut across the map, and Shopify are hunting like wolves.
Yeah, 13-8. Nice, healthy lead. Get right back into this after a poor start. And as I say that, 4 down for Luminon. And you can see Shopify, they're spreading around the map. They're trying to control these spawns and keep the pressure on Luminon.
Doing such a good job to split spawn them, collapse. Double kills continue to come in the kill feed. It's Last Shot's turn to find himself a double. Last 2 players stuck towards the elevator. They do push into white. They do remove that shock rifle from Psycho's hands. Players spawning long haul are spotted. These last 2 players top white trying to work together. Trippy and Snake White trying to find kills on the Roll 2. Roll 2 knocked to no shield, but neither one of those players are going to go down. And Snake White and Trippy, although they got into white, they got forced out of white and put back into respawn. The lead now up to 12.
Yeah, not looking good after that initial opening break here for Luminon. You've got Camo spawning in 10 seconds. Trippy takes a world of damage from control, allows Cycle to pick up an easy kill. However, some trades do come in. This is what Luminon's going to need if they have any chance to jump back into this here quickly. Camo has spawned. Shock getting ready to come up shortly soon, too. Last Shot cannot believe he just broke through that. What a great way to open up some space for your team.
Yeah, you're opening up space for your team. You're also trapping the other team. 2 players bottom middle now, left with their pants down. They end up getting traded out, and trades will benefit Shopify with a 12-kill lead still as the 30-kill mark just on the horizon here for Shopify Rebellion. Luminon looking to break 20 with 4 more. But the map slows down. It's blue and elevator side of the map, controlled by Shopify, and Roll 2 trying to extend towards long haul. Trippy finds a kill onto Frosty. Cycle and Last Shot both find kills in the kill feed. Precision drops down bottom middle. Last Shot's not going to expect that, but does get a glimpse as he takes down Snakebite from top bat ledge. Precision stuck bottom middle. He gets eliminated, and now 14 make it 15. The lead continuing to grow with Shopify's control.
Yeah, this is not looking good. Luminon needs something big and something big to happen now to start changing the pace of this game. They are stuck in a running away simulation as Shopify, I think I've said it before like this, but once they start smelling blood in the water, you can see they just kick it up a gear on the aggression.
Yeah, you really wonder what it's like to try and play from the lead on the side of Shopify. They just are pedal to the middle at all times, trading damage out, making the other team so uncomfortable, not giving you an opportunity to reset on the map, continuously keeping at least 1 down, forcing split spawn. Cycle with another double kill in the kill feed. 3 down for Luminon. Once again, Trippy stuck in blue. They're going to block these blue spawns as they try to push. They're going to find Trippy by himself and reset the map completely once again. Wash, rinse, repeat. Shopify are inevitable.
Yeah, almost doubling Luminon's scoreline at this point. Steak dinner definitely in the conversation. Just the temperature at which you get it. It's the only thing up for debate at this point. 43-44. Shock rifle still in hand. 4 dead for Luminon once again. And this is the danger in Team Slayer going 4 dead. You see, they're just flying at you. You don't even know where to look when coming off of spawn. Might have been a little bit too earlier. I jinxed them here briefly as 2 go down without picking up anything. But with that being said, last 2 players alive, get 1, 2, and you're still ready to close this one out.
Yeah, that's the thing, is you can afford to make a few mistakes along the way when you've built yourself over a 20-kill lead. 49-28, steak dinner, like you said. Pick it up medium rare for me is the last kill surely to come through here eventually. Roll 2 does have the camo. Eyes on the prize, eyes on Talik, and that's going to do it. A dominant performance here in Game 2. Give Shopify a 2-0 series lead. And now on the side of Luminon, everything you built in the winner's bracket is pretty much erased with 1 more game. You get an opportunity to reset the grand finals once again on the side of Shopify with 1 more map win. And if you're Luminon Gaming, are you looking to go to the next series or try and fight back in this best of 5? You got to get some momentum, I think, here in Game 3 in order to give you some promise going into another reset. If you are to try and manifest this comeback here, I don't know if it's going to be in this series, but even like a more contested Game 3 gives you a lot more promise if the bracket does get reset.
Yeah, but I mean, like we said before, the bracket resets we've had so far, you almost definitely want to see a little bit more of a contested first series. You know, if they're going to be able to kind of prove that they can turn it around. There's no doubt that they can with this kind of caliber of team and players. But you know, like you said before, until you dethrone the king, you know, one series isn't enough to turn the tides on full predictions here. Rebellion has no reason to be discounted from being the favorites to win the tournament, no matter what position they find themselves in, as long as they're not out of it.
Yeah, it's incredible how they seem to always turn up when the moment gets the biggest. Yet in another grand finals, they find themselves entering it from the elimination bracket, but you watch the first two games, you would not think that that was the case. You would not think that Luminon woke up this morning and we're the team that sent Shopify to the elimination bracket. Still, the tournament alive, still a lot to play for here. Luminon have got to wake up. Aquarius CTF could be exactly what the doctor ordered. What can Luminon do here in order to kind of change the pace and be able to start to dictate some of these games? Because right now it feels like it's all Shopify.
Yeah, I mean, they definitely have to do something and do something big. I was going to say they need a sniper rifle, some rockets or something like that, Wes, but we're heading to Aquarius CTF where none of that stuff even exists. What I want to see right now, Wes, what I think Luminon needs is the heat wave. Let's see a heat wave grab this game.
Yeah, but let's break some GAs. Tier 5, about time we started to have some uncivilized play here.
I'm not joking, Wes. You remember Trippy Camo Heatwave? That was
lethal. That was world championship. Yeah, that was
world championship. Trippy was when Heatwave was in this man's hands.
Yeah, the sandbox definitely benefited that Optic Gaming roster back then. They were leading the way and setting the meta, but once those kind of got removed, you saw like the game-changing plays from an individual's perspective, like the DPS that the heat wave allows you, kind of dissipate when the GAs came along, and since then, you got to rely on teamwork. You got to rely on these bait and switching. That DPS no longer available to players. The game-changing opportunities with power weapons on a map like Aqua doesn't exist, right? You're typically doing it through teamwork, angles, and aggressiveness with that, staying alive. So a much more traditional style of Halo here on Aqua without the heat wave being introduced. We'll see if Luminon Gaming have what it takes to start fighting back in this series right now. They open up with 2 kills of their own. They are going to lose Talik. Camo's still top middle, and Snakebite has his eyes on the prize as his flag is pulled momentarily.
Snakebite does walk away with that first camo, though, so nice opening start here for Luminon. Kill trade factor is benefiting them as well. Still a lot of camo to work with because it just recently went in. Frosty, he will go ahead and get cleaned up. 2 dead now again for Rebellion. I like this use of the sensor. And luckily, Snakebite is able to escape here.
Frosty spotting him part 2 right there as he drops down. Just so annoying for Snakebite to try and make a play with this camo. Hasn't really had a shield, hadn't had an opportunity to have an advantage in any fights, even though he's invisible this entire time. Such good awareness from Frosty to be able to spot him. Snakebite finally is able to get a kill. Does he get away? Jumps on the bridge. Precision keeps him alive. Last player alive on the shroom stairs. We're coming up the pink side stairs, I'm sorry. His last shot, Snakebite's able to pull the flag as well as he gets his shield, and that could be exactly how Luminon can get the lead off a brilliant play by Snakebite of just staying alive.
Pretty much perfect map movement by Snakebite. It could not have been any better. Just secure those kills, get the flag pull, play the scenario in order to guarantee Luminon a cap there. Snakebite does it all.
But here's the problem. What did they give up? All 4 coming off respawn now. Flag being pulled. It could be a counter cap opportunity. As Snakebite punches that flag and he gets taken down. Teammates are collapsed on inside the base. And now Shopify with the flag run of their own. All Talk can do in the closet is trade. Trippy with a massive one-on-one is able to win that, but it's on Shopify's side of the map. Precision with the massive responsibility of trying to find a kill, but also hop on this return. Players coming from lower, and there's too many players to deal with on the side of Shopify for Precision. So that cap gonna go in here as well. So although we saw brilliance from Luminon, it's immediately responded by Shopify.
Yeah, just the perfect, you know, teamwork by Rebellion to collapse into utility together and double team precision to make sure he doesn't have any time to get enough damage out on those players to actually pick up a trade. Now you have camo spawning as well. Now, good news is it's still only 1-1, so not that big of a deal here. And if anything, some of the after effects started benefiting Luminon. Last shot, though, is the one to escape with this camo. Haven't seen too many with camos from him so far today. Let's see how he puts this one to use.
He's going to overextend into the enemy's base, probably throw this flag out. As his flag gets pulled, he actually doesn't reveal his location. So Trippy, maybe not aware that last shot's here. Trippy trying to overextend to help Snakebite out, who's pulled this flag into the closet. Frosty trying to play his life over in that area as well. But last shot just dealing damage, getting information, playing it as slow as possible. Patience is a virtue, and this flag stops at pink 1. The flag return's going to come through. 3 go down for Luminon, and still with this camo and the extended advancement of the camo, Last Shot looks to push into the base. Finally, camo goes away, but look at Last Shot's positioning. They got to flush him out. Snakebite knows that. Pushes front to base, takes him down, relieves a lot of the pressure that Shopify once had. Nice.
Oh, big double kill by Frosty, though. Beautiful nade. Plants that right at the feet of 2 players. Gives them no opportunity to survive their cycle. Also playing super
That's a
aggressive
big kill.
in the base, but can't yet finish the kill, and that keeps flag from being pulled. Nice job. Nice defense here from Luminon.
Yeah, unbelievable defense. It looked like as soon as, although you get that kill on the last shot, it looked like there was a player coming in from car, Cycle doing the front jump on the base. It was going to be a massive opportunity for Shopify to get control, maybe a flag on the run, but that kill by Talik keeps Luminon's defense strong, and with that, they're able to fight for control once again.
Flag out momentarily here for Rebellion. Not sure if Luminon's going to be able to keep this alive. They are at a numbers disadvantage and precision. Just doing everything he can to try to survive, but he's got players all around him. Frosty eventually cleans up that kill, gives the numbers advantage over to Rebellion once again. You've got Trippy and Tulik, little duo that's been created here, working together over towards P side of the base, but the rest of Luminon already taking damage off of spawn.
Can Luminon get off the spawn? You see Tulik in the back of Shopify's base. He's got to make a play. He's got to be the furthest advanced. Last shot is taken down. Flag is also pulled. Several players from Shopify forced to drop bottom car. Psycho's going to opt to get a touch on this flag. Not sure about that decision as
Double kill.
loses his life for it. Tulik hops the return and finds Frosty as well. So that double kill with the flag front the base is something that maybe Luminon can capitalize on. Still, players to deal with. All of Shopify spawning in the back of their base. Tulik realizes he's by himself. There is a player that's overextended towards car as well, so I'm not sure Luminon are going to expect a player to be behind them at this time. Trippy trying to play for this camo, not too worried about the objective, and Rule 2 is in his closet trying to deny what is potentially Trippy's life with this camo.
Precision will pick up that trade on the World 2 in the utility, though, so that opens up the map a little bit. But Trippy plays very aggressive with the camo and only manages to trade that one out. 6.5 minutes left on the clock. The kills favoring over in the favor of Rebellion here. You got Royal 2 at 12, Frosty at 11. But overall, a fairly low slaying game.
Oh, it doesn't check the high haul right there, and because of it, Roll 2. Perfect grenade, gets the kill, finds a kill onto Trippy as well, and that breaks the door wide open. Here comes Shopify Rebellion on the map. 3 down for Luminon, spawning in the back of their flag. Roll 2 knows that he's probably going to have to play his life here, but Shopify should have angles to be able to help Roll 2 from top middle, and this is a very threatful push on what could be the start of a Shopify lead.
Yeah, you can see Royal 2 is playing very patiently, getting the information where these enemies are, trying to work together with the players top middle. Trippy grabs one, Tulik another one, and somehow this push is getting shut down. Royal 2, last guy alive, pushes it into the base, picks up the kill onto Tulik, but is able to finesse his life for quite a long time. And this is going to save Rebellion from feeling any pressure here on the respawners.
Yeah, Roll 2 still alive, still running this flag, picks up a killing spree kill on the way, but 3 go down. Last player alive, last shot. Double kill for last shot. Trippy versus last shot. Last 2 players on the map. Last shot trying to challenge Trippy, make sure he doesn't return this flag, but Trippy wins that one-on-one. That's a pivotal one to keep this at a 1-all lead, or 1-all game.
Not an easy thing to do, but Trippy does walk away with the flag and the return. So keeping this one tied neck and neck, just one apiece. Two members push out front of the base immediately. Just great overall teamwork that you see consistently from Rebellion. They have the great teamwork, but then you also see them just pull these kind of 1v2 plays out of their hat, and all 4 of them as well doing it. Just makes it so hard to play against.
Look at how quickly Last Shot gets into the stream stairs, blocks the back base spawns. Luminon are spawning pink. I'm not sure they're aware that Last Shot is even in their base. Trippy does check it. He's rewarded with the information, knocks Last Shot down to at least 2 shots, but nobody coming back to their base. Trippy's still trying to deal with Last Shot himself, and Last Shot just a nuisance. Finally, a player does spawn behind Last Shot. Snakebite able to clear out the base for now. Talk, in the meantime, has awarded himself a camo with that control of the map, and this is where Luminon can typically thrive, is with this camouflage in hand, map control, and Slays favoring them right now. Good information on a player trying to sneak across bottom middle. You'd like to see this camo get into the enemy base of Shopify, but easier said than done as he's spotted out.
Yeah, but they do clean up the kill onto Frosty, and he manages to find his way into the base. Royal 2 gets a grenade to try to prevent him from getting the pull, but Tolik decides to kind of play looking for kills here first before going for anything.
Yeah, I'd like to see him at least throw this out, make the game a little bit more difficult for Shopify. I say that. And tries to challenge Frosty. Frosty gets enough damage onto him where overextenders from Shopify are able to get that pick. Still 3 go down for Shopify. Trying to spawn them pink or Luminon right now, but don't have exactly the angles or the pressure in order to do so. And they hold onto this closet, as you know Shopify are going to try and retake this. Looks like one player going from low, one player is going to come from the bridge. The map is so slow, and look at Cycle, overextended pink as well. We've seen that consistently from Shopify. These overextenders are so difficult to deal with, and you have 2 players in the closet of the enemy team.
Yeah, Snakebite grabs himself a couple of kills here. Is trying to stay alive.
Oh my god!
Huge kill onto Royal 2. Should probably not have gotten away with that. Finds himself against Frosty, but Frosty comes away with that one.
Yeah, if that plasma pistol hits, that could be a flag on the move. Talik still made his way from pink side, snuck in throughout that timing window. Everyone on Shopify is going to be advanced the map right now. A kill means Talik's signal is to go right now with the flag. I love this by him, but unfortunately, he's going to lose Snakebite and precision on his team, so he's got to stop running that flag. Needs to get this kill on Frosty. Trades with Frosty. Cycle's going to be there to relay this flag, however. That flag, I believe, is still going to be out front the base of Shopify. Roll 2 does go down. Can they get a touch on this flag is the question, because the flag going across the bridge is going to take the lead for Shopify. Multiple players there to be able to relay that, and the answer is no. Shopify will take a 2-1 lead here in Game 3.
Yeah, as we see the lead for the first time with only 2 minutes left in the game, we're reaching the final stretch. Camo just spawned as well. Last Shot picks up precision and gets taken out. You see Luminon, they know they have to start playing more aggressively here, but it does allow Trippy to secure the camo and wisely backs up, trying to play his intel. They know they need to use this camo perfectly.
Yeah, these overextenders from Shopify once again opting to spawn pink, all the way push through pink. Trippy doesn't see anyone. Does he have the information that Shopify are going to be overextended? Now he does, as his flag is pulled for sure. Flag trying to be pulled by precision, but you're getting shot from your own window. Such a frustrating moment there. I think he's even getting shot with this camo as well. Precision ends up going down, and that's going to make this situation so difficult for Trippy. He slows it down, tries to find Frosty, caught off guard. The camo allows him to do just that. Gonna need another kill before you can really advance this flag any further. A minute on the clock makes this situation so difficult to sift through. Let's see how Trippy plays it.
Yeah, they had 2 dead. Player makes his way up to P2, and the other one down there towards P1. You have 22 kills out of Royal 2 leading the charge, but Luminon Gaming is right there neck and neck with them. The flag is out. Not long till this one gets returned here. 30 seconds left to play. It's a 3v3 scenario. As that one goes back, that's a hard one to watch. You're not going to get another life. You only get one more life to work with.
Yeah, right now you still have control of the map. Still, player trying to push across bridge. Cycle still in the back of the flag. It's so difficult to flush this player out, especially if you don't have grenades. Snakebite and Cycle both know shield. Gonna try to play for their shields. Cycle's got to know he's got Snakebite coming up into his window, but Alt comes across the bridge, finds that kill. Overextenders from pink once again, front the base. Frosty's one of them. Last Shot jumping up top pink as well is going to be someone to deal with. 2 players are going to be spawning towards pink as well, so Snakebite trying to play his life here. able to take an angle on the stairs to deny that flag from advancing any further. The pie chart is in. The pie chart still exists. Last shot pounces. Frosty finds a kill as well. Pollock trying to get that flag to a contestable spot. It's got to be precision, but the nades are going to come through. Frosty actually opts to go top pink, finds a perfect kill onto Trippy, but in the meantime, Precision able to get a touch on that flag, trying to keep this alive, needing several slays on the side of Luminon, but that's not going to happen. All 4 go down. The bracket will be reset. Shopify will 3-0 Luminon here in the first half of our grand finals.
Whew, that was a interesting overtime, to say the least. Luminon Gaming in just such a hard position to try to move that flag when you have to worry about the pie chart counting down on top of everything else there. So super hard to get that through, and while they were in great position all the game, had winning position all the way up until around 2 minutes left in the game, just not able to get that one done. But the good news is better to probably lose like that than to go down or win 2 and lose in the game 5 as you go into the bracket reset. So here we are into the bracket reset.
18 assists for last shot last game, an absolute insane amount of assists, and really coming from those overextensions on the pink side of the map when it felt like Luminon had map control. Last shot doing such a good job of just getting behind Luminon, doing damage and influencing a lot of fights that he has no business influencing. Kyle, I want to talk about that game real quick and what felt like just about every camo, if not a massive majority of the camos going into Luminon's favor. Usually Luminon are able to make plays with those camos and transition that into the score line, but no effectiveness to be had with those camos. How frustrating it must be from the side of Luminon to feel like you're doing a lot of things right, but it's not adding up to success in the score line. Why do you think that is?
I mean, I think the bigger part is just rebellion, right? Just the ability to pull some of these kind of crazy plays, their ability to stay so calm, cool, collected, whether or not they find themselves in the lead or at a disadvantage as well, and kind of maintain that all the way through the end of the game. We are underway here of game number 1 of the grand finals reset. This is the DreamHack Atlanta Qualifier. We've already got our 4 teams locked in for the event with travel coverage. Right now we're seeing who's coming out in first seed.
Yeah, right now we're playing for confidence going into this tournament, because if you lose back-to-back reverse sweep grand final opportunities where you had the advantage against a team like Shopify, that's got to do something to your confidence going into DreamHack Atlanta. But great reps for both of these two teams, seemingly always going to find themselves in the grand finals, it appears, as of recent. So you'd like to see these series be close, but Shopify have other things in mind. They're off to a phenomenal start here. It is a 19-point lead for Luminon, but sniping the hands of last shot, a blue setup for Shopify. We'll see how long Shopify can hold this and if they can get back to a tied game and even take the lead.
I'd say this is the first one of the games so far that we've seen Precision be the one for Luminon to come out and just be a menace. He was 5-0, but then ends up falling back to back here, so finds himself 5-2. Tulloch get to grab a kill, but yet Royal 2 hasn't either. Sniper still in the hands of Last Shot. They're trying to clear out Snakebite. If they get this kill and keep Frosty alive, that'd be huge, but luckily Snakebite does trade that one out.
Last Shot doing a ton of work here, starting this game off hot as well. 5-2 and 3 is forced to play the ball, so great kills, great push from Luminon. 3 go down on the side of Shopify, so they even stop Luminon's setup. As great as Last Shot was able to use that snipe effectively, doesn't amount to a lead. It just gets stopped at 19, and with that, in the play ball, Luminon get the ball back into blue. Already pressure in front of them, however, so Precision, he goes down. Frosty's here to stop this setup from manifesting any further of a lead. 31-19, Luminon have the lead, but it will be a Shopify setup as it is immediately broken on the side of Luminon.
This should be a lot of time as well. 3 dead, a fresh 3 dead, as well as some staggered lives here. Precision, if he can make something happen as that last player alive momentarily, that would be huge. Gets really good damage down on several players and is keeping them weak. Actually, I don't even know how he did that, but walks away with the kill onto Last Shot, doubles back onto Frosty. He's going to force a play ball in Precision. We talked about his stats coming into it, but these are some things that don't get put on the stat page. Last guy alive completely shuts down Shopify's setup.
Yeah, those are plays that actually stay off the stat page on the side of Shopify, which should have been a ton of time for Shopify right there. Negated by the first player that's up. He progresses on the map. The damage he's dealt is capitalized on and immediately transitioned into his own team scoring points. As they get the kills, even though the ball is played, they get that ball back into blue. But look at this. Last shot with a kill and entrance into blue forces his teammate to spawn blue. They catch Trippy out, or Precision out with that ball. Precision not able to play that ball. A bit of a blunder there, not reading that the spawns were going to come through blue and the push was coming through blue. The ball stays in blue, and Shopify have an opportunity to get back into this round and tie this game up.
Absolutely, here. Tie game. Sniper in the hands of Cycle, and disgusting headshot on to Snakebite. Not able to find that one on to Trippy. Trippy finds Sniper in his hands with one thrust left to work with. He's got 4 shots here. What can he make happen?
Yeah, Roll 2 gets that ball, throws it front and red, and is actually still playing his life top middle, so Trippy's got to try and find out where Roll 2's gone to. Frosty picks up that ball. Trippy snuck behind enemy lines, takes down Frosty. That's big. Wins the no-scope, top mid as well. Cycle can't quite hit the second no-scope or the headshot with the bandit. That costs Trippy his life, gives Roll 2 the snipe, and that's not what you want to do. As Roll 2 immediately puts it to work on Precision. The ball gets rotated to back red, and once again a Shopify setup back red. We'll see how long they can hold now that Roll 2's out of snipe.
Yeah, still a lot of game clock to work with as we are reaching the second half of this round. Snakebite and Precision trying to work their way down into the tunnels here. Last shot gets taken out by a grenade. Might have been a teammate, but nonetheless was probably going to go down regardless. 12 kills out of Precision. Good teamwork now coming out of Rebellion. Once again, Royal 2 doing absolute wonders with that QT.
He is a menace with that. He is a menace with that quantum.
We were both thinking the exact same thing.
Every time. I mean, Roll 2 is a hard kill, but when Roll 2 has quantum, it becomes near impossible. His ability to just relocate and position himself got to be so annoying, and it's rewarded Shopify with continued setup of this back red ramp. Now the lead 26 and climbing for Shopify. You got one good push if you're Luminon, and then it's going to become scrappy. Let's see if they can get it done.
Yeah, it looks like that push is coming in. They should be able to shut this one down as they start getting some kills and some good damage. You know, talking about Royal 2, though, as well. It just gets taken out, but man, Royal 2 putting on an absolute show. QT, snipes, everything in store in this game. And speaking of putting on a show, if you haven't already, make sure you follow the channel. Straight Rippin' and crew worked really hard putting on this show, and we're so appreciative to have them here contributing to Halo once again. So show some love if you can. But as we look back into the game, 93 points on the board for Rebellion. Precision and last shot, the 2 leading the charge here as far as the slays. But this is the point of no return, no room for error for Luminon as 2 go down.
Yeah, no room for error, no chance here. It appears in round 1. It's going to be Shopify continuing momentum from first series in our grand finals and taking round 1 of game 1 here. You like what you saw from Luminon. Precision really starting to pick it up in the kill feed and the playmaking abilities. But you're going to need more in order to get the job done here.
Yeah, last shot coming off the start of this game. Jumps up into the window. Some solid damage. Elects to push for an outside flank.
It's just
Precision
Precision
gets
off.
taken out. Sniper up now as well. Tulloch's going to go for that one. Last shot has something to say about it.
Yeah, if he had one more shot, he would have taken out Trippy without a trade there, and that could have gotten a lot worse for Luminon. But Tulloch still able to stay alive, and the trade does come through on the last shot there. A lot of players out towards ice here for Shopify. Not exactly where you want to be, but able to deny the ball from being picked up as Cycle gets behind enemy lines as well. Able to find a kill. It's that quantum that can be such a nuisance, and once again, Shopify showing you that this power-up can be played to a perfection here. Cycle, Quantum's back, finds the kill on the Snakebite. Quantum's back. Where the hell is Cycle? The side of Luminon is thinking. In the meantime, Roll 2's made his way top red with ball, and that's going to be early time here in round 2 for Shopify.
You know, and it only took half a decade, but it's good to see QT finally being used to its fullest effect. I feel like it's something that's always kind of fallen short for the, you know, kind of ability of that equipment here. And I think Rebellion has figured out some of the keys to making that work the best it can.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you start to learn how this power-up can be maximizing its potential when you start to showcase it, and it definitely is displayed in the score line here. Still just 11-all, as luminon have done a good job to contest the ball at the very least here in round 2. 3 are currently down, so that could be where this story changes. Frosty trying to stay alive top red, the ball back ramp in control of Shopify, trying to gain a lead here. But here comes the luminon push as Snakebite gets taken down. Trippy finds a big kill onto Frosty. Unfortunately, last shot rips the face off a player as well, so still a lot of work to do if you're going to break this setup. And last shot has a lot to say about that.
Yeah, some great shots from last shot. Talik answers with the trade himself there, but it's not going to be quite enough, as ultimately the spawns are benefiting to Rebellion. The luminon members are starting to become staggered. The lead is starting to grow, and this would be a disheartening moment to see the last 4 games now go in favor of Shopify.
Yeah, you got to do something to change the momentum and the confidence that Shopify are able to play with right now. Starting to click on all cylinders. Snakebite finds a kill on roll 2, able to stay alive, trying to dodge grenades, but the grenades are perfect to isolate them out. The kill does come through, so Snakebite does a good job to buy Precision some time to find that free kill on the cycle. Down 30 seconds now, needing a strong setup, but still such a mixy situation to try and deal with. Precision able to trade out a kill, but you're going to need more. You need one clean round of slays on the side of luminon, and it just feels impossible right now from the point of views we're seeing.
Oh, absolutely. Trippy trying to play aggressive here, trying to prevent Frosty from being able to rotate this ball around, and Frosty just excellent objective work. Going to be able to get a great amount of time while being a distraction on the map. Oh, you can just see the call-outs are coming in. There's so many players one shot on the map, but Trippy cannot find any of them. Some of them do go ahead and get cleaned up, though, but once again, even though they find some kills, break through, get their feet in the door, but it's just not enough to get time on the clock here, and Rebellion quickly running away with this one.
Yeah, it's starting to get out of hand once again. Snakebite does find a kill on the cycle, and another melee. That's a ton of damage from Snakebite, capitalized on by Trippy. Another kill comes through. 3 down, Royal 2, last player alive with the ball, extending the lead as much as he can before his life is inevitably taken. But Royal 2 tries to take down Trippy. Good damage is traded out by the respawner and cycle, already able to get an angle onto that back right. So what Trippy thought was a one-on-one, he had to win. It was actually a short-lived one. But even in the advantage opportunities that we're seeing from luminon, it's just still Shopify scrappily figuring out a way to deny ball time just as much as accumulate some of their own.
Yeah, and while Precision has been slaying out this game for luminon and was leading the charge for a while, it is last shot. He's at 24 and 11 assists as well. Royalty's got 18 assists, more assists than kills. Not something you see too often either. That just shows you how well this team is working together and just how many assists they have. Like, look at the assist comparison between the two teams.
Yeah, that's the big difference, and part of that goes into how difficult of kills Shopify find themselves trying to be. Like, just playing their lives. When they're no shield, they are such a nuisance to try and flush out, and because of that, it turns into assists. The damage being dealt clearly in Shopify's favor as they get 3 down once again. They're probably going to end this game here in 10 more points of oddball. 1 push maybe, but it doesn't even look like luminon are in a position to have a successful push right now. Precision trying to get there, but can he in time? 98 points and climbing. Last shot still full shield with the ball is going to take the lead in the reset of the grand finals here for Shopify. And I mean, this is a train that is going downhill quickly and looks to have no intention of stopping here today.
Yeah, game number 1 down for grand finals reset. Like we said, this is the DreamHack Atlanta qualifier, and you are watching the Straight Rippin' coverage. Now, guys, the entire team at Straight Rippin' worked incredibly hard to put this together. If you are enjoying the show and the coverage this weekend, make sure you follow, keep an eye out on all the Straight Rippin' social media channels for what's coming next, because there are a lot of cool things in store, and more things actually just around the corner. But until then, we are back into determining who will be first seed going into DreamHack Atlanta. Take a look at the stat page once again. Last shot, 28 kills. Accuracy, highest in the lobby. Damage, highest in the lobby. And
All-time
doing-
highest in the lobby.
Exactly. Just
I mean-
almost front page news, time and time again, consistently being one of the most impactful players in the lobby, no matter who else is there.
Yeah, 200 to 68, the total combined score of the 2 rounds. And, I mean, Shopify just flowing with confidence. The power weapon starting to go into their hands. We saw the damage that Last Shot was able to do. He goes on a killing spree when he picks up the snipe. And that killing spree, the thing about Shopify is when they get these kills, when they get these power weapons, they transition it into the score line and efficiently transition it to objective play so well. We saw in the first game of the first series between these two, Trippy go on a killing spree with snipe, but it really was a tied score line. The difference of what it means to go off and get these kills in the timely fashion that they do it is translated immediately into the scoreline for Shopify. The efficiency paired with the individual skill and the playmaking abilities make this team the juggernaut that they have been over the past year. And on the side of Luminon, you're left scratching your head. Like, a lot of good things are happening. Individual fights can be won, but it's just not enough to what make these games feel any closer than they are.
Right? Yeah, I mean, Luminon, they got to be asking themselves, like, what is it that we're doing differently in the winners finals or winner semis than when we're doing here in the grand finals? And I don't know if that question can even be answered, because it might not be so much what Luminon's doing, but it's more so what Shopify is doing. And when you're able to just dictate the pace of the game and hit shots like this consistently, there's really not much other team can do at times.
Yeah, it definitely leaves you feeling without an answer at times, and never a place you want to be as a competitor, as a team that knows that they can win a championship or two. But an answer needs to be found out if this series is going to be closer than the first. And right now, I'm looking at it's almost one of those cases of once Last Shot has the snipe, it's almost too late. How do you deny that from being part of the equation? You got to, one, get it yourself and put it to use, but if not, you got to make sure he's not the player that ends up with it, which is an easier thing said than done, because it seems like Last Shot clearly prioritizing control of that S7 has got his eyes on the prize, and stopping him from getting that has got to be a challenge in and of itself.
Yeah, and that's a really good point to bring up too, Wes, because as we look at the series layout here, guess what the next 3 game types have? That's 2 S7s and a shock rifle. So something they're going to have to put a lot of focus on here if they have any chance of turning the series around. The good news is this is a veteran team that is not likely to go down without a fight. We've seen them in this position before, but only time will tell if they're able to capitalize on these opportunities they're creating for themselves here and secure themselves as champs.
Yeah, here we go. Game 2 starting up right now, and I always say it, if you're going to beat a team like Shopify, you got to win the Slayer. So an important start of this Game 2 for Luminon Gaming and their future here in this Grand Finals. How does it kick off? We're on board with Last Shot to start this one off. Making his way towards Elba. Nobody on Luminon going towards green, so prioritizing top mid, camo side of the map. Snakebite's going to be top tower. Precision gets good damage onto these 2 players. One of them has Quantum, so he's going to be able to get out of dodge. Snakebite somehow still alive top tower with a ton of pressure around him. 2 players for Luminon top cuts. It's going to be an early break from Shopify on the tower setup as a 4-1 lead is what culminates here. And Roll 2's found himself camo snipe, and this is troublesome for Luminon here in Game 2 early on.
Yeah, troublesome, absolutely. We saw a really kind of unusual, to say the least, I guess, start for Luminon. You can see they wanted to be heavily focused on sniper, completely ignore all of B side of the map. And playing from tower, I'd say that's like more the unusual kind of aggression or type opening strat, and unfortunately they took a risk and it did not pay off. However, as I say that, even though the opening was terrible, they were able to turn this one around, take out camo player, take out snipe player, and we are all tied up once again.
Yeah, a couple perfect shots from Trippy and Snakebite can get you back into this. Taking down Roll 2 with that camo snipe before he's able to really do too much work was a recipe that Luminon needed. Nice kill from Talik onto Roll 2. Can he stay alive right now? He's going to have a couple of players trying to fight him from both angles. Has precision, has his backup. Last shot. G slides off the elbow, finds the snipe on the ground, hits the no-scope and the headshot with the bandit to regain control and the lead for Shopify.
Last shot right with that sniper. Again, what she said, they had to keep it out of their hands.
Yeah.
And that's why. What a shot. Isn't able to connect on the second one, but Snakebite gets cleaned up anyway.
Where does this kid go? He just disappears at times. Trippy trying to hunt him down. Finally does do though. So great job to minimize the damage we saw last shot. He had to hit the one no-scope, and of course last shot just missed one no-scope. Pays for it with his life. That's the level of Halo being played here in year 5 of Halo Infinite.
Some unusual misses too. I feel like last shot hits those 90% of the time.
Yeah, you'll take the 10%. You need that 10% to start working out in your favor. It feels like he's probably hit 100% of the shots so far throughout the series, so we were due for a miss. In the meantime, Cycle found himself camo, still only up 1 kill, so trades are benefiting Luminon even after what feels like a power control has benefited Shopify early on. This is their second camo of the game. They have a 2-kill lead. Cycle finds the first kill, and now a dangerous spot once again for Luminon to try and fight out of here. Big going green.
Yeah, you can see Trippy gets taken out. Snakebite drops. Camo's still on the hunt here. 2 players back A. You know, Cycle's not looking to over push this one. Does not want to give up this camo too early.
Does he to
Does
melee?
pick up the win. It was scary for a second, but yeah, it kind of just seems like Luminon's not playing the same they were before. That's one of those scenarios where they got players in between them, and they've all got their backs to them.
Yeah, I don't know if they're just trying to get out of dodge, not deal with Cycle, but Cycle makes them pay for it, right? Like that's not the right solution to solving this puzzle. Is 3-kill lead, last shot with the new snipe in hand, and this is exactly where Shopify want to be in this game. And that's exactly why. Last shot, 90% of the time, he's going to hit those shots, and you already saw the 10% earlier in this game, so you know that was going to ring true.
Yeah, 27-23. The good news is those 2 members go down. This game is still very much in reach here for Luminon. Unable to connect on that shot, and you know, last shot. I mean, it's the power weapon control, it's the equipment. It's just all Rebellion here. We're gonna have to really see Luminon. Some of these guys really kind of step up as, you know, these impactful players and start putting these weapons and equipment and advantages to use.
Yeah, last shot makes his way towards the quantum. Still has 3 bullets to play around. They lose track of where last shot's relocated to. Able to take down Precision, the player top tower. Now these players back tower under a ton of pressure. Cycle already here in their faces. Cycle able to take down Talik. 1 more player back tower. Cycle just trying to play his life, wait for the rest of the team to collapse, and that's exactly what happens. This game gets blown wide open. What was once just momentarily a 3-kill game, now up to 11, and it feels like Luminon on the ropes once again.
Yeah, I mean, there's without a doubt no better team at cycling players and an enemy team in a match than Rebellion here. You see time and time again, Luminon, they have the idea of how they want to approach a situation, or if they want to take their time back out from a fight, but just there's no option to do that. Rebellion doesn't let you, or doesn't give you any of those openings here. And what was once a very close game, easily within reach, it's just that one bad engagement that just steamrolls and cycles, you know, pun I guess intended, to these big victories.
10 kills separate the 2. Talik with camo. I'll roll 2 top tower. I'm not sure if that's the play you want to make with that camo. Nobody going to be able to capitalize on that damage. 2 players knocked down to no shield, and roll 2 starting to fly at this camo player, not trying to give them any space or get caught off by the camo. That's how you bring the fight to the camos. Talik gets taken out, so that camo doesn't transition into any advantage, really. 3 kills do get pushed in the favor of Luminon. New snipe coming up. 8-kill game. Make it back to 8 with Frosty getting a stick on the Snakebite there. Kills continuing to go in the favor of Shopify. I mean, immediately off spawn, Shopify have the answer, it feels like, to everything Luminon want to do. Even when 3 go down, the second they come off respawn, they're ready for whatever Luminon has in store.
Yeah, I mean, it was a sign of life for a brief moment. You saw Precision get sniper rifle, a couple kills get traded out. But by the time Precision got to tower with the snipe, he's already getting melted by all the spawners on Rebellion flying across top mid. That puts the sniper back in Last Shot's hand for what, the 17th time so far this game?
Yeah, it's been every
Hitting
single
a
snipe.
lot of shots, but he hits enough to where there is just no ability for Luminon to get back into this.
That one will count too. That one will count too. You hear him as a commentator questioning how many shots he hits. He hits the last 2 of the game. 50-37. Shopify will take a Grand Finals reset series lead 2-0 here with 1 game. All that's needed for Shopify to win yet another tournament on their reign of terror.
Grand Finals reset, looking a lot of deja vu action going on here at the moment, as no matter what position Luminon's been able to find themselves in here in these online cups, it's Rebellion in the final moments that comes through and steals these tournaments away. And what we may be looking at is our last game of the open qualifiers as we get ready to head into DreamHack Atlanta. And some similarities, some surprises, but non-stop exciting Halo action.
Non-stop, and Shopify non-stop pressure here so far throughout this Grand Finals appearance. I mean, talked about how dominant it feels like Shopify are when they play from an advantage, when they have a complete reset of the map, when they get 4 down, they know exactly what they want to do. Is there any answer at all for Luminon to try and display? I think this is very similar to watching what SSG was able to replicate when you were coaching them on their way to the World Championship. Just the pace of play that they're able to play at, the advantages they're able to push leaves teams unanswered. How did teams start to counter that level of aggressiveness and that pace of play in order to have more success than we're seeing Luminon be able to have here, Kyle, as Game 3 starts underway?
Yeah, I mean, like when it comes to that aggressive level of play, like one of the differences between these top teams and teams that we're seeing fall short, I think, it comes down to teams, everyone kind of wants to play, or a lot of people want to play that way, but if the opportunity to go or to approach that and you're not approaching it correctly, like that opportunity is gone instantaneously. And Rebellion is a team that gets these opportunities and they take full advantage of it, and they're not giving away any free deaths, they're not over pushing and getting shot in the back by a guy hiding in a corner. They are taking that and guaranteeing the win.
Shopify off to an early lead on the back of Cycle right now, 4-1-0. He was the leading slayer in game number 2, really starting to showcase his MVP skill set here. As the last shot finds a kill on the snake bite. 2 players do go down for Shopify. The last 2 players are going to be 5 side of the map, so it is going to be an untraditional AC hold for Luminon here and now. The kill on the Cycle is going to force last shot to back up into pipes, still shock rifle in hand, but it will be Luminon able to at least have a setup for just the moment. Snakebite does get a kill before getting taken down, and that's going to be a push onto the elevator here for Shopify. Trippy in a one-on-one with Frosty. Frosty working angles that not many have the skill set to do, but Frosty with a kill onto Trippy will get A in control of Shopify to continue scoring here.
Yeah, what kind of map movement was that from last shot we just saw? The grapples, the G-slide, just perfect positioning to not get taken out, to dodge every grenade, and absolutely no fear as he just repeatedly G-sliding into Turbine, doing 360s, going for no scope. So you can just tell the confidence level of this team. They are approaching this. They are not happy about losing earlier, and they're making a statement, and they are looking to prove that they and they alone deserve to be here.
Couple of trades across the board. Somehow Cycle not able to take down Precision with that battle rifle. Got him completely down to a red bar. But because of it, Luminon have been able to keep numbers here. Snakebite finds himself a kill. A couple of kills go a long way over towards top A, but Snakebite opts to go right back to C, trying to not flip the map here. An interesting decision as A is still in control of Luminon, still that AC hold. Not able to get control of B. Cycle does make his way towards the camo. Is not down to no shield. Snakebite trying to hunt him down, but Cycle, like a ghost, like a ship in the night, able to get out of there with that camo. A frustrating moment as he turns around, able to finish off Snakebite, and now Snakebite finds the information of where Cycle has snuck off to, but nobody able to take down Cycle. Cycle patiently playing this camo. Oh my, big shots from Trippy to remove that camouflage from Cycle's hands. A kill you think Cycle gets 9 out of 10 times as well.
Yeah, a couple kills now going over in favor of Shopify. Did see Luminon pedal back into this one. They are not looking to let this slip by quite yet. But last shot, I saw. I mean, how many? What is the total? Let's see. What would the stat be? We need some sort of a stat that's like total amount of time in, with camo or with the sniper in hand, or some sort of like control stat, right? Like, to show just no one else gets to use the sniper because Last Shot has it all the time.
Yeah. How about you share it? Actually, if you're on Shopify, I think you're good with Last Shot not sharing it. But Trippy does remove that shock rifle from his hand, so that timer going against Last Shot right now. Trippy trying to jump into B, however, a lot of pressure from glass spawners, and Roll 2 drops into B, making Trippy's job a little bit more difficult. Trippy is able to take down Roll 2, and that's a big kill to be able to get control of B. And now it's a trip cap for Luminon. So a spark of life here for Luminon Gaming. The trip cap probably going to subside here as A is going to be Shopify's focus. Is Luminon able to hold on to C? Here's the big question. Do they have the amount of pressure and players intact to be able to handle this? They have Talik back blue. That's going to be a great opportunity for them to get a clean wipe of kills. 3 go down. Psycho, the last player alive, he's heaven, and the trip cap still trying to be pushed by Snakebite. The headshot doesn't do enough damage with the shock rifle there. It's narrowly missed, and because of it, Snakebite does go down, but the reset will come through. A trip cap once again for Shopify, or for Luminon, I'm sorry, to gain what is the biggest lead of the grand finals in any game they've had so far.
Yeah, I think Trippy's starting to heat up as well. It looks like his shots are just starting to do more damage here as he is raking up kills left and right. Plasma pistol, bandits, battle rifles, melee. Sky is doing it all as he reaches the 10 kill mark here for the squad. Like you said, now we see Luminon twice the score lead here in this Recharge Strongholds game. Position the Rebellion has not found themselves in here during the grand finals yet.
Oh man, Camo comes up.
Be able to do?
Camo comes up, 3 go down for Luminon. When everything was going right, the Slays come through right in the nick of time. Roll 2 able to pick up that camo, and now 100-point lead for Luminon. So great things, but you got to deal with Roll 2. You got to find him, you got to flush him out, and he jumps into B after picking up a kill on the Snakebite. Precision looking for him, nowhere to be found. Roll 2, such a nuisance. Quantum, any power up that can make Roll 2 a more difficult kill, Roll 2 is going to take advantage of here. As the kills do get flushed out of pipes, it's going to be a trip cap now for Luminon. Roll 2 wants to put the pressure now, knowing that a 100-point lead doesn't come back by itself. You're going to want a trip cap, and that's exactly what Roll 2 has his eyes set on.
Yeah, he's looking for Talik. He knows there's a player sneaking around back here. Does find the kill. Has full health, but great job by Precision. Hits the perfect shots. Goes ahead and resets that hill. A little bit unusual. Rebellion was definitely in good position to get back into scoring position, but nice job by Luminon to clear out C. That does result in a flip of A once again, and that might actually come back to bite them.
Yeah, at least you have a little bit of time here if you're Luminon to think about how you're going to break this setup for Shopify. You got this lead to play from, so finally in the driver's seat right now. You don't have control. You need to find a round of Slays. Frosty does eat that nade from Precision. A big couple of kills go a long way, and Precision opens up the door to break Shopify's setup once again.
Shocks, hands of last shot. Does connect onto a nice damage onto Precision, but not enough to take him out. Players all around him, and he's just flicking onto all of them. Somehow, even with what Last Shot is doing, though, it's been all Luminon this game. What are we seeing out of them?
Yeah, right now, Luminon just finding kills where they need to. The scrappiness, I feel like the teamwork has got to be something to pay attention to. This is the closest we've seen their teamwork and their assists be to Shopify, and this is why they have the lead. 228 and climbing. AC hold, but A is going to be in the hands of Shopify right now. You can tell Talik doesn't want to worry about A. It's okay to lose A right now. The more important kills are the other players on the map that are trapped out, maybe isolated. Frosty, being that player, is taking down Precision. Also finds a kill on the Roll 2. Now you're able to push. Talik goes up under A. The push onto White as the last 2 players for Shopify kind of get doopsie-doozled there, and they lose A. They are going to be able to transfer over C and pick up camo, so a good, honestly, transition by the last 2 players. You give up A, you think that that's going to be a mistake from Shopify, but they transition it into camo control in the hands of Roll 2. Now let's see what Roll 2 can do as he gets a kill onto Trippy.
I mean, there's just so many smart plays all around. I mean, Last Shot just flew across the middle of the map, killed 2 players in Turbine, got his shields back by playing middle of the map, and then flew into A to help Royal 2 then clean up these kills on the players in A, just keeping them back into scoring position here. Frosty grabs himself yet another double kill. The way Royal 2 approaches all of these camo plays, it looks like he really focuses on getting some of that early damage and then putting his camo back in effect. So a guy who really wants to make sure the enemy does not have any, certified aim assist on him in these engagements, and he can get the jump on them.
Yeah, truly just a patient player, like probably the most patient player in the history of Halo, and rewarded with that patience and a phenomenal shot and decision-making accordingly. Now a 50-point game, all of a sudden, within striking distance, Shopify find themselves as they still have control. A couple of kills from Luminon will allow them some release pressure, but that double kill from last shot's massive. 2 players handled over towards C. C back in control, and now the trip cap back in effect for Shopify, and this is danger for Luminon. 2 players are going to be towards elevator, but Roll 2 going to block the spawns, going to force split spawns, and now the push will come in. How do these 2 players deal with it? They don't even expect Roll 2 to be behind them. Snakebite does find a double on the feed to maybe release what is this pressure on the C, but Roll 2 still full shield, still a problem. Finding 3 of his own will remove Snakebite's double kill from the equation.
And every time we've seen Rebellion come back from a deficit to win these games, it's when they get a couple early kills and they start running at him. We talked about whether or not those windows exist, and that was the window where you can push into A and flank 2 players that don't look at you. And now we are seeing Shopify inch back into this game as they look to close out the grand finals and the DreamHack qualifier.
Solid trying to buy time, trying to allow a little bit of the respawners from Luminon to be able to capture B and get out securely or safely. Roll 2 does hop into A. Snakebite trying to push him, but nades are going to knock Snakebite to no shield right around this corner. Roll 2 in a battle against his old duo. A little bit of help from Talik allows Snakebite to finally get that kill. Still an opportunity to win a game in this grand finals for Luminon right now. You can see the pressure on the B. It's going to be chaos. Last shot finds another camo. That's like 3 camos in a row for Shopify Rebellion. The power starting to go in their favor as well as this game starts to become closer and closer. 10 points away now from the comeback or Shopify.
Oh, you can see, look how far back Royal 2 is playing C here. You got a player bottom middle, gets taken out. Now the flank from last shot finds himself 2, but C does ultimately flip. Royal 2 has got the last 2 players over in front of him, make that last player Snakebite over towards long haul, and with A and B still capping, and now C being taken as well. Not like this, Wes.
It's just like this. This is exactly what Shopify can do to a team. Hulk is able to release some of that pressure by transferring over B, but kills still need to come through. It feels like forever since we've been able to say Shopify have 3 down. 2 do go down. Snakebite gets taken down by Roll 2. You need to get this player out of C, but unfortunately Trippy doesn't have the timing, getting collapsed on right now. Cycle wins his one-on-one. Perfect shots on the precision to gain the lead now. 241 now, 236. Talik gets beat into C, but multiple players are going to be here. Talik trying to play his life, trying to deal damage, but doesn't have the advantages. It has to wait for his team. AC hold, 244 and climbing. 3 points separate this team, but Slays continue to go in Shopify's favor, and that's going to do it. Shopify will win this grand finals on a reset in a 6-0 fashion over Luminon Gaming, to restore what is their control and dominant reign in order.
Wow, and that was one of the more convincing grand finals and tournaments I think that we've seen out of Shopify. Of course, falling short early in the winners bracket, but a 6-0 grand finals is definitely something to tip your hat at, especially coming from lower bracket as early as they did. Lots of Halo games we played today, and they maintain this momentum all the way to the end, especially being in such a bad position towards the end of this game. 228 to 157, having to battle your way back. Shopify proving why they're the best.
Yeah, Shopify continued to show resiliency when being knocked into the Elim bracket, continued to show that they are unbeaten for such a long time, that they are the true team to try and knock out of a tournament, and have proven time and time again that they refuse to go down. Luminon left scratching their heads for answers, giving themselves such an opportunity throughout this tournament to once again take down Shopify, but not able to take advantage of that opportunity. But that's going to do it here for our DreamHack Open Qualifier. Shopify Rebellion will be your #1 seed going into DreamHack Atlanta. Luminon, we'll see if they can find answers on land, but we'll have to wait for Atlanta for that. as we take a step back, Kyle, just want to say a massive thank you to everybody who supported the stream this weekend. Straight Rippin' giving an opportunity to myself, the other commentators, Wonderboy, Shurzy, Kyle, myself, Goofy, all had an absolute blast hopping on the mic and providing some entertainment, but it wouldn't be possible without the Straight Rippin' team, all the production squad in the back, and just want to make sure all the viewers know to follow for more content and opportunities like this. We have a blast doing these things, and hope you enjoyed the Halo this weekend. Grand Finals could have been more interesting, but Shopify, obviously, they had other things in mind. Kyle, anything you want to say before we close out?
I mean, absolutely wonderful tournament. Big props to all of the players who came out and grinded these games out today. So many 50-49, so many tight series. And of course, you know, big shout out or a lot of excitement building around DreamHack Atlanta. This is the tournament where I feel like the season has really kind of kicked off and is really underway. Birmingham was a little tease to what now we're going to see happen in Atlanta. And there's going to be a lot more, you know, no more open qualifiers between now and DreamHack Atlanta, but there's still a lot of Halo action. We're going to have some more opportunities coming from the Straight channel as well. So like Wes said, if you haven't followed already, make sure you do. Lots more in store, and make sure you check out the socials as well here and the channel here. So yeah, Wes, I'm just so, you know, blessed to be able to get in here and get to do this once again and be doing it for so long. Still have so much enjoyment from it as well. Rebellion did not disappoint once again, but I do have a big question mark in my mind here. How will Luminon be able to turn this around? But there's still a lot of other teams that have the possibility, teams that played Rebellion and some of the other squads really tight today. You know, that Stellar, Bound, Penguin, Eco. What are we going to see from the likes of some of these other rosters here? Will they be able to put their name in with Rebellion and Luminon here? And how does the rest of the season play out?
Yeah, easy to talk about the top two teams that we just witnessed in the grand finals, but you bring up a phenomenal point of the rest of the competitors that we have in this tournament. I mean, the skill gap between a lot of the rest of the dark horses that are left and the accolades of all of those players, the world championships, the professional careers of a lot of the Suppresses of the world, the Falcators of the world, the Penguins of the world, like those guys are still trying to win tournaments. And you're expecting those teams with these reps to get closer and closer to Shopify, a team that's been together for over a year now. And everybody trying to put these puzzle pieces together in order to try and take down the Shopify roster. So exciting things to happen the rest of the year here in Halo. And I'm excited to see, do any of these teams push Shopify to the limits? Are they able to take down the Juggernaut squad? Or will this legacy of Shopify continue on and continue to be constructed with the accolades that they already have? But time will tell in that case. And yeah, I'm excited to wrap this thing up. Championship Sunday is concluded. Shopify Rebellions are your champions. But Straight Rippin' brought you the action this weekend, and obviously very grateful for the opportunity to be a part of the broadcast here with some of the legends that we've had across the broadcast. I mean, Kyle, it's been a pleasure to commentate with you this weekend. It's been a long time, but it's always a pleasure. Just breaking down gameplay with a mind like yourself, one of the GOATs to do it. So that's going to do it for me and the Straight Rippin' broadcast. I hope everybody enjoyed, and we'll see you next time.
Peace.